After speaking just 2 sentences, her throat felt even more sore, as if a furnace were stuck in her throat. Qin Wen urgently craved water to moisten her throat. You have obtained temporary world language permission. Little fairy reminds you that when talking to me, you can just respond in your mind without speaking aloud. Don't you think your behavior looks like a crazy person talking to yourself? Facing this sarcasm, Qin Wen didn't know how to respond. She quickly looked down at the pile of drinks in her hands, and the text on the packaging was indeed now readable. But Qin Wen suddenly realized a problem. Although she could read the text, she didn't know today's date, so she couldn't tell if these drinks had expired. If she drank spoiled drinks, even just causing diarrhea, it would be a life-and-death test for her current state. While in the midst of inner turmoil, Qin Wen's mind suddenly sparked. He urgently asked, "Little fairy, can I eat food from this world?" Of course, this time she asked directly in her mind. The effects of world differences have been removed. You will have the same survival rights in this world as in your original world. Due to an unknown gift, this permission is locked and applies to most worlds. After receiving the answer, Qin Wen's heart sank. He bit open the bottle cap and poured the brown transparent liquid into his mouth. A gamble. Success or death. The taste was somewhat sweet and sour, quite to Qin Wen's liking. Then she opened another bottle and poured it into her mouth again. The burning sensation in her throat was much better. Whether it was her imagination, even her head felt clearer. It must be an illusion. Even if the drink's packaging claimed it could clear, heat, detoxify, and refresh the mind, it couldn't take effect this quickly. After hesitating, she still pulled out the dagger stuck in the zombie's neck. Although she didn't know how to use it and might hurt herself, it would at least be a deterrent when facing other humans. Having watched countless apocalyptic movies, Qin Wen knew well how fragile human nature was in the apocalypse. She wrapped the dagger in cloth and put it in her pocket. Carrying 2 baseball bats, she walked toward the room she had spotted earlier during the search. This should be the supermarket staff break room, also serving as a small storage room. The items inside were messy, as if people had fled in panic. She locked the door and inserted the dirty baseball bat into the latch as a bolt. Unfortunately, the small shelves and sofa were fixed, otherwise she would have piled them all behind the door. She piled a few chairs behind the door, then collapsed onto the sofa. Even such light activity had left her covered in a thin layer of sweat. Only then did she have time to think about the game quest. Healing. This task she must complete. Otherwise, dragging a sick body in this world would be equivalent to slow death. She didn't know if the antibiotics in this world would work on her illness. No matter what, she had to find medicine, and as soon as possible. Of course, it would be best if she could find a functioning human settlement. Secondly, regarding the world quest, no information was given. When she watched the world background, she didn't see any images related to the leap tree. So the main question arose: what exactly is this leap tree? Qin Wen sat up, took a pen and paper from the coffee table, and found a blank spot to record her guesses. First guess: the leap tree refers to an organization, possibly a secret one unknown to ordinary people. Second guess: the leap tree is the code name for an experimental project. After all, when thinking of leap, Qin Wen could only think of electronic leap, spatial leap, or life leap. Also, the world introduction mentioned that the birth of zombies was due to humans arrogantly stepping into the realm of life. But creating zombies was certainly not humanity's intention. Stepping into the realm of life must have had another purpose. And what has made people obsessed with the realm of life since ancient times is nothing but immortality. This also aligns with the leap in life level. Third guess is straightforward: the leap tree is really just a tree or a seed. But this possibility is slim. Of course, the leap tree could also be another achievement of humanity's exploration into the realm of life, and might even be related to zombies. Looking at the 3 guesses on the paper, Qin Wen circled the second guess. He thought the second possibility was the most likely. But no matter which guess, it's all related to humanity's intrusion into the realm of life, and even to zombies. Even for the first guess, Qin Wen didn't believe that a secret organization had nothing to do with this disaster. It seemed obvious that the secret organization was the mastermind behind the scenes. Maybe it's like the Umbrella Corporation. In that case, she'd better find the place where the zombie outbreak first started, or the research institute that created them. Only those places might allow her to complete the mission. Thinking about it gave her a headache. According to zombie movies, these places are human restricted zones. So for now, she should focus on finding medicine, preferably a doctor, to cure herself before considering anything else. While thinking about the future, Qin Wen slowly leaned to one side, closed his eyes, and fell deeply asleep. In the middle of her sleep, Qin Wen suddenly woke up, disoriented for a moment, then realized the banging sound she heard was not a dream. She was fully awake, in an instant, cold sweat drenching her body. Watching the door being slammed, bang bang, Qin Wen swallowed. Was it a zombie outside? But she had checked the supermarket, and there were no other zombies. Fortunately, the door was sturdy enough, and the break room had no windows, only a small ventilation opening. Qin Wen tiptoed to pick up a baseball bat, stepped lightly to the side of the door, ready to strike any zombie that broke in. No sis, I can't break it open. You can't even open a door? Are you a man? Damn it, where did old Gu go? He's built like a bear, he'd break it open in one go. Qin Wen heard a man and a woman talking. He was stunned. Not zombies, but humans. But he didn't let his guard down, his eyes darted around thinking. Having watched so many apocalyptic movies, Qin Wen had his own summary. One rule: in the apocalypse, the most inhumane are often humans themselves. Gritting her teeth, she pulled out the wrapped dagger. Fine, step aside. Sis, you're going to break it, eh? No, I'm going to shoot the lock and kick the door open. Keep your eyes open. If a zombie rushes out, shoot its head. A whistle answered, don't worry, sis. Whether it's alive or dead in there, I won't let you get hurt. Hearing the conversation outside, Qin Wen's expression darkened. Either way, it was a gamble. Bang. The gunshot rang out, followed by a heavy kick, then the woman's sharp intake of breath. Damn, there's a bolt on the inside. Xiao Jin, you break it open. I'll cover you. You always boss me around, sis. Let's talk. Are you a man, or am I? But except for your face, you're basically a man inside and out. Even old Gu has bigger ones than you. Why are you talking so much? Hurry up. The woman's voice suddenly rose an octave, accompanied by a crisp slap on the back of the head. She seemed embarrassed and angry. Ow. Got it. The door was slammed several times. The baseball bat used as a bolt snapped in the middle, and the door burst open. Standing right behind the door was Qin Wen. Hello, you two. What met Qin Wen's eyes was a woman with short brown hair and a slender man with clear lake blue eyes. The man seemed frail, but the gun he raised was aimed at Qin Wen's forehead. There's a living person. The woman whistled. Are you a resident here? What's your name? Qin Wen shook his head. I just arrived not long ago. I was resting when you woke me up. Is that so? The brown-haired woman raised an eyebrow. Sorry for disturbing you. Do you have any information about this place to share? And a gentleman should first tell a lady his name right. Good boy. My name is Qin Wen. I probably know less about this place than you do. Actually, I don't even know where this is. I don't know how I ended up here. Maybe it's because Qin Wen's true feelings showed, or maybe the woman just went along with it. Either way, both the woman and the man showed surprise. The man even whistled. Looks like you've had a strange experience, big boy. Qin Wen just smiled and didn't speak. The scene fell silent for a moment. The two pistols were still aimed at Qin Wen, though now lowered to the side. After breaking open the door and seeing Qin Wen, the man and woman did not enter, as if they were wary of something, though Qin Wen didn't know what. You guys are here. Damn it, there's not even a single cigarette in the warehouse. They must have taken them all. Are they all misers? Not even one left. Damn it. A rough male voice came, and a man as big as a bear pushed his way over. Hi, I knew you were looking for cigarettes again, old Gu. Of course, life has no meaning without cigarettes. Oh, there's a living person. Hey kid, do you have any cigarettes? Old Gu poked his head into the room and shouted at Qin Wen. I don't smoke, but I did find some cigarettes. He took out a pack of cigarettes that had been left on the shelf and tossed it over. A large hand caught it. Oh, look, it's a full pack, and it's my favorite brand, Phoenix. Kid, I gotta admit, I'm starting to like you. Qin Wen's heart stirred. He smiled at Lao Gu. Lao Gu brought the whole pack to his nose, took a deep breath, licked his lips, put the pack in his pocket, and instead pulled out another pack from his own pocket. Ha, little ones. Now I can smoke you without worry. He tapped out a cigarette from the pack, flipped it into his mouth, lit it with a lighter, took a deep drag, and showed a look of satisfaction and ecstasy. Cough, cough, could you please not blow smoke rings in my face? The man with lake blue eyes waved away the smoke before him, speaking with displeasure. Sorry, I was too happy and didn't notice. Hey Pa, there's a guy over there, why don't you go for it? I'm not interested in him. Old Gu paused his smoking motion, leaning back slightly. Pa, I'm telling you, don't even think about setting your sights on me. If you dare, I won't show any mercy. Pa, the man with lake blue eyes immediately shouted, don't flatter yourself. Who would set their sights on a sloppy, wretched, old chain smoker like you? I like cute petite boys. Is that so? Then I'm relieved. Stick to your principles, or my fist will land on your face, without mercy. Stop your nonsense. I could never fall for a chain smoker like you. Qin Wen stared at Pa in shock. She never expected that a fencing enthusiast was right beside her. I wonder if he favors an offensive style or a defensive one. All right, kid, time to get down to business. Old Gu stepped into the room, standing before Qin Wen. He was at least over 1.9 meters tall, his massive figure instantly exuding a crushing pressure. Are you bait? Old Gu's casual demeanor instantly vanished, replaced by a sharp aura. The murkiness in his eyes disappeared, and a sharp glint pierced straight into Qin Wen's eyes. The pressure was suffocating. At this moment, Qin Wen felt like a lone sheep encountering a predatory tiger. His heart clenched as if forgetting to breathe, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his nose. I don't understand what you mean. What is bait? Qin Wen stammered through the sentence. As if the previous old Gu was just an illusion, he returned to being a lazy, slovenly smoker, unwilling to let go of even a cigarette. But this kid shouldn't be a plant, just a pure rookie. After old Gu said this, the woman and Pa visibly relaxed and came into the room. Only Qin Wen was confused. After a while, he finally understood what bait meant. In zombie movies, there are often scenes where bait is used to lure pedestrians who are then toyed with, or even eaten. They probably thought he was bait thrown out to lure them in. Thinking of this, Qin Wen's heart sank. Their vigilance meant they had encountered this situation before, which also implies the collapse of human order outside. So acting alone was too dangerous. He should take this chance to join the team. Even though he didn't know much about them, at least Old Gu's burly figure gave him a sense of security. This town is also empty. Let's search for supplies and rest. Maybe I can find some cigarettes in someone's house. But why is this town suddenly empty? There are too few zombie corpses, and the barriers at the entrance are mostly intact, the woman puzzled. Hey, who cares about that? Maybe the town suddenly had a zombie outbreak. That's not good news. Listening to their conversation, Qin Wen couldn't help but interrupt. Excuse me, is the zombie infection spread by virus? From what you say, it can just break out spontaneously. How do you not even know that? Whether it's a virus is unclear, but asymptomatic outbreaks in crowds have happened many times, haven't they? Pa replied impatiently, then his expression changed. Wait, you said you don't remember where this is, or how you got here, right? As Pa questioned, Old Gu and the woman also turned to Qin Wen, their wariness clearly showing. And at that moment, Qin Wen suddenly coughed, his vision went dark, and he swayed, nearly falling. When his vision returned, he saw the three of them raising their guns at him in unison. He couldn't help asking, what's wrong with you? I ask you, answer honestly. Have you been bitten or scratched by a zombie? No, absolutely not. Why do you ask? The process of zombification involves memory loss, as well as symptoms like coughing, fever, fainting, etc. Wait, it's just a common cold. At most, I have a slight fever. Qin Wen immediately protested loudly. Enough, Pa, check him. The woman ordered Pa go check him. Why me? Just kick him out. And then wait for him to come back as a zombie. What if he brings more? Besides, neither Old Gu nor I want to touch a man's body, so it's up to you. Hurry up, don't dawdle. The woman slapped Pa's back, pushing him forward. But this kid isn't my type either, Pa muttered. Alright, take off your clothes. Kid, I advise you to cooperate, or we'll have to force you. This gun is a DF-7. A bullet will blow a big hole in you. Qin Wen's face changed color a few times, but under the threat of two guns he obediently took off his t-shirt. Pants and underwear too. I'll look away for a moment. Old Gu, keep an eye on him. After saying this, the woman went out. Only Qin Wen was left, troubled. Underwear too. Qin Wen was extremely resistant. The thought of taking off his underwear in front of a gay man. He found it hard to agree. Hey, don't worry, I'm watching. Pa won't do anything to you. We just want to see if your little brother has been bitten. There was once a case where a whole human settlement was wiped out for that reason. The guy was unlucky. Just as he was enveloped in the warmth of a mouth, the others suddenly became infected. Tisk, it's better to use a hollow mouth ring for such things. Right. Old Gu gave Qin Wen a knowing wink. Head, greasy old chain smoker. Pa seemed annoyed by Old Gu's lecherous expression, sneered, and then shouted at Qin Wen. Hurry up and take it off. Or do you want me to help you? With his life and chastity under threat, Qin Wen had no choice but to strip off all his clothes. Old Gu let out a long whistle. Hey buddy, I bet this kid is still a virgin. Look at his cute little thing, so tender. The two of them glared fiercely at Old Gu. Old Gu, if you keep talking nonsense, I'd be happy to feed you a bullet. Okay. What's the commotion? Done checking. Oh damn. The woman heard the sound and came in, covering her eyes. Done checking. Then put your clothes on quickly. Is it fun to have that thing dangling around? Qin Wen quickly put on his clothes, feeling very embarrassed. He has no wounds on his body, and his eyes don't look bloodshot. It's probably just a cold or fever or some other common illness. When they heard Pa say there were no wounds, the woman and Old Gu tensed up, but then relaxed after hearing the rest. Qin Wen found their reaction strange, but didn't ask. Instead, he racked his brains trying to figure out how to join them. Alright, it's getting dark. Let's get some rest. This place is pretty good. Too bad the bolt is broken. Old Gu, go drag some heavy stuff outside to block the door. The woman spoke, observing the room. She noticed that the shelves and sofa were fixed in place. Fine. So you're staying here tonight. Should I go out? Qin Wen asked, watching them start to tidy up. When he asked this question, he couldn't describe the feeling in his heart, but it was definitely unwillingness. No, you sleep here too. Keeps you from pulling any tricks. Although Pa's words showed they didn't trust Qin Wen at all, Qin Wen still breathed a sigh of relief. He had only explored this supermarket. If he was kicked out and something happened, even if the town seemed empty, who could guarantee there weren't one or two zombies left like in the supermarket? Besides, many hands make light work. Watching them skillfully spread out blankets with nothing else to cushion them, he asked, "We're sleeping on the floor?" No, you sleep on the sofa. The woman's words stunned Qin Wen. He rubbed his nose, feeling a bit shy, thinking she was taking care of him because he was sick. Indeed, even in the apocalypse, humanity might not be completely extinguished. Qin Wen sighed inwardly. But he didn't know that the woman let him sleep on the sofa because the coffee table in front of it would restrict his movement, and if he tried anything, they would notice. Using a simple stove found in someone's home, they set up a pot to prepare dinner. Qin Wen felt a surge of inspiration and tentatively said, "How about I cook?" Are you sure? The woman was very skeptical of Qin Wen's skills, but even more suspicious of his motive for making this request. Sis let him try. Seeing someone volunteer to cook, Pa almost raised both hands in agreement. Seeing the woman still hesitant, Pa urged, Sis will keep an eye on him. If he tries anything, we'll just shoot him. Don't worry, I'm just sick and want the food to suit my taste better and have a decent meal. I won't pull any tricks. Then give it a try? But let me tell you, bullets don't listen to excuses. I know. When old Gu returned, the smell of the soup had already wafted out. Oh, the kid made this. Not bad, almost as good as my cooking. He went up, lifted the lid, took a deep breath of the steam, and patted Qin Wen's shoulder approvingly. Today we can finally have a decent meal. Old Gu, what do you mean? The woman's brows arched. Are you dissatisfied with my cooking? Seeing old Gu stammer, the woman understood immediately. From now on, don't eat my cooking. You can cook, but don't, and then you're picky about what I make. How about letting this kid join us to cook? That way you can take it easy, right? The woman was tempted. Qin Wen's heart leaped, and he cast a grateful look at old Gu, who returned a wink that said, I can only help you this much. After considering for a moment, the woman finally shook her head. No, just for a bite to eat, taking him in is too dangerous. Qin Wen's heart felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over it in the dead of winter, instantly chilled. Seeing Qin Wen about to speak, the woman cut him off. Following us will only get you killed faster. I ask you, other than cooking, what else can you do? You probably don't know how to shoot or fight, and your body's not good now. You can't even keep up with us. And can you even drive a basic car? Qin Wen fell silent. He had a driver's license in his original world, but he had never even seen the cars of this world. So you're useless. Why would we want you? As for cooking, we can just fill our stomachs. His mind raced desperately, trying to seize this opportunity, but he didn't know how to convince the woman. Was the opportunity old Gu provided going to be wasted? Suddenly Qin Wen gritted his teeth and decided to gamble. What about the truth? The truth about this apocalypse? The room instantly fell silent. Qin Wen braced himself and began to organize his words. I don't remember much, but I still remember some images. These images form clues that can bring us closer to the truth, to know how zombies were created, and maybe we can even stop this apocalypse. The Tree of Transcendence. I forget whether Tree of Transcendence is the name of an organization, a project, or just a tree, but I'm sure it's related to the zombies. The zombies were probably created by it. If we find the Tree of Transcendence. Enough. The woman cut him off with a low voice. It seems we definitely can't take you. Why? Why? If you're lying, then you're deceiving us. If it's true, then you're a big trouble. We'd rather avoid trouble than provoke it. And I have enough self-awareness. I'm Lian Lui, not the protagonist in a movie. I don't have that luck to escape death every time. I'll die if I make a single mistake. I just want to live to see the sun a few more times. But ending the apocalypse would let us live better, wouldn't it? But we'd die before that. We're not saviors, and we don't want to be. Understand? Mr. Savior. Don't look at me. I'm the same as Sis. I just want to live a few more days. I'm different. I don't care as long as I have cigarettes to smoke. Old Gu's words gave Qin Wen hope, but it quickly plummeted like a roller coaster. But if I'm dead, I can't smoke. Give up, kid. Don't dream of being a savior. We can't afford that dream. Night deepened. Qin Wen lay on the sofa pondering. Even now, he had not given up on the idea of joining Lian Lui and the others. After all, doing the mission alone in this world was nearly impossible. According to the cryptic, prompt failure meant he could never return. And the longer he stayed in this world, the greater the danger he would face. Meanwhile, Qin Wen harbored quiet regret. He had been far too hasty. Now they were so resolute that convincing them was as hard as climbing the perilous roads of Shu. Lost in thought, Qin Wen's eyelids grew heavier and heavier until at some unknown hour he fell into a deep slumber, so deep in fact that he began to snore. Ha, I told you this kid is a total noob. The burly Lao Gu leaned against the doorframe, holding a cigarette just below his nose. Tisk, I wonder how he survived this long. Maybe everything he said is true. Sister, could he really be some kind of researcher or someone who knows the truth? Pazzi asked. Even if he is, so what? He's none of our business. And here my darling little brother wants to play savior too. Lian Lui gave Pazzi an amused look, and Pazzi quickly shook his hands. Forget it. Though I've always had such dreams, and becoming a savior does mean many lovely boys would throw themselves at me. Like you said, sister, we don't have that kind of fate. We could die any day. Lao Gu reluctantly placed the cigarette back into its box. Get some rest early. Tomorrow we'll do one more sweep, and then we move out. Pazzi takes night watch first. Wake me in 3 hours. Got it. Lian Lui lay down fully clothed. By the dim firelight she watched Qin Wen snoring gradually fade, lost in thought, and then closed her eyes to sleep. In the deep night, certain parts of the town seemed to stir. Something approached the supermarket, but did not break in, but simply slipped away silently. Qin Wen was awakened by the fragrance of congee. Upon waking, his whole body ached unbearably, and his throat felt as though smoke were rising from within. He coughed dryly several times, feeling as though his throat were being torn apart. Here. Pazzi handed him a glass of water along with a white pill. Noticing Qin Wen's gaze, Pazzi said somewhat impatiently, "Antibiotics. Not sure if they'll do anything for your condition." Qin Wen's eyes lit up. "Thank you." His voice was hoarse. "You should thank my sister. She told me to give them to you." As Pazzi spoke, Qin Wen had already swallowed the pill with water and drained the rest in one gulp. "Thank you." Lian Lui, still stirring the congee without looking up, replied, "No need. We happen to have plenty of antibiotics. Giving you one won't make a difference." Qin Wen said nothing. In this apocalyptic world, medicine and food were always in short supply. No one ever had too much. "Thank you." He offered his gratitude again sincerely. Even in the end times, it seemed the glimmer of humanity could not be extinguished. Qin Wen felt deeply fortunate in his heart that it was Lian Lui and her group he had encountered first. If he had met someone with cruel intentions, he feared. Helping you is only to prove we're still human. Take this. Lao Gu stepped over and pressed a baseball bat into Qin Wen's hands. This could no longer truly be called a baseball bat. Spike club would be more accurate. The once smooth surface had been embedded with numerous nails arranged in deliberate patterns, and coils of barbed wire were wrapped tightly around it. "What's this?" Qin Wen asked, looking up in puzzlement. "With your current condition, relying on a plain baseball bat for defense would be quite difficult. How long could you keep swinging it? And every swing would have to be delivered with full force. I've modified it for you." The weight hardly increased, but the lethality has grown considerably. "Give it a try." Qin Wen swung it a few times and found it handled much more smoothly. Moreover, Lao Gu had wrapped a length of cloth around the end of the bat, providing a secure grip to prevent it from slipping from his hands. Thank you. Hey." Lao Gu threw an arm around Qin Wen's shoulders. "No need. Think of it as payment for that box of cigarettes you gave me." Hearing this, Qin Wen reached into his pocket again and produced another pack, handing it to Lao Gu. "I have another box. Take this one too." "Huh." Lao Gu enveloped him in a bear hug that nearly squeezed the breath from him. "Look, another lovely little treasure. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. That shape, that fragrance, it's unmistakable. But I won't take yours for nothing. This box of Buzinio Phoenix cigarettes, if traded with others, could fetch quite a lot. Let's see what useful things we can scavenge and hand them over to you. If we find nothing, I'll make it up to you additionally." "Never mind. I don't smoke anyway." "Then you're missing out on one of life's greatest pleasures." After finishing the meal, Qin Wen was surprised to find that Lao Gu and the others actually brought him along to search the entire town. Actually, it was Lian Lui who was uneasy about leaving Qin Wen behind. She worried he might attract trouble, so keeping him within sight seemed the safer choice. Qin Wen also noticed that bringing him along did not mean they were using him as cannon fodder. When entering rooms, they never let him take point. This brought a touch of warmth to Qin Wen's heart. But what Qin Wen did not know was that the sole reason they kept him from leading was simply that he was such a greenhorn. If Qin Wen had taken point and caused some kind of disaster, it would have been over. Lao Gu and the others had the experience to react swiftly in any crisis, whereas Qin Wen. The town was neither very large nor particularly small. Half a day passed before they had thoroughly ransacked several buildings. Unfortunately, they found very little of practical use. What they did find was a concealed cellar. Descending into it, they discovered it packed floor to ceiling with wine, most of it still intact. Among other supplies, there were long shelf-life foods, a diesel generator with fuel lasting a considerable time, and a wide array of other household necessities. Additionally, a rotting corpse lay there, a firearm clutched in skeletal fingers, and a spent cartridge casing scattered on the ground. Evidence that this person, likely bitten by a zombie, had retreated here and ended his own life. Lao Gu picked up the firearm and cycled the action. It'll still work barely. Needs some maintenance due to dampness, but luckily no parts need replacing. The supplies here could sustain us for a long time. It's a pity we can't take everything. Pazzi's tone was filled with regret. Well, looks like this one's yours, kid. There's enough here for you to live comfortably for quite a while. Qin Wen surveyed the cellar, which had clearly been reinforced and converted into a shelter. Surely this wasn't meant for just one person. Probably not. Places like this usually have additional safe passages. Lian Lui walked to a heavy door and pulled a lever. The door creaked open slowly, revealing faint silhouettes behind a barred gate on the other side. Looks like there are quite a few unwelcome guests here. The heavy metal door swung slowly open, driven by hydraulic rods and winches, and the musty smell of earth seeping in from somewhere in the passage immediately hit them. Beyond the metal grill gate, vague figures turned their heads at the sound, and the fresh human scent revealing ragged and hideous faces. One zombie let out a roar first, and in an instant the entire underground emergency passage was filled with meaningless howls. It was a perfect illustration of the saying, "Still as a maiden, swift as a startled hare." The zombies surged forward frantically. Pa unhurriedly opened the metal grill gate, while Old Gu even had the leisure to pull out a flattened cigarette, light it, and clamp it between his lips. This had been found today under a book on a bookshelf in someone's home. The finder was naturally Old Gu. According to Old Gu, no cigarette could ever escape his nose. He blew out a thick cloud of smoke, satisfied. Hey kid, cover your ears well. Don't get scared. He took the shotgun off his back and cradled it in his hands. Qin Wen had noticed the somewhat enormous shotgun long ago. Even with the fastest zombie almost upon them, Old Gu simply kept his finger on the trigger without pulling it. Seeing the rotting flesh on the leading zombie, Qin Wen was reminded again of the zombie fluid that had gotten on his hand yesterday. His face immediately turned a little green, and he involuntarily stepped back a few steps only to be blocked by Lian Lui. Ugh! A genuine wretch made Lian Lui lose interest in interrogating him. When the leading zombie's outstretched claws were about to catch Old Gu, the zombies behind were already close enough. Only then did Old Gu pull the trigger. A deafening gunshot rang out. Twin muzzles spat tongues of fire, and the shotgun blast split into countless steel pellets, blanketing the entire area before him. After that one shot, the ground was covered with mangled limbs, and not a single zombie body remained intact. An entire area had been cleared in an instant. Old Gu then slid the fore-end back, easily racking the shotgun, and pulled the trigger again at the zombies lunging from behind, with the same result. Seeing this, Qin Wen's hands and feet went icy cold. If that shotgun had been aimed at him, he would probably have been turned into chunks of rotten flesh, just like the zombies on the ground. All done. 2 shots were enough to leave no zombie standing. Pa walked over and finished off those that were still alive one by one. Old Gu turned around and saw Qin Wen staring fixedly at the shotgun in his hands. Hey kid, stop staring. You can't use that gun. The recoil alone would send you flying. One shot would ruin your wrist, and racking this thing again takes a lot of strength. Lian Lui chimed in. Old Gu is right. This gun is made for someone as big and strong as a bear like Old Gu. It was designed specifically for that kind of people. They even boasted back then that this was a shotgun only real men could use. Its power was far greater than ordinary shotguns, but the strength it required was far greater too. If you tried to use it, you couldn't even chamber a round. Even if you braced it against your shoulder, the recoil would shatter your shoulder. Now this is a real man's romance. Old Gu raised the shotgun and gave it a light kiss. But then again, for someone like you who's never used a gun, you'd better start with a shotgun. After all, it doesn't require much aiming. Hey, are you two done chatting? Are we moving forward or not? Pa called from ahead. The group continued along the passage, and when they reached the end, found that the way forward had collapsed. But the slope formed by the collapse was still barely enough to squeeze through. Damn it, I'm stuck. Come pull me out. It turned out that a burly build wasn't always a good thing. After hauling Old Gu out, they realized they had emerged on the street behind the building. From there, they could see the low walls and barbed wire fences erected along the edge of town. If it weren't for the collapse, this emergency escape passage probably would have led outside the town, Old Gu guessed. He had gotten all dirty from being dragged out just now. Let's keep searching. Unfortunately, there was only one underground refuge like that. Still, in a clinic, they found quite a few medicines that hadn't been taken away. Among them were several types of antibiotics. Lian Lui and the others generously gave Qin Wen a blister pack of each kind. A large part of Qin Wen's anxiety was instantly put to rest. At least he no longer had to drag his sick body around, and he didn't have to worry about dying from diarrhea or a fever. As for the friendly reminder in the side quest, Qin Wen simply ignored it. Tough it out by drinking hot water. Yeah, right. Just following Lian Lui and the others already made Qin Wen feel completely drained. If he kept toughing it out, he'd be dead before his immunity could develop. Why not use the medicine when he had it? During a break, Qin Wen picked a blister pack at random and took it as directed. Although they considered Qin Wen's physical condition, Lian Lui and the others did not make allowances for him. After only a brief rest, they set out exploring again. Soon they found another piece of good news. In a residential house, they discovered a hidden room, and it turned out to be a weapons storage room packed full of all kinds of firearms. There were even heavy weapons and grenades. The most absurd thing was that there was even a vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun, as well as several man-portable grenade launchers resembling mortars. The firepower stockpiled here was enough to equip an entire squad. Logically speaking, seeing this much firepower should have brought them joy. But Old Gu, Lian Lui, and even Pa all had grim, uncertain expressions. Only Qin Wen, who had never seen such a sight, was staring unblinkingly at every gun on the racks, his eyes full of longing. What boy didn't dream of holding a gun? According to Old Gu and the others' earlier speculation, the town should have encountered infected people who had sneaked in, or a sudden zombification outbreak that forced the residents to evacuate. But the town's relative tidiness and the fact that few zombies lingered had made them think the residents had evacuated in an orderly manner. Yet the weapons storage room before them poured cold water on that idea. Not to mention that if their guess was right, how could this much firepower have failed to deal with the remaining zombies in town? Even the fact that they didn't take these weapons when evacuating was suspicious, even if they had planned to return before long. In this post-apocalyptic world, people always tried to arm themselves and their team as heavily as possible. Yet here only the weapons from a few racks were missing. That was clearly suspicious. The most likely possibility then was that the town had fallen extremely quickly. The residents either fled at the very first moment or were devoured by zombies before they could react. Could they have run into a zombie horde? Thinking it over carefully, this town really did have many strange things about it. But what was the truth after all? What's wrong with you all? Qin Wen asked, puzzled to see none of them looking excited. Nothing. Old Gu stepped forward and picked out a submachine gun along with an extended helical magazine. Here, use this submachine gun from now on. The Punyuolang 752 compact submachine gun is quiet, has a fast rate of fire, low recoil, and is small and light, especially suitable for someone like you. Its only drawback is the short shooting distance. Its range is less than 90 meters. But with this 240-round maximum capacity extended magazine, it's enough to make you a stationary fire platform. Of course, shooting will feel great for a while, but you'll be reloading until you die. Besides, this can easily cause the barrel to overheat and burn out, so you'd better not use this maximum capacity extended magazine most of the time. Old Gu then guided Qin Wen through how to use the Punyuolang 752 compact submachine gun. Qin Wen happily made a few gestures with it, wishing he could run outside right now and empty an ordinary magazine into the sky. This was the first submachine gun he had ever held in his life, and also the first gun he had ever touched. In his excitement, he also ignored how strange Lian Lui and the others had been just now. Old Gu and Lian Lui exchanged a look. Then Old Gu said calmly, "Come on, let's move these things." "Move them where?" Qin Wen asked. "To the underground shelter from before, of course." "But..." Qin Wen hesitated and looked around this weapon storage room. Even a rookie like him could tell that the conditions here were better for preserving weapons. If we move them, there won't these weapons get damp and damaged. Why are you talking so much nonsense? We're not negotiating with you. Besides, do you think you know more than us? Posy grabbed several assault rifles and shoved them into Qin Wen's hands. "Hurry up and move them." "Oh, okay." After going back and forth several times, they finally moved all the guns inside, while the heavy weapons were left where they were. After that, Qin Wen was also dragged along to move all the discovered food back into the underground shelter. He increasingly felt that Lian Lui and the others were hiding something from him. But he did not ask. If they had wanted to tell him, they would have said it long ago. Besides, he had only known them for a day. It was only natural that they didn't trust him. After carrying all the corpses out of the shelter, piling them up and burning them, it was almost dark. That night they all slept in the underground shelter. The metal door of the emergency escape passage was sealed tight, and the outer fence gate was also locked by Posy with a metal chain and lock he had found. They poured diesel fuel into the generator and started it, and the entire underground shelter immediately became bright. In addition, the ventilation system still worked normally. It drew away the dampness and earthy smell. After taking antibiotics and sweating today, Qin Wen clearly felt much lighter. He sat on the sofa fiddling with the submachine gun he had obtained today, unwilling to put it down for even a moment. The others avoided Qin Wen and held a private talk in another room. But the room's door was open so they could see Qin Wen's every move. Moreover, this room was the closest to the entrance, so anyone approaching the entrance could be spotted. "What should we do now?" Lian Lui asked. "Why don't we just stick to the original plan? We can't stay here any longer. We should go check it out soon," Posy proposed. "Old Gu, don't go getting soft-hearted," Posy said with some dissatisfaction. "Just leave him here. Even though this place is a little strange, you saw it yourself today. This town is basically a ghost town. We've already cleaned up most of the zombies. Even if some are still hiding, how many could there be? Besides, isn't there still this shelter? Honestly, with the state he's in, staying here is better than following us." "Right, Old Gu, we really can't take him with us. I have a feeling that this kid is definitely trouble," Lian Lui chimed in. "All right, I'll listen to you." After Old Gu gave in, the three of them discussed for a while longer. "I think we should still let him know." Old Gu got up and walked out. "Hey," Posy just began to speak when Lian Lui stopped him. Old Gu said, "Why aren't you asleep yet? Your body needs a lot of sleep right now." Old Gu plopped down beside Qin Wen. "It's my first time holding a gun, so I'm a little excited," Qin Wen said with a shy smile. "Is that so? Aren't you afraid at all? Since you need a gun to protect yourself, you must have lived a very peaceful life before." "That's nice. Want one?" Old Gu tore open a pack of Phoenix cigarettes and handed one to Qin Wen. "No, I don't smoke. Mind if I smoke next to you?" Qin Wen shook his head. Old Gu took the cigarette back, put it between his lips, and lit it. He didn't speak until he had taken 2 drags. "If it were in the past, I might have been interested in what you have to say. But now who cares? I can tell you're not suffering from amnesia. You're simply completely clueless. You don't look like someone fighting to survive in the apocalypse. You look more like a big boy from the peaceful era before. Your background is quite mysterious. But I don't care. It's not like you're an alien, right?" As he spoke, Old Gu was the first to laugh and took another drag. "It doesn't matter who you are anyway. We're leaving here tomorrow. As for you, stay here. At least it's safe and there's food and weapons." Qin Wen said nothing. He wasn't going to stay here forever, otherwise his mission could never be completed. He didn't want to remain in this world forever. What about you all? Us. We're going to a city west of this town. We learned from the radio broadcast that it hasn't fallen yet. Qin Wen's eyes suddenly lit up. The more people he came into contact with, the more information he could find related to his task. Then can't you take me with you? No. There's a dangerous stretch along the way. If we take you, we can't guarantee we'll get through safely. But don't worry. If we successfully reach that place, and it really hasn't fallen, we'll definitely find someone to come get you. Old Gu dropped the cigarette, but stamped it out, patted Qin Wen on the shoulder, and stood up. Get some rest. The night grew deeper. A crawling figure, head lowered, sniffed around on the ground. It quickly followed the scent to the place where the corpses had been burned. It sniffed carefully and thoroughly. Following the scent left behind, it crawled all the way into the collapsed passage. Its claws hooked onto the metal chain. When it couldn't pull it open, it turned and left. Crawling out of the passage, it stayed still for a while, as if trying to remember this place. Then it disappeared into the thick night. Qin Wen slept in the room closest to the metal door. In his sleep, he seemed to hear some noise, but he drowsily fell back into a deep sleep. Early in the morning, Lian Lui and the others packed up their things and prepared to leave. Qin Wen's lips moved, but in the end he couldn't bring himself to speak. He could only stand in place watching them start the car and wave goodbye, his left hand still holding the pistol Lian Lui had just given him. Keep a few spare guns on you, and remember to always have one bullet left in your gun. That one is for yourself. The car sped away, vanishing around the street corner in a cloud of dust. Qin Wen slipped back into the underground shelter. From old Gu, he learned that it would take them at least 3 or 4 days to reach that city. So Qin Wen decided to wait here for 2 weeks. First, to let his body fully recover. Second, in case someone came to pick him up. It was always good to have hope. Following old Gu's advice, Qin Wen spent the next few days doing nothing but eating, sleeping, exercising moderately, and practicing with his guns. Fortunately, the underground shelter had a dedicated shooting range, which made it much easier for Qin Wen to grow familiar with firearms. After he emptied yet another magazine, the sprite's prompt sounded in Qin Wen's ear. Skill acquired, firearm operation rusty. Qin Wen froze for an instant, the motion of changing magazines coming to a halt. But the sprite's prompt was not finished yet. First skill acquisition detected. Skill list unlocked. Detailed skill information can be viewed in the skill list. First skill acquisition detected. Skill information is now available. Skills are divided into active combat skills and passive skills. Passive skills are further divided into permission, basic, enhancement, debuff, and special categories. The specific distinctions are left for you to discover. Hey little sprite, what does rusty mean? It is the proficiency level of a passive basic type skill. What about the tiers? How do I upgrade it? Based on your current information clearance, you may know the following skill levels are divided into rusty, proficient, novice, foundation, and mastery. Further information cannot be obtained due to insufficient clearance. Passive basic type skills can be improved through self-directed practice and insight. Otherwise, insufficient clearance prevents you from learning more. Qin Wen opened the skill list. It was empty except for the firearm operation skill. He tapped on the skill, and its detailed information appeared before his eyes. Firearm operation rusty. You possess the most foundational understanding of gun handling with no additional bonuses. Note: you know to load a magazine and release the safety before firing. You can aim, but your marksmanship is still hit or miss. At least you can hold the gun steady and know not to stick the muzzle into your own mouth. This skill is so useless, honestly. Don't overthink it. In the normal proficiency divisions for passive basic type skills, there is no rusty tier. This is entirely due to a special privilege granted by the unknown gift. You can directly conceal this tier. Conceal it. Will concealing it cause any problems? None whatsoever, and it can be restored after being concealed. Then conceal it. Concealed. It can be turned back on at any time if needed. But this little sprite does not recommend you do such a brainless thing. The skill does not disappear after being concealed. You are advised to practice diligently and upgrade to the next stage. After loading another magazine, Qin Wen resumed his training. When night fell, the screech, screech, screech sound rang out once more. Qin Wen put down the pistol he had been practicing with, grabbed a submachine gun and a small shotgun, and moved toward the metal door. But he did not open the door. This sound had appeared for several nights in a row, and he still had no idea what made it. As he pressed his ear against the metal door, the thing on the other side seemed to sense something, and the sound stopped abruptly. Qin Wen dared not move, keeping his ear pressed against the door. For a long time, there was no sound from the other side. He couldn't help but wonder, had he misheard? Had the constant gunfire over the past 2 days left his ears ringing with hallucinations? Suddenly, a piercing noise burst out from the other side, like fingernails scraping across a blackboard. Goosebumps immediately rose across Qin Wen's skin. He recoiled, dug at his ears, and hesitated over whether to open the door and see what was on the other side. After thinking it over, he ultimately did not dare to open the door. Even though he knew the heavy metal door was solid, Qin Wen did not feel safe enough to return to his room and sleep. Instead, he sat through the entire night with his gun trained on the metal door. He even brought out a light machine gun, set it on its stand, and aimed it at the metal door. But strangely enough, after that one burst of noise, the rest of the night passed in absolute silence. Early the next morning, fully armed Qin Wen arrived at the passage entrance exposed by the collapse. Staring into the pitch-dark tunnel, he took a deep breath and steadied his mind. He fired several shotgun blasts into the narrow passage, then pried apart the broken stone slabs to make the opening larger. If something happened inside, at least he would have room to run. He squeezed the grenade hanging from his tactical bulletproof vest, feeling much more reassured. Gritting his teeth, he bent down and crawled inside. The passage was dark, but not so dark that he couldn't see at all. Maybe he should have waited until the sun was higher before coming in. He switched on the light mounted on his tactical helmet, and the passage ahead was immediately revealed. There were unfamiliar footprints on the ground, smaller than Qin Wen's feet, and judging by their shape, they did not belong to a human. Probably not zombies. But Qin Wen's expression turned even grimmer. In every zombie movie and game, there is one rule: a single zombie beast is far more dangerous than a single zombie. In this world, Qin Wen had also learned from Old Gu that zombie beasts existed, and their threat level was far higher than that of ordinary zombies. Holding the submachine gun level, he released the safety, ready to spray a burst at anything ahead. Step by step, he moved deeper into the passage, never forgetting to watch above him. After all, the lickers in the Resident Evil series were far too famous. The passage had another small bend ahead. Qin Wen pressed his back against the wall, pulled out a glow stick, and tossed it around the corner, his submachine gun aimed at the glow stick. But after waiting a moment, the glow stick still lay untouched on the ground. Qin Wen slipped around the corner, and then he immediately saw the other side of the metal door, and his eyes narrowed. The barred gate bore several deep scratch marks. The metal chains that Pa Si had tied around it had been snapped into two pieces and thrown onto the ground. That was high composite steel as thick as a wrist. He bent down to pick it up and found bite marks on it. That row of bite marks sent a chill of dread through Qin Wen. If those jaws had clamped down on his own body, Qin Wen dared not think further. He swept his flashlight beam across the metal door. The door itself was fine, though some powder had been scraped off it. Suddenly, Qin Wen's heart lurched. Without thinking, he rolled to the side and squeezed the trigger of his submachine gun. Tongues of flame erupted wildly from the muzzle shell casings, clattering to the ground with crisp, ringing sounds. Tongues of flame shot out, striking the zombie beast charging from behind. Bullet after bullet drilled into its body. The gunfire stopped abruptly as the beast collapsed to the ground. Qin Wen stepped forward and poked it with the iron rod he carried. But before the rod could touch it, the zombie beast sprang up from the ground. Its mouth split open down the middle, stretching wide to both sides, wide enough to swallow Qin Wen's head in a single bite. The sharpened iron rod plunged straight in. At the same time, Qin Wen let go and fell back, then pulled the trigger again. The bullets tore through the beast's mouth, yet it did not retreat even half a step. After his left hand discarded the iron rod, it was not idle for a moment. He drew a compact handheld grenade launcher from the holster on his thigh. Boom. The recoil knocked Qin Wen sprawling onto his rear, and the submachine gun swung upward, spraying the sky. The grenade hit the zombie beast's head, and the whole thing burst apart in a violent explosion. Reeking black blood splattered in every direction, plastering Qin Wen's head with gore. He wiped the thick, stinking black blood from his head, coating his hand in the process. The acrid stench nearly made Qin Wen vomit. He ejected the magazine and slapped in a fresh one. The old magazine wasn't completely empty, but only a few rounds were left. If he ran into any more trouble, he wouldn't be able to hold out. Qin Wen flicked the black blood off his hands in disgust and wiped them haphazardly against the wall. After confirming that the zombie beast was truly dead and wouldn't pull some sinister trick of moving even after its head had been blown off, Qin Wen walked over, crouched down, picked up the iron rod, and probed through the corpse. Its overall appearance was a bit like a licker, but its skin was entirely gone, and instead of red, the exposed surface was dark brownish black. Its hind legs were longer and more developed than its forelegs, but its foreclaws were thicker, sharper, and more elongated. There were 3 claws on each paw, the middle one more than 30 centimeters long, enough to pierce straight through a human body. Its spine jutted outward along its back with a row of small bone spurs running from the nape to the tailbone. The tail was bare, but its tip could split into 4 sections, each one sharp-pointed with tiny barbs along the inner edges. If that tail stabbed into you and latched on, it would be very hard to break free. Since the head had been blown to pieces by a grenade, Qin Wen couldn't glean any more information from it. There was simply no way to tell what kind of animal it had mutated from. But without a doubt, the sounds over the past 2 nights had been caused by this thing. He couldn't help feeling relieved that he had locked the entrance door tightly, otherwise this thing might have broken into the underground shelter during the night. The entrance door was nowhere near as sturdy as this metal door. After packing up his gear, Qin Wen loaded an incendiary round into the handheld grenade launcher aimed at the zombie beast's corpse and pulled the trigger. In an instant the body was engulfed in raging flames. A foul odor instantly filled the air. Qin Wen quickly covered his nose and hurried out of the passage. The moment he stepped outside, the sunlight made his eyes narrow. Just then another zombie beast of the same kind lying low in the shadow at his back pounced silently. Before Qin Wen could react, he was knocked to the ground. In desperation, Qin Wen swung backhanded, driving the iron rod into the right side of the beast's mouth. Meanwhile, he dropped the submachine gun, drew the shotgun, pointed it blindly backward, and pulled the trigger. After that blast, the wounded zombie beast leaped backward. Qin Wen scrambled forward, snatched up the submachine gun, and spun around to aim at it. That shotgun blast had just blown off half the beast's mouth. Qin Wen could now see what this kind of zombie beast looked like. Two knobby protrusions sat on its forehead, the upper parts shielded by something like bony plates. Its eyes were so small they were nearly invisible, and it had no ears, only 2 ear holes. Its nose was straight, clearly betraying a keen sense of smell. Its mouth did not open up and down but side to side. It was less a mouth than 2 soft plate-like flaps, their edges lined with protruding spines. Inside the mouth were 2 tongues, one of them hollow. The submachine gun spat flames once more. But out in the open, the zombie beast's speed was on full display. It darted and bounded across the ground, ricocheting off the walls. Not a single bullet could hit it. Soon the submachine gun clicked empty. Qin Wen tossed it away, scrambled to his feet, grabbed the shotgun, and racked a fresh round into the chamber. In that tiny window of time, the zombie beast launched off the wall and lunged at Qin Wen again. A long tongue shot out, whipping toward his neck. At the same time, the tip of its tail split into 4 sections, pressed flat against its spine, ready to strike a lethal blow at any moment. In this critical moment, Qin Wen's heart suddenly grew calm. He raised the shotgun as if that tongue were not about to coil around his neck. Leaning his upper body slightly backward, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Boom. Propelled by the gunpowder, the shotgun's steel pellets blasted out, without mercy, engulfing the zombie beast. The long tongue was the first thing to be shredded into pulp. Qin Wen pumped the shotgun, chambering another round, and fired again. Then he seized the front of the barrel and swung it hard into the beast's face. The zombie beast, already beaten to a pulp, was sent flying by that heavy swing. Qin Wen reversed the shotgun, pumping it again and again, pellets ceaselessly blasting from the muzzle. After walking up to the zombie beast, Qin Wen stopped firing. Even though this shotgun was only a light model, it was still a shotgun. And yet after taking so many hits, the beast still hadn't died. Its entire body had been shredded, its lower half completely gone. He drew the handheld grenade launcher and aimed it at the head. The grenade finally ended the zombie beast's life. This zombie beast was slightly larger than the one in the underground passage. It seemed it hadn't been able to squeeze inside, and had simply waited there. For all Qin Wen knew, when he had first gone in, this beast had been hiding nearby, watching him. Cold sweat instantly drenched Qin Wen's back. He couldn't help feeling grateful he was still alive. Why on earth had he used a shotgun to create an opening in the first place? Thank goodness this one hadn't crawled inside. If the two had attacked him together, who could say what might have happened? After being attacked by 2 zombie beasts, Qin Wen felt the outside world was extremely unsafe. He kept feeling that another one of these beasts was watching him from some corner. He picked up the submachine gun and ran toward the entrance of the underground shelter. The iron rod had been ruined by the shotgun blast. A pity, since he had only just sharpened its tip. Back in the underground shelter, he checked the entrance over and over to make sure it was firmly closed. Only then did Qin Wen collapse onto the sofa, panting heavily, his lungs feeling as though they were about to explode. His body still hadn't recovered. He opened the skill list, and seeing the line firearms operation proficient, couldn't help smiling. Just now, when that zombie beast had lunged at him, no sooner had he raised the shotgun and fired than the little sprite sent over a skill upgrade notification. Gun handling skilled. You possess sufficient knowledge of firearms and shooting. You can skillfully perform firing and a series of related operations, and you also have a certain ability to assess the condition of a gun. No attribute bonus for now. Note you have finally reached the shooting level of an ordinary person in this world. A flicker of warmth rose in Qin Wen's heart. Good. The odds of surviving in this world had just grown a little. Puzzled by the attribute bonuses just mentioned, Qin Wen asked the sprite about it. Attribute bonuses are special effects of skills at or above entry level. They can provide additional enhancement to attacks, including, but not limited to, attack boosts, attribute boosts, and so on. Once the sprite explained it, Qin Wen understood. This was basically a game skill. Doesn't this go a little against the laws of the real world? Qin Wen muttered in a low voice. The sprite replied, it does. Just as with a knife, you would only stab around blindly, whereas a medical student could stab you more than 30 times and still have the final assessment come out as minor injuries. Besides, the laws of this world are far beyond your imagination. After all, your modern science and technology have been developing for barely a century, and you haven't even left the Earth-Moon system. Even after being rebutted, Qin, when elated by the skill upgrade and eager for the attribute bonuses, dashed into the shooting range and began practicing around the clock. While Qin Wen was immersed in shooting practice and could not pull away, the alarm at the entrance of the underground shelter suddenly blared along with the sound of someone pounding at the door. Qin Wen stopped shooting, put on a tactical bulletproof vest, picked up a submachine gun, and moved toward the entrance of the underground shelter to look at the surveillance feed. After making out who was in the image, Qin Wen couldn't help feeling delighted. It was Lian Lui and the others back. Having endured the torment of long solitude with no entertainment at all, Qin Wen ignored the odd feeling in the image. Hastily opening the sealed entrance door, Qin Wen saw Pa rushing down the steps and hurried over to ask, "You're back. How did things go?" But Pa shoved Qin Wen hard, slamming Qin Wen into the wall behind. "Get out of my way." Only then did Qin Wen notice something strange about Lian Lui and the other two. Lao Gu, eyes closed, was supported by Pa and Lian Lui. All three were covered in bloodstains. Unsurprisingly, Lao Gu was in the worst state, with numerous bullet holes in his body. After shoving Qin Wen aside, even Lian Lui did not spare Qin Wen a glance. The two carried Lao Gu into the room, reserved as a makeshift medical room. "Come help," Lian Lui shouted before going in. Only then did Qin Wen snap back to reality and close the entrance door tightly. Setting the gun down, Qin Wen ran inside too. Pa called Qin Wen over to help lift Lao Gu onto the metal bed, then cut away Lao Gu's clothes with scissors, exposing a body covered with scars and bullet holes. Lian Lui dug out the surgical instruments and was sterilizing them. "What exactly happened? What did you run into?" Pa's roar was the answer Qin Wen received. "This is no time for questions. Would you just stop being so annoying?" Qin Wen's mouth opened, but still no words came out. Watching Lian Lui prepare to extract the bullet from Lao Gu, Qin Wen couldn't help saying, "Don't you need to give him a transfusion? Why do you have so much nonsense to say? Get out." Pa shoved Qin Wen out of the room in annoyance. The door slammed shut heavily, nearly hitting Qin Wen in the nose. After quite a while, the door opened, and a weary-looking Pa and Lian Lui came out. Qin Wen darted over from the sofa. "How is Lao Gu? And what did you encounter?" "We'll talk about that later. Keep an eye on Lao Gu. The two of us need to get some sleep first." Pa waved his hand, his eyes barely able to stay open. Lian Lui had already closed her eyes and was leaning entirely on Pa for support. Qin Wen helped Lian Lui onto the sofa, and Pa collapsed onto it as well. The siblings soon fell into exhausted snoring. Qin Wen entered the makeshift clinic and saw Lao Gu wrapped in layer after layer of gauze. Scissors, scalpels, and other surgical instruments were thrown haphazardly into a metal tray still stained with blood. There was no telling whether Lao Gu would survive. The conditions were crude. The surgery appeared to have involved no small amount of bleeding. No transfusion had been given, and even disinfection had been done as a hasty formality. Qin Wen pulled a stool over to the door, keeping watch over Lao Gu while also keeping an eye on Pa and Lian Lui. Qin Wen had no idea what they had encountered this time. They had been gone for nearly 6 days, and by all rights should have reached that city long ago. But something unexpected had clearly happened. Lao Gu had gunshot wounds. Could they have been attacked by other humans halfway there? Or was that city itself a trap carefully built by some people? Waiting there was unbearably dull, so Qin Wen opened the quest list. The main quest had still shown no sign of progress. A week had passed, and Qin Wen remained trapped at the spawn point, having not explored even a single step outward. That no-time limit marker became more and more ironic the longer Qin Wen looked at it. Besides, although Qin Wen clearly felt almost fully recovered, the side quests still displayed as perpetually incomplete. Asking the sprite yielded no answer either. If this wasn't an error, then Qin Wen's body was not as free of problems as it felt. A thorough examination was necessary. After sorting through the current situation, the most urgent matter remained finding a doctor to perform a full physical checkup on Qin Wen. Moreover, things now seemed to have taken another turn. Since Lian Lui and the others had turned back because of this incident, Qin Wen might again have an opportunity to persuade them and join them. At the very least, they could take Qin Wen away from this place. The wait continued until the early morning of the next day. Qin Wen, dozing against the doorframe, heard a sound and woke to find Pa already awake. "Got anything to eat or drink?" Qin Wen brought Pa a few packs of compressed biscuits and poured a glass of water. Pa immediately wolfed them down. After Pa finished eating, Qin Wen asked again, "What exactly did you run into?" Pa sighed, scratched his disheveled hair, and yanked at it hard a couple of times. On the verge of speaking, he glanced at Lian Lui still asleep on the sofa and gestured for Qin Wen to follow him. The two went to the door of Lao Gu's ward. "Got any cigarettes?" "Give me one." "Wait." Qin Wen found a pack. Pa tore open the wrapper, took out a cigarette, lit it in imitation of Lao Gu, and took a deep drag. Cough, cough, cough. He was choked and began coughing immediately. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. I just never smoked before. Also, sorry for snapping at you when we got back." "How is Lao Gu?" "He still hasn't woken up." "Will Lao Gu be all right?" "He should be fine." Pa took another restless drag of the cigarette, this time forcing himself not to cough. What exactly did you run into? Qin Wen had lost count of how many times he had asked that question, but no answer had ever come, which only made him even more curious. Fear flickered in Pa's eyes. He took a deep breath, then viciously stubbed the half-smoked cigarette into the ground, grinding it back and forth. A trap. We ran into a goddamn trap. From beginning to end it was completely and utterly a trap, and we plunged straight into it. Shit. His voice grew louder, as if trying to vent the lingering fear inside him until at last it was almost a low growl. Pa clamped his hand over his mouth and glanced at Lian Lui on the sofa and Lao Gu on the hospital bed. Neither of them showed any sign of waking. Only then did he lower his hand and say in a dejected, muffled voice, "Do you know what kind of lie is the best lie?" Qin Wen shook his head like a rattledrum. A lie that is 9 parts true and 1 part false, or even 95% true, is the best lie and the hardest to see through. Only such a lie can become a perfect trap, drawing people in like moths to a flame. As he spoke, Pa smiled bitterly. This time it was exactly that kind of goddamn lie. Aye, shit. Can I ask what exactly happened? You want to know? Fine, I'll tell you. This goes back to a long time ago. We received a signal over radio waves, and the gist of it was that the city was relatively safe, and no zombies had broken in. Naturally, we were cautious at first, and didn't believe it. But the messages came every day, and every few days the voice would change. In total, there were probably dozens of different voices plus radio programs of all kinds, big and small. So little by little we came to believe it. After all, if they could put on programs, there had to be plenty of people there along with a safe enough environment to produce them. Later, they even gave out contact information during one of the programs, and afterward, we could hear other survivors getting in touch with them. Their replies and everything else sounded completely normal. Seeing Qin Wen hesitate as if he wanted to speak, Pa continued, "Of course, I also worried that it might be an act put on among themselves just to deceive survivors like us into going over. We had come across this kind of thing before. They called it paradise, but really it was meant to lure survivors in and treat them as prey. Not a single part of their bodies would go to waste." Hearing this, Qin Wen could not help but shudder. What it implied was cannibalism, human beings devouring their own kind. Pa went on, "But later we found a way to contact them. They eagerly answered all our questions, and even kindly warned us that if we came we should be careful of the zombies around the city. There was a dangerous stretch." As more and more survivors heard the news, it became a platform among us. Many people left their contact information there. Later, we very occasionally ran into another survivor team that had also been in contact with that place. Everyone was delighted at the time. I still remember a girl whose eyes were especially captivating. According to them, they wanted to go and see the city for themselves. But we were still suspicious back then, so we declined their invitation to travel together. We simply met, exchanged greetings, and went our separate ways. Later, when we contacted them one time out of boredom, we asked whether the people we had run into had arrived. When we gave their names, they told us they had arrived just the day before, but weren't in good shape. If we wanted, we could hear their voices. We agreed. The voices really were theirs, and they could answer our questions fluently. It just sounded as though their condition really wasn't good. It was that time that finally erased the doubts in our hearts. That was why we decided to go settle down there this time. After all, life out here really was difficult. But when we were almost there, Lao Gu was the first to notice that something was wrong. Guess what we ran into? Qin Wen opened his mouth ready to answer zombies, but then he thought, if it were only zombies, Pa wouldn't have made him guess. He shook his head to show he couldn't guess. They were zombies. Qin Wen's eyes widened. But Pa wasn't finished. A pack of zombies carrying weapons and driving cars and motorcycles. Qin Wen was even more shocked. They were lying in ambush specifically for survivors like us who came rushing over. There were no living people in that city at all. It was completely and utterly a trap they had set. The most ironic part was that their broadcast was still playing in our car at the time, even reminding everyone that it would soon be noon and to remember to eat lunch. In the end, they found us anyway, and this is what you see now. Pa shrugged, looking as though he had been dealt a heavy blow, and started messing with his disheveled hair again. As Pa told the story, Qin Wen felt a chill shoot from his tailbone all the way up his spine and into his brain. Although Pa didn't say how they had made it back, the process must have been extremely difficult. But what shocked him most was what Pa had said about the zombies in that city. Highly intelligent zombies. In the zombie world, the most terrifying thing was neither the ordinary zombies that moved in groups, nor the various mutants or zombie beasts. The former could only rely on sheer numbers. The latter, even as powerful as the tyrant from Resident Evil, could still be countered by targeting its weak points. After all, both were mindless or low intelligence, and humanity could always find a way to deal with them. But once highly intelligent zombies appeared, it would be a true catastrophe for humanity. They could think, use tactics, cooperate, and learn, like zombie versions of humans. Humanity's only advantage, the ability to use firearms, would vanish completely, because they could also learn how to use them, and even how to manufacture them. This would bring even greater calamity upon humanity. Just as Pa had said, they would even go so far as to fabricate false messages over a long period to lure survivors to their deaths. To think that the ones broadcasting were a pack of zombies. They even told every survivor who could hear them about their daily lives and kindly warned them to be careful on the road because there were dangerous stretches around the city. Qin Wen could not help but shudder. Everything they had said was true. Only one thing was false: the city was indeed still functioning, but it was not a city of humans. It was a city of zombies. Moreover, these zombies had learned how to use the tools left behind by humans, including, but not limited to, radio equipment, vehicles, firearms, and so on. For a moment, Qin Wen felt his main quest becoming even more remote. Wait, how did they get those voices? A question suddenly occurred to him. If all of this had been staged by the zombies themselves, then what about the voices? What about the voices of the survivors that Pa and the others had encountered? Could it be that the place really had been exactly as described earlier, except Pa and the others arrived too late after it had already been overrun by zombies? Like a drowning man clinging to a straw, Qin Wen refused to believe that such highly intelligent zombies could exist, and his mind instinctively shut out the flaws in that line of thinking. Voices. They're electronically synthesized, probably recordings made before death. I heard them shouting in many voices, demanding that we be captured alive. And among them there was a voice I'd heard before. Pa pressed his hand against his head, evidently unwilling to revisit that memory even now. He kept muttering, it was all a hoax. Look on the bright side. Perhaps when you first heard them, they truly were still human, just as they claimed. It was only later that the zombies took over. Pa lifted his head to glance at Qin Wen. Is there any difference? Qin Wen opened her mouth to say that of course there was a difference, but the look in Pa's eyes made her hold her tongue. There truly was no difference. Even if that place had once been a city of human hope, it was now undeniably a forbidden zone for mankind. A city of the dead overrun by highly intelligent zombies. How long was I asleep? Give me a glass of water. Just as Pa and Qin Wen sank into shared silence, Lian Lui's voice came from the sofa. Sis, you're awake. Pa immediately rose and handed her a cup of water. No thanks to you too. You were so loud. Anyone with ears would have been woken up. How's old Gu now? Having just fled and struggled, Lian Lui was just as filthy as the others, utterly unlike the figure she'd been before, as if she were a different person entirely. Old Gu's still lying down. He should be fine. Good. Is there anything to eat? I'm starving. Wait. Qin Wen suddenly interjected. Are you sure old Gu is really okay? He lost so much blood, and during the bullet extraction there was no transfusion. Couldn't he die from blood loss? No, he won't. Old Gu. Let's just say he's a special case. In any case, he's fine. Now where's the food? Pa, hurry up. Do you want to starve your own sister? From then on, the three of them took turns watching over old Gu. Suddenly Qin Wen remembered something and asked the other two, have you ever seen those zombie beasts? Then he described the characteristics of the creatures. The expressions on Lian Lui's and Pa's faces instantly turned grim. So there really is something wrong with this place. Pa looked at Qin Wen and said, seriously, you're remarkably lucky. And you're not bad yourself. You had the sense to check during the day when there was plenty of light. Qin Wen merely smiled. There was no way he'd admit to Pa that he had only dared to go out in daylight after hearing the sounds at night. Sniffers. Their mobility is greatly reduced in the daytime, which is why they usually travel in pairs or even packs. Once night falls, they come out to hunt. They're immensely powerful, lightning-fast, thick-skinned, and adept at ambushing their prey, striking before anyone can react. Many small survivor settlements were wiped out overnight in exactly that manner. It seems this town shares the same fate. No wonder so many things fell out of place. Lian Lui began to explain for Qin Wen's benefit, but as Pa said, you were extraordinarily fortunate. These two were likely left behind to build a nest. If they'd finished it, you'd have been facing a dozen or even dozens of sniffers. You wouldn't have had to go looking for them. They'd have broken down the door themselves, Pa added. Qin Wen wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead and silently thanked his own luck. Wait, if this town was wiped out by sniffers, where are the rest of them? Could they still be lingering here? At the thought of a dozen or even dozens of sniffers still lurking within the town, a chill ran down Qin Wen's spine. And this time the cold sweat was all too real. Don't worry. I checked earlier. A considerable number of people escaped from this town, and the sniffers probably went after them. They love chasing and toying with their prey, and they never stop until every last one is dead. That's what sniffers are. Bang. Old Gu had somehow risen from his sickbed and staggered to the door. The noise was just him colliding with the doorframe. Old Gu, you're awake. Lian Lui and Pa shot to their feet, their voices brimming with delight. Qin Wen noticed that the whites of old Gu's eyes were laced with thick, bulging blood vessels that extended all the way to the iris, and both his iris and pupil were blood red. It looked as though the blood had seeped through to the eyeball itself, giving off an extraordinarily perilous aura. Adding to that, old Gu's entire being seemed to radiate a dangerous, piercing sensation toward Qin Wen. Unlike Pa and Lian Lui, Qin Wen did not rush over. His sixth sense was blaring alarms nonstop. When Old Gu lifted his gaze toward Qin, when the young man's scalp went numb, the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end and goosebumps rippled across his skin. An electric shock seemed to race from the base of his spine straight into his brain. It was even more oppressive than when Old Gu had interrogated him about being a bait. And that was just from a single glance. Fortunately, Old Gu soon averted his eyes and asked Lian Lui and Pa, "How much time has passed since we escaped?" "Less than a day." "More specific." Around 20 hours, I think," Pa said, sounding unsure. 20 hours, was it? Old Gu lowered his head, pondering for a moment. "That should be just about right. We need to leave this place quickly. We can't stay any longer." "Now," Old Gu nodded. "The sooner the better. Those little tricks of ours won't fool them for much longer." "All right, I understand." Lian Lui nodded, then turned to Qin Wen. "Boy, gather your things quickly. We're leaving." Qin Wen had been listening to their conversation, racking his brains for a way to convince them to bring him along. But Lian Lui had offered first. "What are you unwilling?" Lian Lui frowned slightly. "Weren't you the one who was trying to trick us into taking you in?" No. Why would you call it tricking? I just never expected you'd be the one to propose it first. I'm not going to just abandon you here to die. Now go pack." "Sure thing. Oh right." Qin Wen suddenly remembered something. "What about the supplies, like the food? Are we leaving all of that behind?" Lian Lui seemed a bit troubled and looked over at Old Gu, who simply nodded. "Let's take it all with us. There should still be some time. Everyone pitch in and start moving." Yeah. Let's go to the storage room from before and grab whatever heavy weapons we can carry. It won't be long before we'll need them." "Okay." The four of them sprang into action. While hauling the supplies, Qin Wen noticed that the vehicle Old Gu and the others had driven back wasn't the same one they'd left in. This one was an extended model, its body reinforced with steel plates and the windows fortified with metal bars and mesh. It had 4 pairs of road wheels, and the tires reached nearly to Qin Wen's waist. It could comfortably fit not just 4 people, but even 10 without feeling cramped. Qin Wen couldn't imagine what kind of vehicle it had originally been modified from. Just as they emptied the underground shelter and had nearly carried off all the heavy weapons from the hidden room that served as an armory, Lao Gu, loaded down with magazines and ammunition boxes, suddenly changed expression and looked toward the town's west gate. He muttered a curse, "Damn it." Then he called to Qin Wen and the others, "Quick, stop moving the remaining stuff. Take what you have back to the car. They're almost here." Qin Wen and the others froze for a moment, then immediately sped up and dashed back into the car. Lao Gu brought up the rear, grabbing another belt of machine gun ammunition on his way out. Qin Wen glanced back and saw there were still things inside the hidden room, such as the anti-aircraft heavy machine gun. "Move." Posse gave Qin Wen a shove. The 4 climbed back into the car. "Lian Lui, you drive. I'll mount the vehicle machine gun. Posse and Qin Wen stay at the back and keep watch." "Which direction do I drive?" Lian Lui asked loudly. "Anywhere, just don't go west." Lian Lui started the engine, floored the accelerator, and after the tires spun for grip, the car shot forward. Just then a rocket flew in from the western side of town and exploded, destroying a house outright. "Damn it, how are they this fast?" Lao Gu cursed quietly and moved faster. Fortunately, the car's roof had pre-installed mounting points for the vehicle machine gun. Qin Wen opened the observation firing port at the rear. Watching the rocket explode, he couldn't help tensing up and his palms began to sweat. "Posse, did you refuel the car?" Qin Wen suddenly thought of a crucial point. Lao Gu and the others had driven this very car when they came back, which meant the fuel tank wasn't full. If they ran out of gas halfway, they would be done for. "I filled it up. Besides, this car has a genius design. You can refuel it from inside." Qin Wen almost couldn't hold back a curse. "Bullshit, genius design. Refueling inside the car. Aren't you afraid it'll catch fire and explode?" He had just seen Lao Gu with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. And it was lit. His hair stood on end. "Relax, it's safe. There's an isolation system. It's not like you can just add fuel directly." Hearing that, Qin Wen breathed a sigh of relief. Good. Then he slammed into the car's interior wall as another rocket shot over and struck the road behind them. The shockwave from the explosion made Qin Wen lose his footing. He also caught sight of the high-intelligence zombies. The first he saw were heavily armed zombies riding motorcycles. Behind each rider sat a gunner. Their appearances had mutated somewhat, but their features were still recognizable, and their bodies were an unhealthy pale. While Qin Wen was still staring, the enemy opened fire. Bullets clattered against the steel plates in a continuous rattle. "Are you out of your goddamn mind?" Posse narrowed the observation port on Qin Wen's side. "What are you waiting for? Shoot back. Do you want them to shoot straight through us?" Posse had already grabbed a light machine gun, braced it in the firing port, and was blasting away. Qin Wen followed suit, raised a light machine gun, and opened fire, but he put it down after a short while. His arm strength wasn't enough to hold it for long. Besides, the recoil had jarred his shoulder too painfully. Fortunately, Lao Gu had finished mounting the vehicle machine gun, and its heavy firepower suppressed the enemy. Suddenly, the car took a sharp turn, and then a rocket exploded right beside it. "Qin Wen, go help Lao Gu." "Oh, okay." Qin Wen set down the spare automatic rifle and climbed up top. The instant he poked his head out, Lao Gu pressed him down. A bullet whizzed right past Qin Wen's ear. Cold sweat broke out at once. What are you doing up here? I'm here to help. Then use the rocket launcher and blow up the car behind us. Following Lao Gu's finger, Qin Wen saw the vehicle at the rear of the zombie convoy. A high-intelligence zombie was leaning out of the sunroof loading a rocket. Not many zombies from the motorcycle squad were left. Lao Gu yanked off the spent ammunition belt and got ready to replace it with a new one. Qin Wen dragged a man-portable rocket launcher up from below and, following Lao Gu's instructions, exposed only half his body. He pulled the trigger and the rocket tore into the zombie convoy with a fiery tail, but it didn't hit the vehicle Lao Gu had pointed out. Qin Wen had no time to rub his shoulder. He raised the automatic rifle and centered the scope's crosshair on the zombie holding the rocket launcher. Bang! The bullet left the barrel and tore into the zombie's wrist at tremendous speed. Even so, in the last instant, the zombie still managed to pull the trigger. But now the rocket launcher fell to the ground along with the severed hand. On their side, thanks to Lian Lui's superb driving, they narrowly dodged the shot. Lao Gu looked at Qin Wen in surprise. Looks like you didn't waste your time while we were away. Huh. Qin Wen snapped back to reality. A moment before, after taking aim, he had entered a strange and profound state, as if he could clearly sense the trajectory of the bullet once it left the barrel. All right, go back down. I don't need you here anymore. Lao Gu pushed Qin Wen down again, and the vehicle machine gun opened fire once more, taking one zombie after another. Many bullets were wasted after all. Those zombies had high intelligence, and it wasn't as if they didn't know how to dodge. But that was reality. A person who could truly take out a zombie with every single bullet probably only existed in movies. Qin Wen opened his skill list. Sure enough, a new skill had appeared there. Hypersense temporary. When you are fully focused, your perception will rise dramatically. Note, whatever you do, be serious and focused. Think of this as a small cheat I'm giving you. What does temporary mean? Qin Wen asked the little sprite. This skill is not permanent, it exists only in this world. Why is that? Although he asked, Qin Wen already had a vague guess. This skill was not comprehended or learned by the player on his own. It is a gift from an unknown being and does not meet the requirements for a permanent skill, therefore it is temporary. Sure enough, Qin Wen thought to himself. It was close to what he had guessed, he could tell from the note. And I'm supposed to be exploring mysteries. It handed me all these secrets right away. Why does that unknown being care so much about me? Or is this just a gift package every newbie gets? He asked the sprite this question, but the sprite didn't answer. Unknown. Insufficient clearance. Qin Wen, where are you going? Hearing Posy call him, Qin Wen hurried over and saw that Posy's arm was injured. It's nothing, just grazed by a bullet. You hold them off for a while. Qin Wen grabbed the automatic rifle and, without entering the hypersense state, simply opened fire. The zombies behind them seemed endless, and so the escape began. The rotation of the mounted machine gun slowed, and spent shell casings scattered across the vehicle roof. Old Gu grabbed a bottle of water and took a swig, then poured the remaining half over the scorching gun barrel. With a sharp hiss, the water turned to steam on contact. Lian Lui pulled the vehicle to a stop, and Pa and Qin Wen got out to patch up the rear steel plating, hammering sheets of iron and steel onto it. While repairing, Qin Wen asked Pa, so these are the high-intelligence zombies that forced you to flee? Perhaps the supposedly easy victory had filled Qin Wen with confidence. Pa snorted. This was just a small squad sent to hold us back. The main force is still behind us. Didn't you notice these zombies don't even have proper gear? When the main force catches up, you'll see. They even have armored vehicles. We've already come this far. Would they really keep chasing us? Qin Wen asked in surprise. Who knows? But they probably will. If you were them, would you let prey right in front of you slip away? Would you let a cooked duck fly off? Qin Wen shook his head. Exactly. To them, we're already a cooked duck set on the table, sliced and ready, fork and knife raised. I understand. But is it really worth it? There are only 4 of us. Would they pay such a heavy price just for that? Pa stopped hammering and stared at Qin Wen until the boy felt a chill run down his spine. Why are you looking at me like that? Since when have zombies ever weighed the cost when hunting humans? Qin Wen was left speechless by the retort. Kid, remember this, no matter how intelligent they become, they're still zombies, not humans. Don't expect them to give up the hunt just because the price is heavy. Pa stared into Qin Wen's eyes as if trying to brand the idea into his mind. Qin Wen nodded solemnly, but then worry crept back into his expression. What about their main force? Aren't we in serious danger? That small city, if I remember correctly, was mainly a tourist destination before the cataclysm. As for industry, because of the many historical sites, it only had light manufacturing. So those zombies can't resupply. Even with a full industrial system, I doubt they could produce anything themselves. Besides, the city had little military stockpiles, so they probably don't have much firepower. Hearing this, Qin Wen breathed a sigh of relief. But Pa wasn't finished still enough to riddle us into pulp. Look at you. Weren't you just acting a bit cocky? Why so timid now? Qin Wen could only force an awkward smile. Hurry up and finish hammering, then we'll leave. Okay. When a dark mass appeared in the binoculars, Qin Wen knew the main zombie force Pa mentioned had caught up. He urgently warned the other three. Old Gu climbed back up to man the machine gun and pressed Qin Wen down again. Lian Lui drove while constantly glancing at the rearview mirror. The high-intelligence zombies' opening gift was again rocket fire, but this time in far greater numbers. Through Lian Lui's superb driving, the vehicle weaved between explosions erupting across the ground. Just then a squad of zombies suddenly cut in from the side. Shit! Pa cursed, leaned out of the vehicle and sent a rocket their way. Inside the vehicle, Qin Wen raised his rifle and entered his hypersensory state. His heartbeat steadied, his breathing softened, and his whole body became as still as stone, waiting for the perfect moment. Now, the thought flashed across Qin Wen's mind. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger and a bullet drilled straight into the forehead of a zombie driver. The death of that high-intelligence zombie set off a chain reaction. The moment it died, the vehicle hit a rock, the wheel wrenched hard, and the entire car flipped over, rolling several times across the ground. The vehicle behind had no time to brake and slammed straight into it. At that moment, under his hypersensory state, a second bullet flew unerringly into the overturned vehicle, piercing the fuel tank. The bullet's casing scraped against the bodywork, sending up sparks, and a fiery explosion suddenly erupted. Pa let out a whistle. Nice shot. Old Gu's eyes flickered with thought, but the approaching motorcycle squad cut his contemplation short. The machine gun spat out tongues of death. The zombie riders suddenly split into two columns, gunned their throttles, and surged up alongside the vehicle on both sides. Pa, get down there. All right. Watch yourself, Old Gu. The zombies on the motorcycles all leapt onto the vehicle, leaving their bikes to skid and tumble away. 4 of the zombies climbed toward the roof, while the rest raised their guns at the windows. Some went so far as to climb onto the windshield, not only blocking Lian Lui's view, but also posing a serious threat to her safety. But the door suddenly burst open backwards, catching the zombies off guard as it dragged them along the ground. The zombies paid it no mind. Seeing the door open, they scrambled to get inside. Pa and Qin Wen stood on either side, raising shotguns and pulling the triggers at the zombies reaching into the vehicle. The sprayed pellets tore through their bodies. Lian Lui slammed on the brakes, throwing the zombie off the windshield, then raised a gun and fired. She stepped on the gas and ran it over before it could get up. Saw blades suddenly popped out from the vehicle's underside, slicing the zombie caught beneath into several pieces. The brake slam, followed by a sudden acceleration, also sent Pa and Qin Wen tumbling into a heap. But the other zombies trying to climb aboard were also thrown off. On the roof, the 4 zombies had hooked their fingers into the steel net, so they weren't thrown off. But a big hand suddenly shot out, grabbed one by the hair, and yanked hard. With a tearing sound, the scalp came off as well. Old Gu looked at the scalp in his hand with disgust, and flung it, slapping it across the face of a zombie climbing up from the other side. While that zombie clawed at its face, Old Gu flicked a folding knife, and a large curved blade appeared in his hand. With a powerful swing, he split it deep into the zombie's neck. By then the scalped zombie and another one charged at him together. At such close range, they instinctively lunged in to bite, forgetting the guns on their bodies. Old Gu let them sink their teeth into him without changing expression. Then with another surge of strength, he wrenched the blade free and without losing momentum, slammed it into the other zombie beside him. The blow knocked it off the vehicle and into the saw blades beneath. Only then did Old Gu look at the 2 zombies still gnawing on him. Just evolved not long ago. With that, he cleanly chopped both of them down. More and more zombies were closing in from behind. Through the rearview mirror, Lian Lui saw that after the struggle, more and more zombies were closing in from behind. She yelled out, "Hold on tight, everyone." Without caring whether Qin Wen and the other 2 had heard, she pressed a button, and a small device popped out. There was a red button on it. After pressing a few other switches, she slammed her fist onto the red button. The 2 exhaust pipes that had just extended from the rear of the vehicle suddenly blasted out jets of gas. The needle on the speedometer spun wildly to the right, instantly plunging into the red danger zone. The sudden acceleration slammed Qin Wen against the door that was still open. Fortunately, Pa grabbed his arm with lightning speed, otherwise Qin Wen would have fallen out of the car. Even so, Qin Wen's feet were still scraping the ground. The soles of his shoes quickly wore thin and grew hot from the high-speed friction. The kinetic force brought by this made his legs begin to ache. Pull harder. Pa tugged Qin Wen's arm backward, telling him to brace himself against the door and climb in. Just then Lao Gu came down in time, seized the door, leaned out, grabbed Qin Wen by the collar, and hauled him inside. Then he slammed the door shut with force. Although Qin Wen's foot was a little sprained, his bones were fine, and he hadn't been hit by any bullets fired from the zombies behind. However, when he had fallen, his gun had also been thrown off, and the strap around his neck nearly strangled him. This burst of acceleration finally put some distance between them and the zombies behind, but it didn't lose them completely. Although the zombies behind had slowed down a bit, they were still hanging on their tail. To prevent the zombies from circling around and flanking them again, Qin Wen and the others couldn't slow down. All the information about the zombies so far was solely Lao Gu's one-sided account. No one knew where he had gotten his intelligence, but Pa and Lian Lui had believed him without hesitation. Lao Gu knew that Qin Wen had many doubts, so he took off the sunglasses that covered his eyes, pointed at his abnormal eyes, and said to Qin Wen, "Are you curious about this, and also afraid? Afraid that I'm infected and will turn into a zombie and bite you one day?" Qin Wen hesitated, then nodded, then shook his head. "I am curious, but I'm not scared. Well, maybe a little scared. But I'm not stupid. It's unlikely that you'd become a zombie. You've been in this state for a long time. Otherwise Pa and Lian Lui would have taken action long ago. Not bad. You still have some reason." Pa rarely complimented Qin Wen. Lao Gu looked at Qin Wen in surprise and continued, "Actually, even I'm not sure whether I'll turn into a zombie. But I know that I can no longer be called a human, at least not an ordinary person." That was obvious. No ordinary person could be as tall and burly as Lao Gu, carrying a 200-gene ammunition crate as if it were a toy without even being out of breath. Qin Wen silently complained in his heart. "In short, I can sense zombies within a certain range, but I must be in this state. But in this state, I also become more ferocious and ruthless, and it's not something I can control. It may switch on or off at any time, and I can't tell how long it will last. It's different every time." Qin Wen nodded. This explained why Lao Gu knew when zombies were approaching. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck Qin Wen, and a thought surfaced in his mind. Qin Wen suddenly thought of the phrase from the world overview, "Humanity recklessly stepped into the mysterious realm of life, attempting to become the new creator." Combined with the many zombie apocalypse movies and comics he had devoured, he guessed that Lao Gu's condition might also be one of humanity's creations. In other words, it might be related to his main mission objective, the leap tree. The thought made Qin Wen somewhat excited. Lao Gu naturally noticed Qin Wen's restless behavior. "What's wrong with you?" At the same time, he lowered his hand and quietly clasped his pistol. He didn't recall Qin Wen being scratched or bitten by the zombies before, but what if? Wait. Prompted by a sense of crisis, Qin Wen subconsciously entered his heightened sensory state and noticed Lao Gu's covert movement. "I'm not hurt. I just thought of something that might very well be related to you." Hearing this, Lao Gu immediately sat up straight. "Go on. Do you remember what I said when we first met?" "You said so many things, who can remember all of that?" Pa rolled his eyes. "Wait, are you talking about that nonsensical stuff you said that sounded like it came out of a movie?" Qin Wen nodded. Pa widened his eyes in disbelief. "If your brain is sick, you should get treatment early. Don't give up treatment too soon." Qin Wen was left speechless, suddenly wanting to hit someone. But looking at the rifle in his hand, he decided to be magnanimous. Lao Gu waved a hand to stop Pa and said to Qin Wen, "Go on. From what I know, this apocalypse was caused by humanity recklessly setting foot into the realm of life, attempting to become creators. The zombies are one of the results they produced. And the result now is that they are reaping what they sowed." Lao Gu, don't you think it's strange that you have some kind of connection with zombies? Humanity couldn't have produced no successful results at all. Do you mean? I'm also one of the products of the Creator Project. Qin Wen nodded. It's the Leap Tree Project. And looking at it now, you have indeed evolved compared to ordinary people, which fits the purpose of humanity's project. Wait. Pa interrupted the conversation again. How do I remember that when you mentioned that leap tree before, you said you had no idea what it was? Now you're saying it's a project. How much do you actually know? Facing Pa's suspicion and wariness, Qin Wen spread his hands helplessly. Yeah, I did say I didn't know what the leap tree really was. I didn't know if it was a tree, a project plan, or some mysterious organization. But I know that all of this is connected to the leap tree no matter what it is. For now, I'm just assuming it's a project plan. Also, I truly have no intention of tricking you. If nothing else, what benefit would I gain from tricking you? Without you, I'd probably have an even harder time surviving in this world. Besides, if I tried to trick you with your strength, couldn't you drag me down with you before you died? I'm not ready to die. Tisk, that's not for sure. In this apocalypse, you should know better than to underestimate anyone. Besides, what if you're from that leap tree? Lao Gu would be your target, wouldn't he? Maybe you came here for Lao Gu to get close to him and observe him as an experimental product. Although Pa said this, his tone had already softened. It looked like he believed Qin Wen. Qin Wen shot him a glare. You've watched too many pre-catastrophe movies. If I were from the leap tree, why wouldn't I just use a large number of people to capture you all alive? There are plenty of ways, and I could even get 2 more potential test subjects. Pa felt that his intelligence had been subtly insulted by Qin Wen. He was about to get angry, but Lao Gu stopped him. Your guess does make sense. But in the end, it's still just a guess. Do you have any more evidence? This question stumped Qin Wen. Where would he get evidence? Apart from the hints in the world overview, he knew nothing else. He gritted his teeth and decided to ask first. Lao Gu, let me ask you something. Before or after the cataclysm, were you ever injected with anything, or did anything else relatively abnormal happen? Lao Gu sank into deep thought. After a while, he said, if you really want to know, there is one thing. Before the cataclysm, when our unit was being rotated, we were transferred to a strange place. Hearing this, Qin Wen raised an eyebrow. It really seemed promising. Did you have no doubts then, and ask your superiors? We are soldiers. For soldiers, obeying orders is our paramount duty. Lao Gu stared at Qin Wen with a grave expression. Qin Wen had no choice but to extend a hand signaling Lao Gu to continue. Of course we had doubts, but the superiors said it was a normal rotation. It wasn't just us, all replacement arrangements were changed. They also said they would be adjusted every so often afterwards. But apart from that, there was nothing else. Do you know what the place you were transferred to was used for? The military has confidentiality agreements. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, and don't look at what you shouldn't look at. The matter fell into a deadlock again. At this moment, Pa asked, I remember that in the military you were given injections every so often, right? Yes, right. To enhance physical fitness, boost immunity, and promote self-healing. Qin Wen's eyes lit up. Then could the problem lie in those injections? Lao Gu frowned. I'm not too sure. I don't know much about them. I just went and got the injections on time as required. After the rotation I did get several more injections, but I don't know whether they were the same as the ones before. However, I do recall that some people said they had fevers or diarrhea after the injections. But those were all considered normal reactions. Did those people who felt unwell ever have such symptoms before the rotation? I don't think so, Lao Gu said hesitantly. Qin Wen curled the corner of his mouth. It seems the problem is right here. Logically, if you had always been injected with the same thing. There's no reason why you were fine before, but had problems after the rotation. Qin Wen was thrilled inside. He had finally found a clue related to his main mission. Lao Gu's expression wavered. That makes sense. Indeed, at the place we were transferred to, although it looked no different, we could still feel that it was outwardly relaxed, but inwardly tense. However, I asked you for other evidence. You didn't provide any, and instead you're still drawing guesses from me. But this guess is highly plausible, isn't it? Actually, when you didn't immediately deny it, it shows that you've already believed it in your heart. Lao Gu nodded and didn't argue. All right, we've talked enough. What about you? What's your background? Don't tell me again that you don't remember anything. Pa looked at Qin Wen with a smile. Qin Wen spread his hands. Sorry, I really don't remember. In fact, I don't know anything about what happened before I met you. If I were faking it, do you think I'd act this clueless? This sort of backstory would make anyone see there's something fishy at a glance. I can guarantee one thing, although I know of the leap tree, I like you only know that one term and nothing else. I have no relationship with the leap tree, and I'm certainly not from some research institute. I haven't even graduated from college yet. As for my origin, you can just take it that I came from another world. Hey, another world. If you said alien, I might barely believe it. Pa let out a merciless sneer. Well, let's leave it at that. Huh. Wait, Lao Gu, don't you want to know what's going on with your own body? I do, but only after we shake off the zombies tailing us. Of course, we'll also have to go to the station we were rotated to and look for clues. Don't worry, it won't disappoint you. Just wait until we get there. I'm going to help Lian Lui with the steering. Lao Gu gave Qin Wen a meaningful look, then entered the driver's cab to relieve Lian Lui. Pa nudged Qin Wen with his elbow and whispered, Hey, now it's just the two of us. Why not tell me the real story? What real story? Everything I said just now was the truth. Really? Then why do you care so much about the leap tree and Lao Gu's business? If you say you have no hidden motives, I won't believe it. Believe it or not, everything I said just now is true. As for why I care so much, just treat it as a mission that I, an otherworldly person, must complete. Tisk. Pa suddenly sat up straight. If you don't want to say it, then don't. A mission for an otherworldly person. What's next? You can fly. Everyone has their own secrets, that's true. But I'm warning you, if you dare to do anything, I won't forgive you. What? Pa, didn't you say before that you didn't like this type? Now you're saying you won't let him go. Could it be that you've been holding it in so long that you're feeling lonely and desperate? Lian Lui, who had just stepped out, seized the opportunity to tease Pa. Pa's face instantly darkened. Qin Wen also felt as if he had swallowed a fly. He had almost forgotten that Pa was a fan of fencing. He shifted his butt backward, putting some distance between himself and Pa. Pa's face became even darker, and veins were jumping on his forehead. For Pa, you could insult his character, but you couldn't insult his aesthetic taste. So he roared at Qin Wen, Rest assured, I won't be interested in you even if I'm beaten to death. Not even if you strip naked and get into my bed. Hearing this, Qin Wen was both embarrassed and relieved. Anyway, it was a good thing he hadn't been targeted by a gay man. Before you say that, wipe the drool off the corner of your mouth. Lian Lui still didn't let up. I don't have any. By the way, old Gu mentioned you two had an interesting conversation earlier. What was it about? Lian Lui asked with curious eyes. Qin Wen gave a brief summary. Lian Lui slapped her forehead. I told you back then that you were trouble, and I turned out to be right. She let out a long sigh. Well, at this point I can't exactly kick you out. Qin Wen could only offer an awkward smile. Meanwhile, Pa wore a thoughtful expression, and Lian Lui unceremoniously stretched her leg toward him. What are you thinking about? Give my leg a massage. My foot hurts from stepping on the gas. This car is way too heavy. I was thinking, Pa said as he began massaging with practiced skill, that Qin Wen and I might not have long to live. Huh. Lian Lui placed her hand on Pa's forehead, puzzled. You don't have a fever, so why are you talking nonsense? Qin Wen nodded in agreement. What did he mean by not long to live? He hadn't lived nearly long enough. But then again, what hidden ailment was still lurking in his body? He still hadn't received any notification about completing a side quest. No, sis, think about it. Pa continued massaging Lian Lui's calf as he spoke. In all those zombie apocalypse movies or TV shows we've watched, doesn't the protagonist group always get some knowledgeable person suddenly mixed in, and then they start searching for clues everywhere, right? See, Qin Wen is basically that character, isn't he? Qin Wen and Lian Lui thought about it carefully and realized it did seem to fit. Pa went on. And because such a person knows too much for the sake of plot balance, they usually end up sacrificed midway through. Qin Wen immediately glared at Pa, while Lian Lui was intrigued. Go on, dear brother, keep talking. Then, since it's the protagonist group, there must be a female lead, right? And one of the laws of disaster films is that the female lead usually survives. And there always has to be some special emotional entanglement between the male and female leads. So how do you make their feelings heat up quickly? At least one of them has to suffer a heavy blow. That's where I, your dear little brother, come in. If something happened to me, wouldn't you be devastated? There's the opportunity. So that makes old Gu the male lead, huh? Well, he does fit the role since he's got something special about him. Sis, to be honest, I wouldn't mind old Gu becoming my brother-in-law. After all, he's got that whole ragged but handsome middle-aged vibe going on, and it's pretty appealing. Lian Lui had reached her limit and cracked Pa hard on the head. The more you talk, the further off the rails you go. It's a shame you didn't become a screenwriter. And besides, I think it's you who's got your eye on old Gu. Stop it, sis. Besides, is there even a demand for screenwriters these days? And honestly, compared to old Gu, I prefer cute boys. Qin Wen felt he absolutely had to warn old Gu to keep an eye on Pa later. Those words clearly meant Pa wasn't exactly rejecting old Gu. Wait. Pa suddenly spoke up. What are you being all dramatic about now? Just keep massaging my leg. Lian Lui gave Pa a light kick with her foot. Following that logic, old Gu being the male lead only has a 50-50 chance of surviving to the end. He might be the one who doesn't make it either. And sis, listen to my advice. It's not like the female lead can't die. But if you became a pregnant female lead, then you'd definitely survive. Why don't you go try it with old Gu? Get lost. Pa had successfully enraged Lian Lui, who proceeded to unleash a one-sided beating on him. I'm pure as ice and clean as jade, and I don't even like men. Qin Wen rolled his eyes, decided to steer clear of this sibling pair destined to end their bloodline, and climbed into the driver's seat. What's going on back there? Qin Wen casually replied, nothing. Pa provoked Lian Lui, so now she's giving him a one-sided beating. Oh, I see. They both fell silent, and the atmosphere gradually grew heavy. After who knows how long, old Gu suddenly spoke. Can you tell me what the other world is like? Qin Wen, who had been staring out the window at the bleak, monotonous scenery, snapped his head around. Huh, can you tell me what the other world is like? Old Gu repeated the question. Qin Wen's mind raced at lightning speed, and in that instant countless thoughts flooded through him. What does old Gu mean? Why is he asking this? Then forcing calm, Qin Wen said, what other world? The one you just mentioned, where you came from and where you have to complete your mission. Hearing this, Qin Wen's heart jolted with shock and fear. He even felt the urge to jump out of the car and flee from old Gu. He silently swallowed his hand, unconsciously moving to his holster. How could that be? I was just messing around. Old Gu looked over and met Qin Wen's eyes. Staring into those strange eyes of his, a chill crept deep into Qin Wen's bones. Is that so? Just messing around then. Fortunately, old Gu soon withdrew his gaze and focused on the road ahead. Of course it was just messing around. How could I possibly be from another world? I see. I really would like to know what life is like in that other world. In response to old Gu's words, Qin Wen didn't answer this time. Instead, he turned back to look out the window. He was beginning to feel afraid to face old Gu. His heart pounded wildly in his chest. Qin Wen didn't speak, and old Gu didn't press further. Silence settled between them once more. Amid the silence, Qin Wen glanced at the message that had just arrived from the little sprite, a message tinged with red. He stole a peek at old Gu, confirming that only he could see the sprite's message before opening it. What he opened was a warning. Warning: due to the player's actions, a resident of this world has learned of the existence of another world, which could potentially leak the existence of this game. Therefore, a warning is issued. However, since the player's actions were not intentional this time, only a warning will be issued without further punishment. Please do not leak any information. Otherwise, punishment will be meted out according to the severity of the matter. In the most serious cases, the player's qualification will be revoked and death will be imposed. We hope the player keeps this in mind. After reading it, Qin Wen finally let out the breath he had been holding. Fortunately, there was no punishment this time. But old Gu was way too sharp. Hearing Qin Wen's breathing slowed down, old Gu spoke up. You're still a bit too naive. If you don't want people to guess what you're thinking, the first thing you need to do is control your facial expressions. And also you need to strictly follow the confidentiality agreement. That's one of the lessons I learned during my military service. Hearing Old Goo suddenly speak again, Qin Wen couldn't help but stiffen. Cold sweat had broken out without him even realizing it. I'll keep that in mind. Although Old Goo hadn't mentioned the other world this time, and seemed to just be offering casual advice, both Qin Wen and Old Goo knew full well that Qin Wen's earlier reaction had already given Old Goo the answer. He simply saw through it without saying so. Qin Wen was truly panicking now. He was afraid Old Goo might say something else, something he couldn't handle. He didn't want to receive another warning, let alone one with punishment attached. Fortunately, Old Goo didn't bring up that topic again. By the way, do you want to learn how to drive? Qin Wen turned his head back. Yes. He had already noticed that driving in this world was pretty much the same as in his original world. I'll teach you once we're somewhere safe. Alright. In truth, even if Old Goo offered to teach him right now, Qin Wen wouldn't dare accept. The controls might look similar, but who knew if they were actually identical to his original world? And they were currently fleeing for their lives. What if he made a mistake and the car broke down? Old Goo, where are we headed? Lian Lui, having finished her one-sided beating, poked her head out from the back seat and asked. To Lilidita Fort. Do we really have to go there? Lian Lui frowned. Seeing this, Qin Wen couldn't help but ask curiously, Lilidita Fort. What kind of place is that? A castle? No, it's just a small town, though it does have the ruins of a castle. It used to be a gathering place for human survivors, but then a zombie horde suddenly erupted from within. Now it's basically an empty city. Then why are we going there? Because it used to be my home. This time it was Old Goo who answered. He paused, then continued. After I was reassigned, my post wasn't far from Lilidita Fort. Seeing the veins bulging on Old Goo's hands as he gripped the steering wheel and his expression as stiff as a mast, Qin Wen wisely closed his mouth and said nothing more. The car's tires churned up grass roots and dust as it sped along. Behind them followed a large horde of highly intelligent zombies riding modern vehicles. After several hours, by the time Qin Wen had woken up from a nap, the last squad of highly intelligent zombies had stopped and no longer pursued them. Taking advantage of the car's ability to refuel from inside, Qin Wen and the others successfully ran the pursuing zombies' gasoline dry. But then the car radio, which had been left on, suddenly crackled to life, playing a song with a bizarre melody. The rat that flees in haste, dragging its tail, crawling out of the snake pit, smug and self-satisfied. The lowly rat, blind to the road ahead. The natural-born hunter raises its knife and fork. Rat, do you think you can escape? Dashing left, hiding right, little do you know everything is transparent. Chased and hidden, not yet hungry, but already picky. After the song ended, a hoarse voice spoke up. Dedicated to the human friends who just ran away. You'll be back on our dinner plates soon enough. Qin Wen and the other two exchanged uneasy glances, instinctively looking at the rearview mirror. In the mirror, the highly intelligent zombies stood in a row, waving their hands. They were too far away to make out their expressions, but Qin Wen was certain they were smiling. Wild, arrogant grins. Why do I have goosebumps? Pa rubbed his arms and shuddered. What do they mean by that? Intimidation. Who cares? Maybe they just want to make us paranoid. Sis, could you at least stop trembling when you say that? Are you scared? Scared of your head? Take that. Qin Wen, however, felt these highly intelligent zombies were simply showing off and being arrogant. At the same time, he raised the threat level of these highly intelligent zombies a notch. The more he observed them, the more they felt like another kind of human. Could it be that the creator humanity in this world had been searching for had actually succeeded? He shook his head, driving the thought away. Old Goo acted as if he hadn't heard anything, his expression unchanging as he turned off the car radio and continued driving toward Lilidita Fort. Night deepened. In the darkness, only a single beam of light illuminated the road ahead. Qin Wen and the others got out of the car to stretch their limbs and lit a small campfire to warm up their dried rations. Bang! After the gunshot, the bound zombie was still opening its mouth toward them, drooling foul saliva. 0 points. You didn't even hit it. Pa raised his eyes and said, Earlier today, I thought you were a decent shot. Figured you must have been practicing a lot these past few days. Turns out that was just a blind squirrel finding a nut. They were currently having Qin Wen practice night shooting. Nighttime wasn't like daytime with plenty of light, so the requirements were much higher. As for the zombie, they had found it at an abandoned gas station along the way. Judging by its appearance, it had been starving for a long time. When it saw them, it lunged madly. Pa then shot its 4 limbs with a 4-round burst, and Old Goo tied it up to serve as a target for Qin Wen's practice. Take it slow. Old Goo hadn't even finished when Qin Wen, who had entered a hypersensory state thanks to Pa's mockery, blew the zombie's head off with a single shot. He then exited the hypersensory state and began recalling the feeling from just now. After all, this hypersensory ability was only a temporary skill, but there was no denying it was extremely useful, so Qin Wen wanted to turn it into a permanent one. That was why he had to comprehend it bit by bit just like this, and strive to learn the hypersensory skill on his own. Holy crap, were you faking it just now? Or was that another blind squirrel finding a nut? Pa started shouting, only to get a knock on the head from Lian Lui. Can't you shut up while eating? Not bad. Old Gu gave a fair evaluation. Now keep practicing. Huh. Qin Wen was stunned. The only target they had was already dead by his hand. How was he supposed to keep practicing? Meanwhile, Pa and Lian Lui quickly stood up upon hearing Old Gu's words moving to cover each other's backs. Qin Wen also realized that the gunshots from their practice must have attracted nearby zombies. Don't worry, they're just the ordinary kind. Just as Old Gu finished speaking, Qin Wen heard a zombie's roar. The sound came from his left. He hastily swung his gun around, and sure enough, a zombie was charging toward them. He raised his gun and fired, but despite the smooth, practiced movement, the bullet grazed past the zombie's body. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and a bullet buried itself in the zombie's head. At the same time, Pa's voice came through. See, that shot just now really was a blind squirrel finding a nut. Pa, there are more coming on your side. If you get bitten, I'll give you a bullet myself. Are you even my real sister? What kind of sister shoots her own brother? And precisely because I'm your blood sister, I'll be the one to pull the trigger when the time comes. Damn it. Gunfire rang out one after another through the night. But the zombies kept gathering in greater numbers. What the hell is going on? How can so many zombies be clustered in this godforsaken wilderness? Could someone be farming zombies out here? Posy kept cracking jokes, even while firing. Let's talk, just shoot. Lian Lui snapped. They must have followed us all the way here, Lao Gu guessed. Posy spat in disgust. Damn, that's just our bad luck. Meanwhile, Qin Wen activated his hypersense state, and basically took down one zombie per shot. This made Qin Wen more and more fond of the hypersense state. But the skill was perfect except for one problem: it consumed enormous physical and mental energy. He had only been using it for a few minutes, yet he felt as if he had run 3 kilometers while carrying 10 kilos. On top of that, he had already used the hypersense state for quite a while during the day, and he hadn't rested well. Now he was completely worn out. His head felt heavy and dizzy, as if keeping the hypersense state on a moment longer would send him pitching to the ground and into the afterlife. He had no choice but to switch it off. Fortunately, Lao Gu was nearby to cover him, which kept the zombies from closing in. Lao Gu's expression shifted slightly as he looked toward the roof. Before Qin Wen could even react, Lao Gu moved like the wind, grabbed the side of the vehicle, and climbed up in 2 bounds. The sound of fighting immediately came from the roof. But Qin Wen had no attention to spare for Lao Gu. Once Lao Gu left, the pressure on his side skyrocketed. He gritted his teeth and decided to let the zombies draw nearer so he could shoot more accurately. But that would also sharply increase the danger he faced. Fortune favors the bold. The snarling zombies didn't care whether Qin Wen was slowing down. All they knew was that a delicious meal stood right in front of them. He fired in bursts, but outside the hypersense state, Qin Wen couldn't kill a zombie with every bullet. Fortunately, a second shot was usually enough. That was how Qin Wen managed to empty both pistols. Mind you, he hadn't been dual-wielding. While he reloaded, the zombies suddenly accelerated and surged forward a big step. The leading zombie was only a few steps away. Shit! Qin Wen blurted out an expletive. His magazine wasn't fully seated, but he turned and ran toward Posy. At the same time, he helpfully reminded them, "Heads up, I'm luring the monsters over." Posy glanced over out of curiosity, then began cursing like a sailor, calling Qin Wen a little bastard. But he still swung the muzzle of his submachine gun around. Qin Wen leaped forward and hit the ground rolling. Seeing this, Posy pulled the trigger. The submachine gun spat fire, turning the zombies behind Qin Wen into sieves. Qin Wen rolled up onto one knee, chambered his pistol, and opened fire at the zombies charging Posy's way. Just then, a sniffer pierced the zombies in front of it with its sharp tail and flung them over. The thrown zombies didn't care at all that their intestines were spilling out from their bellies. All they saw were the 3 in front of them. Eyes full of you, thoughts full of you. Qin Wen hastily raised his gun, aimed at the flying zombies, and fired several shots in a row. That cunning sniffer had tossed several more zombies at them. It left Qin Wen no chance to watch his front. One zombie reached him first, opening its mouth wide to bite his neck. But what it bit wasn't tender skin, it was an ice-cold gun barrel. It turned out Lian Lui had spun around and stuck her shotgun into the zombie's gaping mouth. She pulled the trigger, and the pellets blasted out through the back of its head, then drilled into the skull of the zombie behind it. "Thanks," Qin Wen said quietly. Just then, a dark figure leaped from above and knocked another dark figure out of midair. The two rolled across the ground, tangled together like a couple of wrestling gourds. It was Lao Gu. After taking care of the threat on the roof, he had arrived in time to knock away the sniffer that had tried to sneak over. It turned into a close-quarters brawl. Lao Gu truly deserved his nickname of Human Bear. He managed to gain the upper hand, even while wrestling a sniffer. But not far from Lao Gu was a crowd of zombies. Some were attracted to the commotion. Seeing them, Lao Gu found a moment to pull out a compact shotgun and fired off a shot. He didn't fear the sniffer's bites or claw swipes. Lao Gu couldn't be infected anyway. After blasting away most of the zombies that had gotten close, Lao Gu swung the compact shotgun around and smashed the stock into the sniffer. He wrenched one of the sniffer's claws with one hand, dropped the compact shotgun with the other, grabbed the sniffer's thick neck, and shoved it backward. With a tearing sound, Lao Gu ripped the sniffer's front claw clean off. The pain made the sniffer shriek, and its sharp tail stabbed sideways toward Lao Gu's temple from behind. Lao Gu casually tossed away the severed claw, then caught the tip of the incoming tail with his reverse grip. With a hard yank, he swung the sniffer like a flail, slamming it into the ground again and again. He smashed it left, then right, then left again. Once the sniffer was dazed from all the smashing, Lao Gu planted his foot on its back, ripped off the sharp tail, by force calmly loaded the compact shotgun, put the muzzle to the sniffer's head, and pulled the trigger. The sniffer's head burst like a watermelon dropped from a high building, splattering all over the ground. Lao Gu bent down, grabbed the sniffer by its hind leg, and used it as a weapon, charging into the zombie horde and knocking them flying. He even caught a zombie with his left hand, swinging both hands at once. Afraid of accidentally hitting Lao Gu, Qin Wen stopped firing and stared at the violent 18+ scene. He couldn't help shivering. If Lao Gu did that to him. A chill ran through Qin Wen, and he didn't dare think further. So scary. Soon Pazi and Lian Lui stopped firing as well, because Lao Gu had also surrounded the zombies on their side. What's wrong with Lao Gu? Lian Lui asked, a little worried. Pazi and Qin Wen shook their heads together. Then Pazi said, if it were you, sis, we could say it was that time of the month, and you were in a bad mood. But with Lao Gu, that's hard to say. Lian Lui pressed her shotgun against her own little brother's head, her face dark. Say that again. I was wrong. Pazi surrendered without any pride. There was no choice. Lian Lui had already switched off the shotgun safety. The only thing missing was her finger on the trigger. Is there a sister who would point a gun at her own little brother's head, eh? That's fine. I can just pretend I don't have a little brother. Pazi. Qin Wen. After a while, Lao Gu came back, covered in bite wounds. The blood-red color in his pupils seemed so solid it was about to spill from his eyes. Looking at him sent a chill through everyone's hearts. Lao Gu. Lian Lui tentatively called out. Lao Gu turned to look at them. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Qin Wen and the others. Because the way Lao Gu looked at them held no emotion at all, even more terrifying than a zombie. I'm fine. Just too tired. I'm going to rest first. Remember to check the doors and seal them up before going to sleep. Lao Gu covered his eyes and staggered toward the vehicle. He left the three of them staring at one another. What should we do now? What else can we do? Check the area, then get in the car and sleep. Pazi replied, then climbed into the car. Qin Wen seriously suspected that the vehicle had been converted from an extended passenger bus because the interior was large enough to hold a bed. He lay on the bed, but before he could properly recall the gains of the day, his exhausted body pulled him into a deep sleep, half pleased, half uneasy. The pleasing part was finding a clue related to the main task. The uneasy part was Lao Gu's obviously strange behavior tonight. In his sleep, Qin Wen's brow suddenly furrowed. He felt extremely uncomfortable all over. Still, he didn't wake up. It was as if he were in a dream. Qin Wen's vision was blurry, as if he were soaked in a solution, looking out through a pane of glass, his eyes not fully open. Outside the glass in the dream, indistinct voices drifted in like eerie mutterings. Are we really doing the right thing? Or have we really gone mad? No, we can't be mad. This is all for humanity. We are the new creators. Life itself will kneel before us. So what if it's a tree? Let me study it and crack it first. It's a fraud, all a fraud. They've all gone mad, truly mad. And I, the first one who went mad, actually woke up. How ironic. They even want to use me for experiments. I saw it, the tree has already planted its roots inside every one of us. It's devouring us. He's gone mad. He actually says our research is a fraud. Poor Borden. He used to be so high-spirited and ambitious, the leading figure of the entire laboratory. But he can't stop it anymore. A mad Borden might as well be used for experiments, right? That's what they must be thinking too. In the dream, Qin Wen began pounding on the glass in front of him, trying to make the voices outside notice him. His consciousness was blurring, and he instinctively cried for help. The glass in front of him suddenly stopped being blurry. A face twisted into a spiral appeared. Qin Wen immediately felt boundless terror. He heard the spiral-faced monster muttering to itself, I want to be let out. I want to prove myself. Even if I was made into an experiment, I am still the favored one. They will all kneel to me again. With a splash, Qin Wen felt himself fall into water and slowly sink toward the bottom. In the water, a colossal shadow loomed over him, and despair instantly engulfed his heart. Qin Wen suddenly woke from the dream, sitting straight up, gasping heavily. His body was sticky, soaked in cold sweat. Yo, you're finally awake. No matter how I called you, you wouldn't wake up. You scared me so much I thought you were going to sleep forever. I even begged my sister to give you mouth-to-mouth, but she wouldn't do it. You can't blame me for that. Blame your lack of charm. Anyway, did you have a nightmare? You're sweating so much. At first glance I thought you peed the bed. Hey, don't hit me. Sis, my dear sister, don't hit me. From the voice alone Qin Wen knew it was Pazzi, and Lian Lui was there too. He turned his head and sure enough saw both Pazzi and Lian Lui. How long did I sleep? Who knows what time you fell asleep last night? Anyway, it's almost noon now. Hey. Pazzi suddenly leaned in. Can you tell us what you dreamed about? You even sweat this much from fear. I think he probably dreamed he was pestered by dozens of you. Pazzi's face fell. Sis, no personal attacks. It's nothing. I don't really remember it anyway, Qin Wen said. After thinking it over, he felt the dream was too strange, so it was better not to tell Pazzi and the others. But more importantly, he still hadn't figured out what the dream was. Still, he felt it couldn't be just a simple dream. Maybe like Lian Lui said, I was pestered by dozens of you, and since it was too scary, I simply forgot it. Pazzi instantly looked as if he had swallowed a fly. Damn, even you. Let me say it again, I don't like your type. You little. After all, I tried to get my sister to give you mouth to mouth. Before Pazzi could finish, Lian Lui kicked him flat. Change your clothes first. I'll go tell Lao Gu you're awake. Okay. Saying this, Lian Lui dragged Pazzi off by the ear, his screams fading into the distance. Sis, I'm sorry. Let go. My great sister, the #1 invincible beauty of the universe, I really know I'm wrong. Qin Wen watched Pazzi and revealed a smile of pure schadenfreude, which diluted the unease in his heart. He took off his t-shirt, and his eyes suddenly contracted. On the collar of the t-shirt was a smear of pale green liquid. Qin Wen remembered that the solution he had been soaked in during the dream was exactly this pale green color. So what was going on? At this moment, waves of shock surged in Qin Wen's heart, and unease buried him once more. Could the dream before not have been just a nightmare? Had he really soaked in that solution? But how was that possible? Qin Wen clutched his head, his mind racing. All kinds of guesses popped up, but aside from becoming more confused, he gained nothing. Only one thing became clear to Qin Wen: this world was not just a simple zombie apocalypse. There was a very, very big secret hidden within it. When Lao Gu came up, he saw Qin Wen sitting there bare-chested, clutching his head. What's wrong with you? Qin Wen abruptly looked up. And nothing. Oh, I see. Why are you sweating so much? Your clothes are all wet. Lao Gu took the t-shirt from Qin Wen's hands. Qin Wen, however, noticed that Lao Gu didn't seem to see that pale green stain at all. Logically speaking, that pale green stain should have been very obvious on the white clothes. Could it be that only he could see it? But what would that even mean? All right, change your clothes. Eat more later. If there's something you can't handle, it's best to say it early. Qin Wen nodded, watched Lao Gu go down, and sank into thought again. A vehicle drove into Lilide Tabeo City. The roads were stained with patches of dried blood and strewn with abandoned cars. Old Gu stopped the car. Let's go. We can't drive any further in. Grab your things. There aren't many, but there are still some scattered zombies around. They took their gear and locked the car. Under Old Gu's lead, Qin Wen and the others headed deeper into Lilide Tabeo. Old Gu pointed to a ruined castle on a distant hillside. That is the original Lilide Tabeo castle, he said. About 400 years ago, it belonged to a count. However, that count was executed for certain crimes. Since then, legend says that the count buried a massive fortune in gold in the castle, and that his vengeful spirit lurks within, killing everyone who covets the gold and turning them into his undead army, destined to return one day from the realm of the dead. He paused for a moment, then continued, a very cliché legend, but back then for us kids this castle was a place of mystery. Even when parents scolded us, they would casually say, if you don't behave, the count's ghost will come and snatch you away. And we would all stiffen our necks and say defiantly, I'm not afraid. If the count's ghost dares to come, I'll knock his teeth out. Old Goose suddenly mimicked the child's voice, waving his hands as he spoke. That's what we said, but we always kept our distance from the castle. At most, we'd stroll past its gates at high noon. We imagined that the wooden sword carved in our hands was a holy sword bestowed by the gods, and that we would defeat the evil count's ghost and become heroes who saved the world. Later, when we were older and rebellious, we plucked up our courage to enter the castle. Over time, it lost its appeal. Then the city government decided to invest in renovating the castle, making it a filming location and a tourism promotion. The gloomy castle finally welcomed brightness, and it was here that I met Shani. I still clearly remember her back then. Against the sunlight, her eyes were exceptionally bright, like stars in the sky. I was stunned, standing there like a fool. As he said this, Old Gu, a man like a fierce bear, actually had shyness on his face in addition to nostalgia. When she asked if I needed help, I did terribly. Afterwards, I often went to this transformed Lilide Tabeo castle. Before I joined the army, I finally gathered the courage to confess to her. She agreed to wait, and it took over half a year before we reconnected. Thinking about it now, I really was a jerk. We were always apart more than we were together. When I came back, the disaster had erupted. By the time I returned, the whole castle had collapsed, reportedly due to a horde of zombies. And the last message Shani left me was that she was taking our son and heading to Lilide Tabeo to hide. Old Gu did not say what happened to his wife and child, but from his grief-stricken expression and the fact that he was still alone, one could guess that they had met with misfortune. It was just unknown whether it happened on the way to the castle or inside it. But presumably not even their bones could be found. Qin Wen and the others fell silent at a loss for how to comfort Old Gu. Old Gu also stopped speaking. The group walked on in such a silent atmosphere. We're here. Old Gu looked up, his face showing nostalgia and anxiety. This is my home. Qin Wen and the others looked over. It was a somewhat damaged detached two-story house with a garage and a small courtyard in front. But the courtyard was now extremely messy and dirty. The wooden fence around it was stained with patches of dried black blood. The front door of the house was nowhere to be seen. It was the typical sight of a house ravaged by an attack. Old Gu took a deep breath. Come on, welcome to my home. He took the lead, and every step seemed especially heavy. Entering the house, Old Gu turned on a flashlight, as if to bring himself some solace, making the room somewhat brighter. I'm home. I'm home. Old Gu suddenly called out, just as he had done countless times before. Closing his eyes, he seemed to see Shani coming out to embrace him and his son running over to pester him for a story. 2 streams of hot tears rolled down from the corners of his eyes. A man crying is not a sign of weakness, it's just that there are times when he truly cannot bear it any longer. I'm home. He murmured the words again. Qin Wen, silent and hesitant, eventually stepped forward and patted Old Gu's shoulder as a gesture of comfort. Pa and Lian Lui did the same. All right, let me show you around a bit. Wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes, Old Gu led Qin Wen and the others around the house. The rooms were all in a mess, as if a fight had occurred or a looting had taken place. That's our wedding photo. Isn't Shani beautiful? Old Gu pointed to the large photo hanging on the wall. The glass in front of it was gone, and the photo itself was damaged. But it was obvious that someone had carefully glued it back together. Needless to say, that someone was him. Old Gu rambled on about trivial matters concerning his wife Shani. This is what I gave to my son. In his son's room, Old Gu held up a chibi soldier figurine. He was a very well-behaved and sensible child. The figurine seemed to have been modeled after Old Gu. He admired me and wanted to become someone like me when he grew up. As he said this, Old Gu wore a gratified smile, but as he kept smiling, his voice choked up. I have failed Shani and the children. I broke the vow I made to protect them for life. But I am still a soldier. I have fulfilled my duty to fight for the people. Old Gu suddenly stood at attention, facing the photo of his wife and son on the table, and gave a perfect military salute. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes were filled with determination. I am completely ready now. I can go with peace of mind to see the place I'm being transferred to. Lian Lui, Pa, you two actually don't have to come along. You. Forget it, Old Gu, Pa interrupted him. Wherever we go, is there really a difference? This is our decision, and in my opinion, we are the main cast. Splitting up is the start of a total wipe. Thank you. Let's go. Lian Lui smiled. Actually, I'm also curious about what secret is truly hidden here. As they were about to leave, Qin Wen's hand accidentally touched the chibi soldier figurine, and she couldn't help but freeze in place. Because a message popped up from the little sprite. You have touched an item. Would you like to view the rough information? Item. View it right away. Qin Wen became excited all of a sudden. Item name: wish. Item description: I will grow up well and become as great a person as Dad. Today a strange uncle rushed in and bit me, but I didn't cry. But Mom did. After reading the message, Qin Wen was full of questions in his mind. It was over already. Shouldn't the item description mention what functions the item has? Please wait until after completing the mission to identify the specific item grade and functions. This sentence revealed quite a bit of information, leaving Qin Wen with no choice but to let it go. Old Gu, wait. Qin Wen called out to Old Gu. I'm a bit embarrassed to ask, but could you give me this? Qin Wen held up the chibi-style corporal model. Pa and Lian Lui looked at Qin Wen in confusion, while Old Gu gave him a long, thoughtful stare. If you really want it, you may have it. Thank you. Qin Wen hurriedly put the chibi corporal model into his pocket. Pa intentionally lagged a step behind and bumped Qin Wen's shoulder, asking in a low voice, what do you want with this thing? That's Old Gu's emotional anchor. How could he possibly be willing to give it to you? I don't know why Old Gu agreed either. If I told you I just thought it looked nice and felt a spiritual connection, would you believe me, eh? Pa spat at Qin Wen. Why, yeah, right, you little rascal, you're trouble. Lian Lui seemed to catch a glimpse of a phantom darting from her peripheral vision. She spun around, gun raised, and shouted, who's there? The other 3 immediately grew alert upon hearing this. They didn't just focus on one direction, they scanned all around. Did you see something? I'm not sure if I imagined it, but I thought I saw someone flash around that corner. Old Gu pondered for a moment. I remember that alley being less than 10 meters long, a dead end. Is there even anyone left in this place? Pa was puzzled. The reason he specified person was that if it were a zombie, why would it hide? It would have been roaring and charging at them by now. Of course, if it were a highly intelligent zombie, that would be a different story. Let's check it out. Old Gu said after weighing the situation, then led the way forward as Qin Wen and the others quickly followed. Come out, or we'll start shooting, Old Gu called from around the corner. After a long pause with no response, he abruptly turned gun aimed down the dead end. Lian Lui followed suit, taking cover behind Old Gu, while keeping her weapon trained on the walls flanking the alley. But whether scanning the dead end or the surrounding, there wasn't even a single cockroach to be found. Looks like I misjudged, Lian Lui admitted, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Pa opened his mouth to make a snide remark, but caught his sister's warning glare and quickly shut his mouth instead. Old Gu was the only one furrowing his brow, staring at the wall inside the dead end and muttering strange. I could have sworn these walls weren't this tall before. What did you say, Old Gu? Nothing. Let's go. As Old Gu and the others emerged from the dead end, a small head peered over the tall wall. A whistle pierced the air, freezing the boy's expression of relief mid-face. He turned stiffly to find Pa's head emerging from a window in the wall, accompanied by the dark muzzle of a gun. Aha caught a little mouse. The boy, no older than 17 or 18, recovered from his shock and dropped from the wall, turning to flee. At that exact moment, another window shattered as Old Gu vaulted through with surprising agility, giving chase. Lian Lui followed close behind. Qin Wen grabbed Pa, who was about to follow, saying, "Give me a hand. I can't make that jump alone." Pa shot back, "What made you think I could help you with that? I can't even jump over it myself." This time Qin Wen was the one left speechless. They stared at each other for a moment before Qin Wen finally managed to stammer out, "Then what do we do?" "What else can we do? We just go downstairs properly and climb over the wall." "Oh, okay." Meanwhile, while Qin Wen and Pa prepared to descend and scale the wall, Old Gu had already vaulted over it. Beyond the wall, he discovered the boy had turned the hollow space between structures into a hideout. Using the reinforced walls on both sides and lightweight covering panels, the boy had fashioned himself a cozy shelter. Watching the youth sprint ahead, Old Gu deliberately slowed his pace. The thin metal sheets couldn't bear his weight. He risked collapsing them. Meanwhile, the lighter Lian Lui overtook Old Gu and closed in on the boy. "Stop, or I'll shoot." Upon hearing this, the boy suddenly sped up, even more, leaping from the rooftop directly onto a waiting motorcycle. He twisted the throttle and shot off with a roar. Before Lian Lui could react in shock, a gunshot cracked through the air. Old Gu stood with his pistol smoking, the bullet having found its mark in the boy's shoulder. His finger worked the trigger repeatedly as rounds whizzed past. The boy gritted his teeth against the pain, flooring the throttle, and leaned hard into a turn, the motorcycle disappearing from sight in an instant. "Old Gu, why did you shoot at him?" "No time to explain now. Let's get the vehicle and catch him. I'll tell you later." Seeing Old Gu's urgency, Lian Lui kept quiet. As Old Gu was about to leap down from the wall, he ran right into Qin Wen, who had just climbed up. Qin Wen felt awkward. "Hey, hurry up and pull me over. You're too heavy," Pa shouted from where Qin Wen was using his shoulders as a stepping stone, oblivious to Old Gu's presence due to his limited view. "No need to climb anymore. Just get down quickly." "All right." Confused and having wasted their efforts, Qin Wen and Pa trailed behind Old Gu and Lian Lui. Old Gu slid into the driver's seat and started the engine, following whatever instinct guided him forward. Those unusual pupils of his were burning even redder now. "Just what's going on? Why did you shoot at that boy?" Lian Lui asked. Old Gu had picked up on the boy's presence earlier through some vague instinct, which is what led to their ambush. Yet Old Gu hadn't detected anything unusual about the boy at first. It wasn't until he'd closed the distance that something felt off. "He probably shouldn't be classified as human anymore. He's been infected. Likely similar to my condition, though not as fully transformed as I am." He added, "I just have this feeling." After Lilidita Fort was brought up, Lao Gu's expression turned visibly uneasy. If circumstances allowed, it was the last place he would ever want to go. That place held both his most precious memories and his deepest despair. He truly never wished to reopen the memories tied to it. Call it cowardice, call it fear. He didn't care. Yet now that visibly strange youth was heading there with clear purpose. Indeed, his sole objective was evidently to evade Lao Gu and the others. At least in the youth's own mind, making for Lilidita Fort was the best choice. That meant something must certainly be there. But that place was already ruins. What could possibly remain? A shadow of darkness crept into Lao Gu's eyes. Yet at this point, whether for the truth or simply to learn the source of the youth's bodily anomaly, the only option was to chase after him. Lilidita Fort. Why would he go there? Lian Lui frowned. Who knows? Wait. Damn, don't tell me it's some kind of secret base. Didn't Lao Gu once say that when the disaster struck, survivors took refuge at Lilidita Fort? Could it be someone who survived in there? Pazzi said in surprise. Qin Wen offered a guess. Pazzi rolled his eyes at him. His signature move. Impossible. Did you forget what we told you? Lilidita Fort City is an empty city now. There are barely even any zombies. Do you know why? Qin Wen paid Pazzi back in kind with an eye roll. Isn't that obvious? If I knew, would I be asking? Pazzi. Lian Lui. Lao Gu. Your shamelessness is almost a match for Posi's. Indeed, one takes on the color of one's company. Lian Lui remarked with a sigh. This time it was Qin Wen and Posi whose faces darkened. The two shouted over each other, "Sis, what do you mean my shamelessness is a match for his?" It's Qin Wen himself who's the shameless one. Who would get close to that guy? In an instant the two-man alliance turned against each other, glaring furiously. Ignoring their glaring match, Lian Lui said, "You two really are alike. Both with that neurotic temperament, sometimes wild, sometimes normal. When you're normal, you're perfectly normal, but when you get wild, you're utterly impossible." Enough. Qin Wen, do you still want to listen? Yes, of course I do. Go on. Hearing this, Qin Wen looked away while Posi immediately puffed up his chest like a triumphant rooster. That's because the zombies in Liladita Fort City surged out together with a zombie tide rolling in from outside. And guess what happened to the survivors inside Liladita Fort? They became zombies. Many of those who hid in Liladita Fort were already infected, so it all erupted at once. At that time, there must have been 5,000 or 6,000 people hiding throughout Liladita Fort. As he said this, Posi glanced at Lao Gu, then leaned in and lowered his voice. Lao Gu once told us he went into Liladita Fort to look for his wife and child, but Qin Wen blinked and understood the rest. His hand slipped into his trouser pocket and tightened around that item. Could there be survivors who snuck back and are hiding in Liladita Fort? After all, there aren't many zombies there. That possibility can't be ruled out, but isn't our primary goal right now to figure out where that youth's physical abnormality came from? True. While Qin Wen and the others were talking, Lao Gu had already driven the vehicle onto the sloping road leading to the ruins of Liladita Fort. Ahead, the youth on the motorcycle glanced back over his shoulder, then crouched low, leaned his body to one side, and sent the motorcycle veering off the road into the wild. Lao Gu wrenched the steering wheel and followed, hugging the ancient winding path in pursuit, wanting to shoot out his tires. Qin Wen suddenly spoke up. "I can try." Question marks practically floated above Lian Lui's and Posi's heads. "Are you trying to kill him? If you shoot out his tire while he's riding on that crappy little road, he's bound to go flying off. Are you going to go collect his corpse at the foot of the mountain?" Posi barked. Qin Wen curled his lip in disdain. The motorcycle and their car continued their chase game across the hillside, and the ruins of Liladita Fort appeared directly ahead. At that moment, the youth on the motorcycle suddenly wrenched the handlebars, carving a broad arc in front of Liladita Fort as he jumped off. Under its own momentum, the motorcycle slid toward Qin Wen and the others. The youth meanwhile rolled several times over the ground and slipped down the slope. Seeing the motorcycle hurtling at them, Lao Gu performed a drift and let the car's side slam into it. He was just about to turn around and head downhill when he looked back toward the ruins of Liladita Fort a little higher up. More precisely, he was looking at the half-collapsed entrance. A feeling stirred within him. Something was inside, and that thing was emerging right now. His heartbeat gradually fell into resonance with a sound emanating from within. "Lao Gu." Lian Lui roused him. "What's wrong?" Lao Gu took a deep breath. "I can feel something in there, and it's about to come out. Get out of the car." Qin Wen and the others stepped out, guns trained on the entrance to the ruins of Liladita Fort. Suddenly a sound came from within. It sounded like footsteps, though one could only wonder what kind of shoes could make such heavy, thunderous steps. Before long, Qin Wen and the others saw a monster step into the light of the gateway. It was a creature far taller than Lao Gu, at least 3.5 meters, so enormous that even the ruined gate of Liladita Fort seemed diminished beside it. Its body was less armored than nailed over with iron plates. Its entire face existed in a twisted state, one eye large, and the other small, with a diagonal scar sewn shut with steel pins running across it. Both hands gripped a long-handled hammer axe that was nearly as large as more than half of Qin Wen's body. There seemed to be no doubt that even a mere graze from that weapon would shatter bones and snap sinews. "Shit, Qin Wen, now I finally believe what you said. Something must be pulling strings behind the scenes. This thing clearly isn't the product of normal zombie evolution. Could all those scenes from zombie movies actually be real?" Posi blurted out, then immediately yelped, "Holy crap." Lian Lui grabbed Posi and yanked him aside. The two tumbled across the ground like rolling gourds. Qin Wen and Lao Gu likewise dodged out of the way. It turned out the giant zombie had hurled the hammer axe at them, and no one had expected the hammer head to detach and fly out. A chain was attached to the hammer axe. The giant zombie swung the shaft violently, whipping the chain around and sending the hammer head lashing sideways. Qin Wen saw the studded hammer face flying at him, still stained with stubborn blood and shreds of flesh, and retreated a step. Lao Gu, however, rushed forward, leaping into the air to clear the sweeping chain. The hammer head slammed into the ground once more, leaving a sizable pit. By now it was clear that the giant zombie was an enemy, not a friend. It had struck first, so Qin Wen and the others had no reason to hold back. Pazzi and Lian Lui pulled their triggers aiming for its head, while avoiding the iron plates covering its body. But the giant zombie seemed to possess some intelligence, raising its arms to shield its head. Qin Wen and the others also noticed that the giant zombie's forearms were fitted with iron plates like arm shields. Now those plates blocked its head in a dense solid guard. The bullets struck, but were all blocked. Damn, Pazzi muttered, then quickly shifted his aim along with Lian Lui toward the parts unprotected by the iron plates. They aimed especially at the joints. Meanwhile, Qin Wen climbed into the car, started it, and drove it backward, turning away so the giant zombie's hammer axe wouldn't wreck it in one swing. As Qin Wen turned the car around, Lao Gu charged forward. Still shielding its head, the giant zombie reached back and yanked the chain. The hammerhead that had been thrown instantly came flying back. Lao Gu, watch out. Before Lian Lui's warning had even left her mouth, Lao Gu already felt the wind whistling behind his head. He dropped straight forward like a falling corpse, and the hammerhead swept past his hair, shaving off a few strands. The moment the hammer passed Lao Gu's falling body, suddenly snapped with his left leg stepping forward in a hard brace, and he burst after the hammerhead in one explosive dash. He grabbed the recessed notch of the axe blade and entered a contest of strength with the giant zombie. Lao Gu was dragged along his feet, plowing 2 furrows through the hard earth. When the distance had closed enough, Lao Gu suddenly let go. Caught off balance, the giant zombie reeled backward, and a bullet grazed past its arm guard, tore into its face, and exploded in an instant. The explosion knocked the giant zombie even further backward. Lao Gu surged forward and squeezed the trigger of his enhanced shotgun at the creature. The enhanced shotgun's blast tore straight through the iron plates, even shattering off pieces of their edges. At that moment, the giant zombie's arm slammed downward, aimed squarely at Lao Gu below. Just then, another long, narrow bullet pierced the giant zombie's arm and detonated. Seizing the opening bought by the delay, Lao Gu rolled backward, evading the hammer blow, and fired twice more in return. With the arm guard gone, Pazzi and Lian Lui poured fire freely at its head. The giant zombie flicked its right arm. With a clack, the hammer head locked firmly back into place on the shaft. It snatched up the long-handled hammer axe with both hands and held it before its body, where bullets merely left shallow dents. Then the giant zombie turned its gaze to the rear, its small eye fixed intently on Qin Wen, who lay prone atop the car. In gaming terms, Qin Wen had pulled the giant zombie's aggro to the maximum. In truth, however, the giant zombie simply sensed that Qin Wen posed the greater threat. The 2 decisive armor-piercing explosive shots had been fired by Qin Wen from that heavy anti-material sniper rifle. It turned out that from the very start, Lao Gu had instructed Qin Wen to drive the car farther away and then use armor-piercing rounds to provide sniper support. Qin Wen obediently did as instructed. At this moment, ignoring the giant zombie's glaring stare, he loaded another armor-piercing explosive round into the chamber. The heavy sniper rifle fired 1 shot at a time, but that didn't mean it could only hold a single round. It was just that the earlier bullets had been ordinary ammunition. Besides, rather than loading all 5 rounds at once, it was actually better to load them one by one. Qin Wen took a deep breath and forced himself to ignore the pain radiating from his shoulder blade. After only 2 shots, Qin Wen felt as though his shoulder blade might be shattered by the recoil. Summoning every ounce of focus, he entered the hypersensory state once more. Meanwhile, the giant zombie swept its hammer axe through the air and began closing in on Qin Wen step by step. "Don't let it near Qin Wen," Lao Gu shouted, trying to circle behind it. But the hammer axe's momentum was unstoppable, making Lao Gu and the others feel like tigers trying to bite the sky. No point of entry. As the hammer axe swept toward him, Pazzi had no choice but to evade. After dodging, he raised his muzzle and fired at the thing's head. The giant zombie seemed to have realized that ordinary firearms could hardly harm it, the only exceptions being. It suddenly whirled around, kicked forward, and caught Lao Gu, who had successfully circled behind it, square in the chest. At the same time, it took a step forward and swung the hammer axe high overhead to smash down. Lao Gu, sent flying by the kick, felt his chest constrict. Seeing the hammer axe descending, he ignored his body, which was nearly coming apart, and rolled desperately aside. The hammer axe then swept around with its momentum. Lao Gu grabbed the chain attached to it, hauled himself upward, and vaulted over the sweeping strike. Seeing this, the giant zombie heaved the hammer axe upward and swung it around violently in wide circles. Lao Gu clung tightly to the chain to keep from being thrown off. If he were thrown free with that terrifying force, it wouldn't be as simple as scraping some skin. He might very well break his spine on impact. When it couldn't shake Lao Gu off, the giant zombie slammed the hammer axe hard toward the ground. Gritting his teeth at the critical moment, Lao Gu used the chain's momentum and deliberately launched himself off. He tumbled across the ground several times, enduring the bruises and purple swellings all over his body, then snatched up the shotgun that had fallen earlier and fired a blast at the giant zombie. 2 thunderous gunshots rang out almost simultaneously. The other shot was unquestionably from Qin Wen's rifle. While Lao Gu was being whipped back and forth, Qin Wen suppressed his urge to fire, waiting for the perfect moment, and also wary that a spike of pain might make the giant zombie fling Lao Gu off with all its strength. Yes, under his hypersensory observation, Qin Wen discovered that the giant zombie still retained a faint ability to feel pain, although admittedly only a tiny sliver. That clearly set it apart from zombies in a significant way. A zombie was, to put it plainly, nothing more than an animated corpse. And how could a corpse feel pain? Pushing that doubt to the back of his mind, Qin Wen finally found his best opening. In an inexplicable way, he sensed a weak point emerge on the giant zombie's head. Without the slightest hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The armor-piercing explosive round tore into the weak spot in the giant zombie's head, and an explosion thundered. The giant zombie swayed several times, then sank to one knee. Lao Gu, Pazi, and Lian Lui seized the chance at once and unleashed a frenzied barrage into the giant zombie. Pa pulled the trigger and didn't stop. After a while, the tongue of flame at the muzzle sputtered and died. He was out of ammo. Instead of reloading the magazine, he simply switched to another gun. He pulled the trigger again, trying to deal as much damage as possible in the time Qin Wen had bought for them. How was this zombie even created? Why can it take so much punishment? The thought flashed through Pa's mind. Old Gu and Lian Lui were thinking the same thing. None of the three had ever considered the possibility of fighting it hand-to-hand. Even Old Gu, the bulliest of them, looked like a child before this giant zombie, let alone the fact that the Colossus also wielded that long-handled hammer axe. Back off! Old Gu shouted at Pa and Lian Lui. He could see that the bullets weren't doing much. Even his reinforced shotgun only blasted a big hole in it. They had thought about shooting its head, but the giant zombie's size made that impractical. Even when it knelt, it was as tall as a man, so the head was a hard target. After his shout, Old Gu pulled the pin and hurled a fragmentation grenade toward the giant zombie. Seeing this, Pa and Lian Lui stopped firing and threw themselves backward. The released grenade sailed over the shoulder of the kneeling giant zombie and landed right in front of it. A faint glint flickered in the giant zombie's small eyes as it laboriously raised a hand about to press down on the fragmentation grenade. With a deafening roar, the grenade exploded. Driven by the kinetic energy of the high explosive, shrapnel scattered outward at a terrifying speed. The shrapnel tore through the giant zombie's body and buried itself deep inside. The outstretched palm was instantly blasted into a bloody mess studded with countless tiny fragments. But even so, the giant zombie didn't die. That large eye was pierced straight through by a fragment, and its small eyes instantly turned bloodshot. It opened its mouth wide and let out a furious roar. The zombie's savagery overwhelmed everything. Struggling, it used the long-handled hammer axe to support itself and rose to its feet. Shoot its knee joints! Old Gu shouted as he switched to his submachine gun and fired wildly at one of the knee joints. Watch out! After the giant zombie stood up, it gripped the end of the long-handled hammer axe, spun its body, and hurled the weapon. The long-handled hammer axe came spinning in from the side, with unstoppable momentum and a whistling wind. The three of them dropped to the ground and narrowly evaded the hammer axe's sweeping strike. The giant zombie let out a roar and charged toward them. A fist slammed down savagely. Old Gu dodged clumsily, but by then the giant zombie had grabbed the chain attached to the long-handled hammer axe and yanked it back into its hand. It raised the weapon overhead, swung it a few times, then chopped down madly. Old Gu rolled again and again, each time escaping by a hair's breadth. Meanwhile, Pa and Lian Lui burned with anxiety and quickly raised their guns to fire. Disturbed by their gunfire, the giant zombie paused with the hammer axe raised, then slammed it down savagely again. Apparently, in its view, killing Old Gu first was more important than dealing with those two annoying little bugs beside him. Qin Wen had already loaded a new armor-piercing explosive round. Though nervous and anxious, he still didn't fire. The previous two shots had proven that without catching a weak point, an armor-piercing explosive round wouldn't do much. At best, it would blow a large hole in the giant zombie's body. Only by hitting a weak point could it be put down. Drawing a few deep breaths to force himself to calm down and steady his mind, Qin Wen entered the hypersensory state once again. His finger found the trigger and pulled it abruptly. The armor-piercing explosive round left the barrel in an instant and struck the giant zombie's elbow at a tricky angle. He had just caught a weak point. Just as the giant zombie was lifting the long-handled hammer axe overhead, the armor-piercing explosive round tore into its elbow, instantly blasting the joint apart. The giant zombie lost its balance and staggered backward, the hammer axe dragging back with it. Then its waist made a sound as it snapped forward, and it somehow forced the hammer axe to swing down toward the front. It grazed right past the tip of Old Gu's nose. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Old Gu's back. Thank goodness his reaction had been a step slow, so he hadn't stepped forward any farther. Otherwise, he would have been scraped off the ground with a shovel. The giant zombie raised its head, its small eyes locking onto Qin Wen, who was reloading. The murderous gleam in its eyes couldn't be hidden. At that moment, it no longer thought Old Gu mattered as much. That little bug in the distance had to die first. Dragging the long-handled hammer axe, it ran toward the vehicle. No, stop it. Old Goo gritted his teeth and rushed up to block the giant zombie at close range, but the giant zombie ignored him completely. Let alone Pa and Lian Lui. Damn it. Old Goo lunged forward and hung the last fragmentation grenade on the iron armor plate over the giant zombie's leg. With grim resolve, he yanked the pin. Then, as if maddened, he bounded away, and within those few precious seconds scrambled as far as he could. There was no time to warn Pa and Lian Lui. Fortunately, the two of them hadn't been close to begin with. The familiar sound of an explosion rang out. The giant zombie was blasted forward and flopped to the ground. The iron armor plates on its leg were blown through, and combined with the bullets that had hit it earlier, one of its lower legs was finally blown off. Its other leg was basically crippled too. The giant zombie pushed itself up with the long-handled hammer axe and slowly shuffled forward. Through the scope of the heavy sniper rifle, Qin Wen met the giant zombie's small eyes. Goodbye. The trigger was pulled, and the bullet reached that small eye, almost instantly boring into it and destroying everything behind it. The giant zombie lowered its head and was completely still. It's dead, Old Goo said wearily. One of the fragments had grazed his arm and blood soaked his entire forearm. Lian Lui looked at the spent shell casings scattered on the ground and gave a bitter smile. This one giant zombie was more troublesome than 100 ordinary zombies combined. Fighting this thing was disgusting. I hope we never run into another one, Pa said as he walked over. Even though Old Goo said the thing was dead, Pa still gripped his submachine gun tightly, finger on the trigger, ready to unleash a burst into the giant zombie at any moment. In this post-apocalyptic world, a little extra caution never hurt anyone. Standing before the giant zombie, its height of at least 3.5 meters made Pa feel immense pressure. He looked up and found himself facing that twisted face. Holy crap, this face is really goddamn ugly. He gave the giant zombie a light push, and it immediately fell backward with a heavy thud, kicking up dust. Its hand still clutched that long-handled hammer axe. Meanwhile, Qin Wen on the car had already withdrawn from the hypersensory state, only to fall into a daze. After that armor-piercing explosive round had shot into the giant zombie's eye and snuffed out its life, a sprite notification suddenly popped into Qin Wen's view. You have slain the tyrant monarch. This unit is this world's elite unit, unique. You will receive the following reward: 1000 points. That's it. Just 1000 points. Though Qin Wen had no idea whether these points were precious. After all, he had only dealt with points once, when he spent 10 points to buy the temporary language access for this world. But shouldn't an elite monster like this drop something else good? Items, skills, weapons. Just 1000 points felt completely worthless. But for an elite monster like this, shouldn't it drop something else nice? Things like items, skills, or weapons. A mere 1000 points really didn't seem worth much. You have received 990 points, which have now been deposited into your personal account. Huh, wasn't it supposed to be 1000 points? Just like that, it deducted the 10 points I owed from before. But before Qin Wen could complain, his eyes went wide. He saw a palm-sized pale green treasure chest appear on the corpse of the giant zombie, the tyrant monarch. Qin Wen rubbed his eyes and looked again before he believed he wasn't seeing things. Strangely, Old Goo and the other two seemed not to see the pale green chest at all. What is this? Qin Wen stopped short because he saw Pa walking over. But even when Pa touched the tyrant monarch's corpse, he didn't notice the pale green chest. Qin Wen saw with his own eyes Pa's arm pass straight through the pale green chest. Treasure chests can be obtained through various means, including quest rewards, world settlement, monster drops, and so on. Among them, monster drops are the most common. But please note the chest drop rate is directly proportional to the monster's rarity and difficulty. Chests generally yield equipment, items, skill scrolls, and so on that originate from this world. Note most of them are things the monster itself possessed. Note a drop chest can only be claimed by picking it up. Qin Wen suddenly became excited, wishing he could pick up that pale green chest right now and test his luck. But Qin Wen remembered the prompt in the sprite's earlier message, so he asked, does the unique after elite unit mean there is only one tyrant monarch, or that this world has only one elite unit? This question was very important, for it directly determined whether Qin Wen's gains would be substantial. There is only one tyrant monarch unit. Qin Wen breathed a sigh of relief. Good, that was good. Constantly maintaining the hypersensory state consumed too much stamina, but it couldn't extinguish the excitement burning in his heart. Just as Qin Wen was about to pull himself together, climb down, and pick up the pale green chest to try his luck, something unexpected suddenly happened. A dagger stabbed toward the center of Qin Wen's back. Strange, why hasn't Qin Wen come out yet? Just as Lian Lui was thinking this, she suddenly blurted, wait, where's that youth? Old Goo and Pa, who were examining the giant zombie, froze and jerked their heads up. Right, where's that little brat? Just then they suddenly heard gunfire from the roof of the car. All three of them immediately changed expression. Shit, something's happened to Qin Wen. With that, Old Goo dashed over first. Instead of getting into the car, he went up the outside, scrambling onto the roof in a few quick parkour-like moves. When he got up there, he saw Qin Wen locked in a standoff with the youth. The youth had one knee pressed against Qin Wen's neck and his other knee was bearing down on Qin Wen's lower abdomen. Both of the youth's hands were pinning down Qin Wen's wrists. He pressed down with force, waiting for Qin Wen to suffocate. Meanwhile, Qin Wen still held a pistol in one hand, but he couldn't aim it at the youth. All he could do was fire a warning shot, as before his face flushed red from the string. Seeing this, old Gu hurried over. But to his surprise, the youth's strength was considerable, and he could even hold his own against old Gu for a while. When the youth saw someone coming, he quickly released Qin Wen and tried to escape, but old Gu rushed over and latched onto him. The two immediately started fighting. Even as they fought, the youth kept scanning his surroundings, ready to flee at any moment, but the experienced old Gu only held on more fiercely, and his attacks became sharper and sharper. Qin Wen climbed to his feet, clutching his neck and coughing, spitting out a blackish-red jelly-like wad of phlegm. He couldn't help but freeze. He seemed to understand why his side quest still hadn't been completed. By then, Pa had also climbed up and together with old Gu subdued the youth. Old Gu punched the youth in the belly, and the youth instantly doubled over like a shrimp. Old Gu followed up with a slap to the back of the youth's head. The youth immediately collapsed to the ground. "He's not dead, is he?" Pa asked. "No, he should be unconscious." Pa nudged the fallen youth with his foot. "This little bastard even knows how to feint one way and strike another. Hey, are you okay?" "Cough, cough, I'm fine." Qin Wen coughed twice more, but this time he didn't cough up any more of that blackish-red jelly-like phlegm. Then Qin Wen told them what had just happened. It turned out that when he was about to climb down and pick up the chest, a dagger had stabbed into the center of his back. Fortunately, because Qin Wen was afraid of death, he was wearing a bulletproof vest. The youth probably hadn't expected Qin Wen to be wearing one. Or perhaps he had never intended to take Qin Wen's life at all. Qin Wen immediately snapped into action, but the youth's strength was astonishingly great. All that remained of Qin Wen's valiant resistance was the word valiant. He hadn't even drawn his gun in time. Later, after a hard struggle, Qin Wen finally managed to pull out his pistol, but the youth, quick of eye and hand, seized his wrist and prevented him from aiming the muzzle at him. But fortunately, Qin Wen eventually managed to pull the trigger, sending a warning and a cry for help to old Gu and the others. Of course, in telling the story, he concealed the matter of the treasure chest. After all, old Gu and the others couldn't see it anyway. "So it's this one, huh? Looks like there's something smeared on it." Pa picked up the dagger from the roof, narrowed his eyes, and said, "Hey, take off your clothes." "What are you going to do?" Qin Wen hadn't heard Pa muttering to himself, and eyed him warily, afraid that Pa might lose control and try to do something to him. Seeing this, Pa's face darkened. "I'm not interested in you. I just want to see whether you've been wounded. There's something smeared on this dagger." Hearing this, before Qin Wen could react, old Gu pulled him over and pulled his clothes aside. The center of Qin Wen's back was immediately exposed to old Gu's eyes. There was a shallow wound there. "How is it?" Old Gu looked at the shallow wound on Qin Wen's back without answering. Instead, he reached out and pressed on it, asking, "Can you feel this? Does it hurt?" "I can feel your touch, but it doesn't hurt." "Am I bleeding?" Old Gu pressed down hard again. "And now?" "I can feel you pressing, but apart from that, there's nothing. No itch, no pain." "All right, get dressed. At least we know that area is numb for now." Qin Wen rustled as she pulled her clothes back on, her face shadowed with worry. She still had the lingering pathogen in her body, and now this. Poison on top of everything else. "Oh, this. Do you know what was smeared on that blade?" Old Gu shook his head. Pa interjected, "Why don't we wake the kid up and ask him?" Pa carefully wrapped the dagger, then deliberately tried to scare Qin Wen. Who knows, maybe it's coated with zombie bodily fluids. He brandished his submachine gun under Qin Wen's gaze. "Don't worry. When you're about to turn, I'll put a bullet in you so you die as a human." "Oh, I'm so grateful." Qin Wen forced the words through clenched teeth, her worry deepening. What Pa said wasn't impossible. Who knew whether that brat had stabbed a zombie with this dagger before? Better safe than sorry. And Qin Wen knew Pa wasn't joking. If she really got infected and started turning. Not just Pa. Old Gu and Lian Lui wouldn't hesitate to put a bullet in her either. On another note, she wondered whether that unknown gift's effect of purging lethal pathogens from her body was still active. If it were still working, she could afford to take a few risks. Little Spirit, is that pathogen purge effect a one-time thing, or is it a persistent buff? Persistent buff bound to this world, but it has an upper limit. If you are repeatedly infected with lethal pathogens, the buff may terminate prematurely. Qin Wen understood. She didn't need to worry about this particular infection turning her into a zombie, but she still had to play it safe and not get too reckless. If she got bitten too many times, there was still a chance she could be infected and turn. Still, knowing that the pathogen purge effect was a persistent buff in this world, Qin Wen felt relieved. At least she wouldn't be taken down by this backstab. Just as she and Pa were about to wake the boy that old Gu had knocked out and question him about what was coated on the dagger, the boy's eyes suddenly snapped open. Old Goo looked over instantly surprised he had regained consciousness so quickly. But after opening his eyes, the boy swiftly pushed off the car roof with both hands and leaped down. He rushed past Lian Lui, who had just climbed aboard like the wind, then nimbly jumped off the vehicle and rolled twice on the ground to absorb the impact. By then Old Goo had already charged to Lian Lui's side, but he failed to catch the boy, only managing to tear a strip of cloth from his clothes. Lian Lui stared at Old Goo confused, having no idea what had just happened. As the boy kept sharply changing directions, Pa fired several shots, but missed. Qin Wen raised her pistol, suppressing her exhaustion, and entered a hypersensory state. The bullet left the muzzle and struck the boy's calf. Caught off guard, he was knocked to the ground and rolled twice. He struggled to his feet, seemingly still intent on dragging his injured leg forward. Seeing this, Old Goo jumped off the vehicle. With the boy's leg wounded by a bullet, he was confident he could catch up. Moments later, Old Goo subdued the boy again, dislocating the joints of both his arms, and dragged him back. Pa patted Qin Wen on the shoulder. Your marksmanship is improving, but remember this. A person should indeed have mercy and compassion, but only after ensuring their own safety first. Someone like this who tries to kill you without a word, don't hesitate next time. Qin Wen nodded. What Pa said made sense. In fact, Pa had been the one to fire first. Still, this kid's pretty tough. Taking a bullet without making a single sound, not even a grunt. They found some rope and bound the boy tightly. First tell us, what's smeared on this dagger? Pa crouched down in front of the boy. The boy's face was dirty, but his eyes were strikingly bright. He stared back at Pa without saying a word. Still acting tough, huh? What if I stab you with this dagger? Pa gestured with the blade near the boy's body. The boy's expression didn't flicker in the slightest, even when the dagger suddenly thrust toward him and stopped right before his eye. Wait. Old Goo felt something was off. He grabbed the boy's jaw and pried his mouth open by force. Everyone looked over. Inside the boy's mouth was only half a tongue. His vocal cords seemed to have been destroyed too. So he's mute after all. Pa put the dagger away, disgruntled. Looks like we won't get anything out of him. Can you hear me? Can you write? Lian Lui leaned in to ask, but the boy still showed no reaction. Damn, are we supposed to find someone who knows sign language? Ha, that's assuming he even knows sign language. Qin Wen retorted. Ugh. Pa patted Qin Wen's shoulder again. Looks like we won't know what was on that dagger. Just in case, want me to put a bullet in you right now? Piss off. Get as far away as your dreams can take you. TCH. Can you two stop messing around? Lian Lui shot them a cold glare, and both Qin Wen and Pa immediately quieted down like chastened quails. She then asked Old Goo, any ideas? Is there anything unusual about him? At the word unusual, the boy reacted, slowly lifting his head. As Lian Lui gasped, the boy's eyes gradually turned like Old Goo's. But there was one difference. The whites of the boy's eyes had become pitch black. This? A metallic clatter sounded. Qin Wen looked down and saw the bullet that had just lodged in the boy's calf being pushed out of the wound. She hurried over and lifted his leg. The flesh at the wound was squirming, and within moments, only a scar remained. Pa witnessed the same scene, all his amazement condensed into two words, holy shit. Old Goo stared at the boy's abnormal eyes. The two pairs of unnatural eyes met in silence for a long moment. Finally, Old Goo spoke, I understand now. The other three were baffled. What do you understand? Old Goo pointed at the boy. He was modified to be like this, together with that giant zombie from earlier. Also, his emotions are almost completely gone. Lian Lui's rosebud lips parted slightly in shock. Pazi and Qin Wen were a little better off. Then Qin Wen became even more delighted. There was another clue after all. Modified. That big one looked 100% modified, but this kid, where was he modified? Pazi's eyes roamed over the youth, trying to see through the clothes that hid his body. He was injected just like me. But if I was the original test subject, then he was the subject of a second experiment. Stop staring. The modifications are inside his body. What's more frightful, they had been tampered with at the genetic level. That is if Qin Wen's earlier guesses were correct. Qin Wen didn't know why Old Goo had dragged him into it again, but he did remember something. If this youth had really been modified in the same batch as that tyrant monarch, then could he himself also be an elite unit? In Qin Wen's mind, an elite unit equaled a walking treasure chest. All at once, the look in Qin Wen's eyes toward the youth turned a bit strange. Thinking of treasure chests, Qin Wen remembered he hadn't picked up the tyrant monarch's chest yet. This was, after all, the first treasure chest he had ever triggered to drop. It held special meaning. And why did a treasure chest have to be picked up manually before it would bind? Couldn't there be a one-click pickup? He silently complained, then said, since this kid can't talk, and we can't get anything out of him, why don't we first check the big guy on the ground for any clues? Do you think this is a game? Does a monster corpse that obviously looks like a stage boss have to contain clues? Why not say it could drop a treasure chest for you too? Pazi said that out loud, but his body honestly moved toward the outside of the car. Qin Wen glanced at the pale green treasure chest floating above the tyrant monarch's corpse, and said silently, it really did drop a chest, it's just that the others can't see it. Out loud, however, he retorted, just taking a look. No skin off my back. What if there is something? Old Gu dragged the bound youth along, and the group drew close to the tyrant monarch's corpse. Qin Wen reached out as if to touch the tyrant monarch's corpse, but his fingers brushed against the treasure chest, and it vanished in an instant. Then, pretending it was all natural, he pressed a finger against the tyrant monarch's corpse. So hard. Is this really a strength that flesh and blood can achieve? He was in fact genuinely shocked, even though he had been shooting the thing with armor-piercing rounds earlier. Right now I only hope for one thing, that there is only one of those big things in Lilith Fortress. Otherwise. At Pazi's words, Old Gu and Lian Lui fell silent. Indeed, if there were many more of these things, the consequences would be truly unimaginable. Only Qin Wen, thanks to the little spirit's hint, knew that the tyrant monarch was a unique unit in this world. Of course, that was only for the moment. Who could be certain another one wouldn't be manufactured? Setting that aside, now that the chest was in hand, Qin Wen's heart itched with eagerness. He could hardly wait to open it right then. To prevent any accident from being noticed by Old Gu and the others while he opened the chest, Qin Wen thought of an excuse to leave them and return to the vehicle. You all keep searching. I'm going back to the car for a drink of water. Wait. Pazi called Qin Wen to a stop, suspicion on his face. Qin Wen's heart gave an involuntary lurch. What is it? You're not going to turn into a zombie, are you? Like hell I'm turning into a zombie. It's just that my throat never fully recovered. I want some water to soothe it, and I'll spray some injury spray on my shoulder while I'm at it. TCH, go on then. You little piece of trash, you just used a sniper rifle, and now you need spray. Remember to bring us some water when you come back. Qin Wen flipped Pazi the middle finger and jogged into the car. Old Gu also raised a middle finger and asked Pazi and Lian Lui, what does this gesture mean? Both of them shook their heads. Old Gu's eyes glittered several times. Rushing into the car, Qin Wen impatiently called the little spirit, rubbing his hands together. Partly from nervousness, partly to rub his hands red. Little spirit, where's my treasure chest? Do you wish to open the treasure chest? Yes. Treasure chest opened. Acquired 1200 points. Acquired tyrant equipment. Acquired tyrant's bloodstone item. Acquired iron armor plate, X2 material. Qin Wen looked at the 3 cards floating before him, as well as a message from the little spirit. By default, items acquired by the player will be displayed and stored in card form. Players may choose to switch to physical display and storage. Note, certain special items cannot be compressed into card form. In addition, storing items in card form requires a certain number of points to maintain. EU payment is automatically deducted when 1 year expires. If points are insufficient, the item will be displayed and stored in physical form. Do you wish to change the option to display and store items in physical form? There were some things he really wanted to complain about. Do you wish to switch to physical display and storage? No change. Selection successful. Please prepare sufficient points after 1 year to ensure automatic payment can proceed normally. Qin Wen really felt this was just like a bank card automatically deducting an annual fee. He also learned that the annual fee for card storage wasn't fixed, it was charged in tiers according to the number of carded items. Luckily, repeated carding of the same item was only counted once. Qin Wen glanced at the fee schedule and found that even the highest tier was something he could afford. So he put the matter out of his mind and examined the detailed information of the items from the chest. The first item Qin Wen inspected was the equipment named Tyrant. As soon as he heard the name, he knew it was probably exclusive equipment that only the Tyrant Monarch could drop. Name Tyrant. Quality green. Category accessory necklace, Tyrant Monarch exclusive. Equipment effect reduces the negative effects caused by pain by 15. Masochistic personality bonus doubled. Equip requirement none. Description: you really don't want to get into a fist fight with a masochist. You feel real pain, he feels real pleasure. Even when he is the one doing the beating. Rating 2110 to 30. After reading the description, Qin Wen had a curse word on the tip of his tongue, unsure whether to say it. He was rather disgusted by this equipment. Still, he obediently crushed the card and equipped the item. The slender necklace could be hidden neatly under his collar. Fortunately, the little spirit did not give him a prompt about the doubled bonus. Next, Qin Wen crushed the card of the item Bloodstone and inspected it. Tyrant's Bloodstone. Quality E. Category Bloodline item. Effect: 10 chance to obtain the Tyrant Monarch's Constitution, 10 chance of no change, 30 chance of an unknown mutation, 50 chance of failure and death. Rating 80 to 20. After asking the little spirit, Qin Wen unhesitatingly labeled the Bloodstone as garbage in his mind and put it away directly. Only after consulting the little spirit did Qin Wen learn that bloodline-type items often had a very high fatality rate, and many of them could even affect the class inheritance he might obtain in the future. Moreover, the so-called unknown mutations usually turned out to be trash. Some bloodlines could also cause physical changes in the body. Qin Wen had no desire to end up as hideous as the Tyrant Monarch. There was another reason Qin Wen wouldn't use it. The lowest quality for bloodline-type items was E. Its ceiling was simply too low. Furthermore, using the authority granted by the unknown gift Qin Wen learned from the little spirit that low-grade biochemical bloodlines like this one often had fatal flaws and carried plenty of side effects. It was the kind of thing no one would want even if given as a gift. His good mood took a hit, so Qin Wen casually opened the final card. Name: iron armor plate. Quality: white. Category: material. Description: the plates on the tyrant monarch's body were used to restrain and prevent his flesh from collapsing. They wouldn't be a bad choice for forging armor. Rating: 6, 1 to 10. Name: iron armor plate. Quality: white. Category: material. Description: the plates on the tyrant monarch's body were used to restrain and prevent his flesh from collapsing. They wouldn't be a bad choice for forging armor. Rating: 7, 1 to 10. Two more useless items. It said they could be used to forge armor, but where was Qin Wen supposed to go to forge anything? Besides, with ratings like these, how could anything forged from them be any good? He might as well find another treasure chest. The odds of pulling equipment were probably higher. That youth, for instance, was very likely a walking treasure chest himself. Still, Qin Wen had no complaints. Getting that necklace was already pretty good. This was the first piece of equipment he had obtained. Although it gave no direct bonuses, its effect was still extremely impressive. What Qin Wen was most afraid of was not insufficient output, but the fact that he had been an ordinary person not long ago without much endurance. When faced with severe pain, he could very easily lose the ability to fight and resist. And this necklace at least gave him the chance to take a gamble. Now that he had equipped Tyrant, whether it was an illusion or not, Qin Wen felt that the pain in his shoulder blade was no longer so intense. He found the water and gulped down a couple of mouthfuls. Then he hurried back, carrying the bottle. Posy took it and grumbled, "Why so slow?" "I had to spray the medicine, didn't I, Qin Wen said, casually moving his shoulder. As it turned out, it wasn't an illusion. The pain really had faded. Old Gu took a deep look at Qin Wen's movement. He hadn't smelled any spray, but he said nothing. "Did you find any clues?" "No." "Perfect timing. Give us a hand turning this big thing over." Together, Qin Wen and the others strained and flipped the tyrant monarch over. Qin Wen suddenly thought of the iron armor plates from the chest, so he used a knife to pry out the plates embedded in the tyrant monarch's corpse. For some unknown reason, however, these iron plates couldn't be recognized as materials. He could still store them, but there was no longer any need. "Why are you digging those out? Planning to sell them as scrap iron? Why are you so full of nonsense?" Qin Wen shot back. "I hereby declare you the king of useless chatter." Tui. Wait. Old Gu seemed to have found something. Following Qin Wen's example, he dug out all the iron plates from the back. "This is Ren." Old Gu's voice trembled as if he could hardly believe it. "You know him?" Qin Wen suddenly widened his eyes. Old Gu nodded with a complicated expression. "Ruyen was a soldier under my command. If I remember correctly, the serial number on that piece of metal was exactly this one." Old Gu pulled a twisted piece of metal from the tyrant monarch's body. On it, a string of letters and numbers was still faintly visible. "What is this?" "It's medical-grade metal. Every piece used by the military has a unique code. This is the one used to fix Ruyen's ribs." "Then why did he turn into this? When was the last time you saw Ren?" Lien Lui asked. "At that time, the disaster was just beginning to show signs. Our unit was redeployed, and Ruyen got into trouble during that operation. After emergency surgery, he was sent to the rear. If that's the case, then it makes sense that he became like this. Someone must have been unwilling to let go of such a good test subject, so they researched and modified him again. But here's the problem, wasn't he transported to the rear? How did he end up here?" Although Old Gu subconsciously frowned at Posy's words because of his bond with his comrade, he said nothing more. Could it be this possibility? Qin Wen offered a guess. Ruyen was said to have been transferred to the rear to recuperate, but in reality, he was never transferred. "Didn't you say so yourself, Old Gu? The place you were later stationed at was rather secretive. Perhaps Ruyen had actually been there all along. As for why he's here now, maybe it's because the distance between the two places isn't far." Old Gu thought back for a moment. "Indeed, we never saw Ren being transferred away. That was only what our superiors told us. Based on what you say, that possibility isn't impossible. Damn, looks like there's one more reason to go there." They flipped the tyrant monarch's corpse over again. Staring at that terrifying savage face, Old Gu tried hard to recognize it, but could not find a single trace of the former Ren. He placed the twisted piece of medical metal onto the tyrant monarch's corpse. Old Gu silently saluted. "Good comrade, you have already fulfilled the oath you swore. Please rest in peace. I will find out the truth." Old Gu silently brought out an incendiary grenade and fired it at the tyrant monarch's corpse. In no time, flames blazed up fiercely the firelight, making Old Gu's face shift between light and shadow. "Please accept my condolences." Qin Wen finally managed to console him after a long silence. "It's all right. As former soldiers, we had already prepared ourselves mentally. Protecting the people from enemies was our vow. Although a soldier's duty is to obey orders, I'm still furious about what happened to Ren. If I remember correctly, he was only 21 that year. He had just started dating someone and had only held her hand a few times. The injury he suffered that time was because he charged out to act as bait on his own, covering the evacuation of dozens of civilians. He was a hero, but a hero ended up like this. I want revenge. But now I don't know who I should take revenge on. Old Goose stared gloomily at the flames burning from the corpse of Ryan, the man who had become a tyrant king. He continued speaking, but it sounded more like muttering to himself. Should I go after the ones who turned Ryan into this? But I don't even know whether those people exist at all, or the ones who created the zombies, or this inhumane era itself. But either way, I have another goal now. Rest easy, buddy, Old Goose said silently to himself, closing his eyes and recalling Ryan's face and voice. The dead are gone. The living must bear the burden and move on. Let's go. Let's see what's hidden in here. Old Goose stepped past the flames, his face filled with determination. Qin Wen and the others leading the bound boy walked into Lilide Castle. After that round of restoration, Lilide Castle was no longer just an ancient castle. The hall Qin Wen and the others now entered was not part of the original castle interior. It was a newly built visitor hall, a viewing hall so to speak. The bright, tidy hall Old Goose had described was nowhere to be seen. All they saw was a messy floor, glass display cases shattered into pieces, and even the chandeliers that had once hung high overhead lying fallen. Besides that, collapsed support pillars had caused cave-ins. I came back here afterward. Compared to then, it looks even more dilapidated now. This way. That passage has collapsed, so there's no way through. Old Goose led the way. It was clear he truly knew the place well. As for why Old Goose had come back afterward, everyone understood. It was to search for his wife and child. But Qin, when thinking of the item he had obtained earlier, suspected that Old Goose's wife and child had probably never managed to take refuge inside Lilide Castle. They passed through a corridor. Beyond it, the ornamental flower fields were now overgrown with weeds. After Qin Wen and the others had passed, a rabbit with half its body hollowed out crawled out of a burrow, propped itself up on its hind legs, and caught blurred silhouettes through the layers of weeds. Then it slipped back into the burrow, into the dense underground network of tunnels. Within this network, some passages had been dug out on an enormous scale. After crossing the corridor, they pushed open the hidden castle gate, and a stench that had never been able to dissipate slammed into them. Lian Lui's pretty face instantly turned pale. Be careful. Last time I came, this castle gate wasn't closed at all. Qin Wen and the others nodded, clicked off the safeties on their submachine guns, and their flashlight beams snapped on. No one noticed the bound boy's head suddenly droop. They entered the castle cautiously. Without splitting up, the four searched the first floor. Apart from large patches of blackened blood, they found nothing unusual. They went up to the second floor and still found nothing. But farther up, the staircase had been cut off and the section above had collapsed, revealing a large gaping cavity. The boy remained obediently led along at the rear. Qin Wen and the others turned around, preparing to head for the castle's underground section. According to Old Goose, the castle's underground was even larger than the area above, and it too had several levels. Just as Qin Wen and the others reached the first floor and were about to go underground, several figures slowly descended from the castle's third floor and landed lightly on the broken staircase. One of them crouched to the ground and sniffed carefully. At that moment, the boy raised his head, then lowered it again. After they went underground, the stench inside grew even worse. There were also corpses that had been gnawed down to white bones lying against the walls or on the floor. But most were not intact. They lay scattered piece by piece. Broken bones trampled underfoot were everywhere. This was the result of the entire population of Lilide Castle City taking refuge here back then. Some room doors hung wide open with zombie corpses still inside. I did this the last time I came. Old Goose strode ahead without pause, and the first underground level was soon searched through. Do you hear a sound? Pa, walking at the very back, while leading the boy, spoke up. Qin Wen and the others shook their heads, leaned to look behind Pa, and swept their flashlights back and forth. Maybe it's the ventilation. Who knows? Stay alert. With that, Old Goose descended to the second underground level, slipped into an empty side room, and gestured for the others to turn off their flashlights and hide inside. He closed the door with care without making a sound, pressed his ear to it, and listened intently to what was outside. Old Goose took Pa's claim about a sound behind them very seriously. Time passed, and just as Qin Wen and the others were beginning to think Pa had misheard and were about to go out, a faint sound arose. Old Goose immediately made a silencing gesture and listened closely. Qin Wen and the others raised their submachine guns. The sound outside the door drew closer. Listening, Old Goose judged that it seemed to come from deep within the second underground level. The sound suddenly stopped, and Old Goose instinctively held his breath. Had they been discovered? Fortunately, the sound lingered only for a moment before turning back toward the depths of the second underground level. It grew fainter and fainter. Old Goose quietly opened the door, but the moment he pulled it open, a crack, he froze. A monkey-like zombie beast's face was right in front of him. This very monkey zombie beast had also been pressed against the door, listening to the sounds inside. Old Goose felt every hair on his body stand on end, because besides this monkey zombie beast, there were quite a few sniffers at the doorway. The monkey zombie beast seemed to know it had been discovered. Baring its teeth, it lunged forward to bite, while at the same moment, another monkey zombie beast dropped from the ceiling above the door toward Old Goo's head. Old Goo quickly pulled his head back, slammed the door shut, and braced it with all his strength. Both monkey zombie beasts bit only air. Seeming to realize they had been found, the sounds outside stopped hiding. The wooden door boomed as it was pounded. Seeing this, Qin Wen and the others knew something had gone wrong, but there was no time to ask. The cheap wooden door installed to match the historical style had been broken through in several places. Claws reached through from the other side, grasping wildly. Feeling the pressure at his back growing heavier, Old Goo shouted, "Fire on my countdown. 3, 2, 1, fire." When the countdown reached 1, Old Goo lunged forward. He shouted the word fire before he had even risen from the ground. Upon hearing fire, Qin Wen and the other two pulled the triggers without hesitation, tongues of flame bursting from the muzzles of their submachine guns. With Old Goo's back no longer holding it, the wooden door was knocked down, frame and all, by the sniffers outside. But what greeted them was no delicious feast of flesh and blood, only bullet after ice-cold bullet. The bullets from the 3 submachine guns tore the wooden door and the sniffers with it to shreds in an instant. But there were still many sniffers outside, and Qin Wen and the others could hear more footsteps approaching. Damn it, did the sniffers build a nest here? I'm afraid it's more than that. There are others. Watch out for the monkeys. No sooner had Old Goo shouted than a monkey zombie beast, using the other sniffers as cover, darted straight over and swiped at Qin Wen's face. Spurred by the crisis, Qin Wen instantly entered his hypersensory state. The monkey zombie beast before him seemed to slow down all at once. Qin Wen leaned back, narrowly evading the monkey zombie beast's claw strike, sweeping his gun barrel upward as he moved. The monkey zombie beast, having missed, instantly dodged the raised barrel and retreated into the mass of sniffers. Even with the hypersensory state, Qin Wen could clearly see every move the monkey zombie beast made, but his reaction speed could not keep up. By then, the already raised gun muzzle spat out a fresh burst of flame. It knocked several sniffers off the walls in the distance. Old Goo now joined in as well. With the reinforced shotgun in his hands, he didn't even bother to aim. He just pulled the trigger, and each shot sighed down a wide swath like grass. With Old Goo now in the fight, Qin Wen focused all his attention on the sniffers climbing the walls. He kept firing until his bullets ran out. He dropped the empty magazine and quickly loaded a fresh one. In those few short seconds, the sniffers scaling the walls on both sides had already closed in. They lunged toward the center. Pa raised his gun and fired, but just then his ammunition ran out too. Without a second thought, Pa swung his submachine gun forward like a club. But he was still brought down by the sniffers, and Lian Lui on the other side was likewise overwhelmed. The time Pa and Lian Lui bought with their struggle gave Qin Wen enough time to finish reloading. With a few bursts, he shot the sniffers off the 2 of them, then entered the hypersensory state once more, and kept killing without wasting a single bullet or a single moment. Fortunately, neither Pa nor Lian Lui had been injured. They fell back behind Qin Wen. One switched to a pistol to support him, while the other hurriedly reloaded the 2 submachine guns. Old Goo, holding the front, wasn't under much pressure. After all, that shotgun was so powerful that every shot cleared a wide empty space. More than enough time for him to reload. While gunning down sniffers, Qin Wen also kept searching for the monkey zombie beast. Perhaps it was because the beast feared the shotgun in Old Goo's hands. Qin Wen never caught sight of it. With their magazines reloaded, Pa and Lian Lui rejoined the fight. After quite a long time, no more sniffers poured in. The floor was covered with sniffer corpses and gore. But none of the 4 relaxed, because the 2 monkey zombie beasts were gone. If those 2 got away, they'd be in serious trouble. Thinking back, the situation outside earlier had probably been caused by those 2. In comparison, the sniffers, for all their ambushes and sneak attacks, seemed capable only of brute, mindless effort. Those 2 monkey zombie beasts, however, likely possessed considerable intelligence. Wait, where's that kid? It was Pa who first noticed something wrong. Hearing this, Qin Wen and the other 2 realized the bound boy had disappeared, leaving only the rope where he had been. Shit, you're right. Wasn't he just being led by you before? Facing Qin Wen's accusation, Pa retorted, after we came into this room, I wasn't holding him. I let him stand against the wall on his own. And it was chaos just now. Who had time to keep an eye on him? Old Goo was calmer. Looks like there's a hidden passage in this room. Let's find it. As for why they didn't think the boy had been eaten by sniffers, that obviously wasn't the case. The boy might be mute, but he could still move on his own. Besides, not a single sniffer had managed to get around behind them just now. Damn it, he actually dared to run off on his own. If we catch him again, I'm going to beat the hell out of him, Pa said ferociously. Qin Wen was in no mood to joke with Pa, nor to ask which kind of beating Pa meant. Found it, but it doesn't seem to open. Lian Lui knocked on the hidden panel that had been exposed in the corner. Let me. Old Goo walked over, raised his shotgun, and fired. The panel was blown through at once. He stamped hard, shattering it, and exposed the hidden passage below. But this downward slanting passage was only half a person's height. To enter, they would have to crawl. nor was it spacious inside. If someone blocked the exit, escape would be nearly impossible. What now? Do we chase him? Lian Lui asked. Qin Wen remained silent. Honestly, he didn't want to crawl through this kind of passage. It gave him no sense of security at all. Old Gu thought for a moment. We chase. I'll take the front. Lian Lui, you're the smallest, so you take the rear. If anything moves behind us, you can turn around. And Qin Wen, you stay ahead of Lian Lui, ready to support her at any moment. All right. Got it. Old Gu crawled into the passage first, fully alert. The one saving grace was that the passage had only a single route with no branching tunnels. Meanwhile, on the other side, the boy had already crawled out of the passage. A monkey zombie beast scurried up and perched on his shoulder. If Old Gu were there, he might have recognized it as the very monkey zombie beast that had pressed itself against the door, listening to what was inside. Behind the boy, another monkey zombie beast emerged, pointing at the passage it had crawled out from and chattering. The boy thought for a moment, shook his head, and walked forward. That monkey zombie beast hurried after him and climbed onto his other shoulder. After the boy had been gone for quite a while, Old Gu's head emerged from the hidden passage in the wall. He came out first, looked around, and confusion gradually crept over his face. What's wrong? Qin Wen asked curiously as he crawled out and saw that Old Gu's expression was off. This place. I have no memory of it at all. Does Lillide Castle's underground even have this space? After crawling through that passage for so long, who the hell knows if we're even still inside Lillide Castle? No. Old Gu said with absolute certainty. This is exactly beneath Lillide Castle. Whatever. There's no telling what might lie under an old castle. But why wasn't this place opened up back then? Maybe restoring it cost too much. Lian Lui looked at the walls around them, where traces of human workmanship were invisible unless one looked carefully, and made her guess. Whatever the reason, right now we need to find that kid fast. I can't wait to beat him senseless. There really is something wrong with him. If I'd known, I should have just left him outside. Pa said, but Qin Wen immediately countered and let him run off outside. Pa was rendered speechless by the retort and kicked the ground angrily. Then which way do we chase now? It was the observant Lian Lui who first spotted a clue. There are footprints in the dust on this side. The flashlight beam swept across the ground, revealing a trail of footprints stretching into the darkness with jumbled claw prints at their start. Are these monkey footprints? Damn, that incident just now must have been caused by that brat, right? No wonder it was so eerie. Pa snorted coldly, almost eager to catch the boy and give him a good lesson. Qin Wen and the others quickly followed the footprints. The flashlight beam only carved out a fan-shaped area of light ahead, leaving both sides dim and deathly still. A psychological sense of isolation and dread was created. From time to time, Old Gu at the rear swept his flashlight toward the back. Qin Wen felt as if he were a character in a tomb-raiding novel surviving inside a tomb full of dangers. He shook his head to drive away that unrealistic thought. The further they walked, the more suffocatingly hot it became. This secret passage must have been on a slight incline all along, just too subtle to notice. But after turning two corners, the passage suddenly became an obvious upward slope. But in front of the slope, a rabbit with half its body hollowed out emerged from a side cave. It hopped toward Qin Wen and the others. But it was not cute in the least. Old Gu hurled a dagger, and it sank directly into the rabbit zombie beast's forehead. Unfazed, Qin Wen and the others stepped over the rabbit zombie beast while Old Gu casually pulled the dagger out. After climbing the slope, they entered another flat passage. A long time later, several slender tentacles suddenly extended from the ground before the slope, like green grass sprouting after rain. The tentacles turned in the air, then stabbed into the rabbit zombie beast. After a moment, the entire rabbit zombie beast vanished without a trace. Only a small puddle of suspicious liquid remained on the ground. The tentacles drooped, refusing to spare even that puddle, absorbing it into their bodies and sending it to who knew where. Then they slowly retracted. All that remained on the spot was a damp mark and a few small holes. At that moment, Qin Wen and the others arrived at a large open door. The gate was forged entirely of metal with modern metallurgical workmanship and a modern style. At least the hydraulic rods were not something ancient times could have produced. It seems there really are secrets hidden here. This isn't some classified military base, is it? Pa asked. Old Gu answered, at least I've never heard of one. Then this is probably a secret research site. Maybe we'll find something here. They quietly slipped through the gate. Behind the gate was a metal corridor where an emergency exit sign pointed toward the gate. It looks like we've been exploring in the wrong order. Qin Wen muttered. They passed through another security door and entered another similar metal corridor, but this time there were doors on both sides. He casually pushed open the nearest door. Inside was a very spacious room divided into an outer chamber and an inner chamber with a thick layer of tempered bulletproof glass in between. The computers in the outer workroom had all shut down due to the power outage, and the few paper records they found were covered with dense research data no one could understand. They provided no useful clues. Other than that, in the inner observation room, there was nothing on the metal bed except a few suspicious traces. Could they have taken even the experimental subjects with them during the evacuation? Qin Wen was curious because this didn't quite make sense. It was clear that the people here had evacuated in panic and haste, otherwise they wouldn't have left paper experimental data scattered on the floor unorganized and unfiled. So where had the experimental subjects in the inner observation room gone? Or had this room not used an experimental subject at all? But after searching several more rooms in succession, every inner observation room had an empty metal bed, and the experimental subjects on them had all vanished without a trace. There must be something deeply strange going on here. They continued forward, searching as they walked. They arrived at a spacious hall in the center of which were 2 sealed elevators, but they also could not operate due to the loss of electrical power. This was probably the regular entrance and exit. They had no idea where it led above, but it definitely wasn't Lili Tower Fort. After all, Qin Wen and the others had already been walking for over an hour. Let's take a short rest. Old Gu wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, sat down first, unwrapped an energy bar, and ate it slowly. Qin Wen and the other 2 followed suit. Meanwhile, they used their flashlights to sweep the hall. Besides the passage they had come from, there was another passage in the hall forming an angle of roughly 120 degrees with the first. Qin Wen shone his flashlight upward, and patterns were carved all around the vaulted ceiling of the hall. At first it was impossible to tell what they were, but once connected with the cylindrical elevator in the center, it began to feel wrong. If the cylindrical elevator was seen as the trunk, then the patterns carved on the vaulted ceiling were like overlapping layers of a tree crown. This was a giant tree hidden in the hall. Wait, a giant tree. Qin Wen immediately grew alert. He thought of the leap tree. Could this have something to do with the leap tree? He opened the quest list. The main quest still showed as incomplete. But Qin Wen did not seem disheartened or discouraged. Instead, he observed the patterns on the vaulted ceiling with even greater interest. Pa saw Qin Wen always looking up at the ceiling and looked over curiously too, but aside from a mess of chaotic patterns, he couldn't see anything. What are you looking at? Don't you think this looks like a giant tree? If you take the elevator as the trunk and the patterns above as the canopy. It does look a bit like that. With you saying that the surface of the elevator really does look like tree bark. Lian Lui's casual remark reminded Qin Wen. Qin Wen got up and moved to the elevator to examine it. Sure enough, the surface of the elevator had a bark-like texture. As he looked, Qin Wen noticed something was off. He took out his dagger and pulled out a broken tentacle stuck in the crack between the elevator's sealed doors. Look, what is this? Old Gu and the others gathered around. The broken tentacle was about a handspan long, as thick as a little finger, and pitch black all over. Once Qin Wen picked it out, it quickly dried and shrank into a pile of powder. Where did you find it? It was stuck in the door. Old Gu leaned in and saw that Qin Wen hadn't cleaned it out completely. A little bit was still caught in the crack. He inserted his dagger into the crack and pried it up little by little. Then they discovered that behind the crack, which had been pried open a little, was blocked by the tentacle. After the door crack was pried open, the tentacles failed to completely seal it. Some unknown liquid began seeping out from within. Before Lao Gu could investigate further, the tentacles behind the door began writhing. Several shot outward, suddenly plunging into the unknown liquid that had pooled on the floor. The tips of the tentacles pulsed rhythmically, drawing up the liquid much like a pump. Simultaneously, the tentacles within the elevator pressed against both sides, once again sealing the door shut. Once the extended tentacles had drained the unknown liquid completely, they retracted backward. Lao Gu reacted swiftly with his dagger, slicing off a segment before it could retreat fully. The severed tentacle writhed on the ground, thrashing as it extended finer filaments outward, searching, grasping, reaching for something tangible in the darkness. But the detached piece withered, rapidly crumbling to dust at the slightest touch. What in the world is this? A plant. Lao Gu shook his head, eyes fixed on the tentacles sealing the elevator doors, and stowed his incendiary grenade back into his tactical gear. Despite his curiosity about the tentacles, Lao Gu decided not to provoke them for now. His priority remained locating that boy. Meanwhile, Qin Wen continued searching the massive tree for further clues, but found no additional carvings. Instead, he discovered what appeared to be useful documents scattered among the debris on the ground. Qin Wen called Lao Gu and the others over. They gathered around to examine the papers together. Experiment 37. The subject underwent mutation at 46 hours and 51 minutes. The keratin layer on both hands thickened, nails assumed conical shapes, bodily decay progressed further, and light sensitivity intensified significantly. Experiment 54. None of the 10 subjects survived beyond 30 hours. Autopsy results revealed honeycomb-like mucous membranes forming within their chests, with unknown substances accumulating at the center of each honeycomb. Experiment 123. 9 of the 10 subjects died, all surviving less than 40 hours. The honeycomb mucous membranes multiplied throughout their bodies. Their limbs began dissolving and transforming into structures resembling fungal hyphae. The surviving subject has been reclassified under designation I. Beyond the symptoms already documented, similar pseudopod-like tissue has begun forming in the brain. The collection contained over 20 simple experiment logs, with the final entry reaching experiment number 486. Starting from experiment 123, every subsequent record featured only that same unknown organism under designation. What exactly is this place? Could it truly be like the movies, some facility studying and creating zombie mutants? Is this catastrophe actually man-made? Palm muttered these words, and they echoed the thoughts of Qin Wen and the other two. Lao Gu and the others now fully believed what Qin Wen had said, that this apocalyptic disaster was far more than a simple act of nature. Could the subject they're referring to be Ryan? Lao Gu spoke suddenly, his voice thick with suppressed fury. Let's go see what that kid's up to. Lao Gu advanced down another corridor, rifle raised, leaving the experiment records discarded on the ground behind him, fingerprints still visible on their surfaces. This passage stretched longer than the one they had entered through earlier. There were no rooms along the way, only layers of safety valves stacked one after another. It was as though someone had intended to seal whatever lay beyond. Now all those valves had been violently breached from the inside, making it nearly impossible to fathom what had transpired. Under the beam of their flashlights, Qin Wen and the others noticed painted strips lining the corridor walls, growing increasingly vivid the deeper they ventured. It was as though warning intruders of danger lurking ahead. No matter how long a passage stretched, it would eventually end. After crossing through a severely damaged security door, a vast hall opened before them. Rows upon rows of cultivation pods lined the hall, yet every single one lay shattered. The entire space was strewn with debris. The crunch of shattered glass beneath their boots rang painfully loud in the silence. Qin Wen and the others moved with heightened caution, never knowing what might still be lurking in the shadows. Qin Wen caught a flicker of shadow at the edge of his vision. He spun around instantly, his rifle-mounted tactical light sweeping toward the movement. But the area was empty, nothing there. Qin Wen's sudden movement had also alerted Lao Gu and the others, who turned to face the same direction, their four flashlights converging to illuminate the space brightly. Something just darted past. Before they could ask, Qin Wen spoke up first. Stay alert. Let's approach carefully and investigate. Moving forward incrementally, they confirmed nothing existed beyond the damaged cultivation pods. Not even overhead. Stay careful, Lao Gu called out despite finding nothing. As he shifted just one step, Lian Lui's peripheral vision caught another shadow, and it was closing in. Lian Lui immediately swung her gun and pulled the trigger without hesitation. A muffled report echoed through the silencer. Qin Wen urgently racked his weapon, preparing to enter a heightened state of awareness at a moment's notice. The four swept their lights across the surroundings repeatedly, yet the fleeting shadow refused to reappear. Damn it, how cunning, Pa muttered under his breath. Could it be stalling us? Test it. Then let's move, Lao Gu instructed, and the four advanced cautiously forward. The shadow appeared as expected. This time Qin Wen and the other two spotted it, everyone except Lian Lui, who had her back turned. Qin Wen instantly entered his heightened state, raising his rifle and firing 3 precise shots in one fluid motion. The targets were the head and lower limbs. The shadow fell where it stood, and Qin Wen's group immediately rushed forward. Lao Gu recognized it instantly, one of the two monkey zombie creatures. But how could it be here? Were the subjects cultivated in this facility not what they had assumed, but rather monkeys? The monkey zombie that should have died from the headshot suddenly leaped backward, retreating rapidly into the darkness and vanishing from sight. What the hell? Qin Wen exclaimed, sweeping his flashlight frantically, but only caught sight of a tail. Moments later, the monkey zombie was gone. The head wasn't supposed to be a weakness. We clearly hit it. An inexplicable sense of dread settled over Qin Wen and the others. The monkey zombie had exhibited far too many anomalies. Its joints were clearly broken, and judging by the damage, there had already been a large hole in the back of its skull before being shot. Keep moving forward. Despite the unsettling feeling, retreating now would prove difficult after coming this far. None of them believed they could simply leave if they wanted to. The appearance of that monkey zombie was proof enough. They advanced bit by bit toward the depths of the hall. Earlier, that monkey zombie beast had appeared, and setting everything else aside, it had pressed heavily on Qin Wen and the others' minds. Especially that monkey zombie beast. After being shot, it had fled and never shown itself again. The dense clusters of incubation pods loomed indistinctly in the darkness, casting an inexplicable pressure over them, as if something might leap out from within at any moment. After some effort, they reached the depths of the hall. There stood another massive security door. One glance made it clear that this door was far more advanced than those on the passageway before, but that also meant what lay behind it was even more dangerous. Yet one thing was strange: this security door seemed to have suffered no damage at all. That no longer mattered, however. What mattered was that Qin Wen and the others had found the boy. He was crouching right beneath the security door, Raise your hands, put them behind your head, and don't make any suspicious moves. Otherwise you'll be shot dead. Upon seeing the boy, Pa Si chambered around and aimed at the back of his head. The rifle's tactical light cast the boy's head into stark brightness. The boy's movements stiffened, then he stood up and turned around. A bullet grazed past his ear, leaving a faint trail of blood on its tip. It turned out that Pa Si had fired a ruthless warning shot the instant the boy rose. But no one noticed that the bullet, having grazed the boy's ear, struck the security door without losing any of its momentum. Yet no sound came from it. The surface of the security door rippled faintly, and at the moment the bullet arrived, swallowed it whole. I'll say it once more, raise both hands high, clasp your head, and squat down. Otherwise this time I really will shoot you dead. As he spoke, his voice gradually trailed off. The eyes of Qin Wen and the other three all converged on the same spot. Only after the boy stood did they notice a monkey zombie beast's corpse beneath his feet, its head torn off and thrown aside. Blood was dripping from the boy's hand. It slid across the back of his hand, over his fingers, and fell from his fingertips, drop after drop, onto the monkey zombie beast's corpse. The scene was deeply eerie. "What are you doing?" Qin Wen asked, but the boy did not answer. Now it was not just Pa Si who aimed his gun at the boy, the other three did the same. Though they had no idea what strange trick the boy was up to, killing the one who was causing the strangeness would settle it. But just then another monkey zombie beast dropped down from above. It was the very one that had appeared in front of Qin Wen and the others a moment ago. It pounced directly from midair onto the headless monkey zombie beast below. Suddenly tentacles surged from every opening on its body and wrapped around both monkey zombie beasts. Seeing the change, Qin Wen and the others fired without a second thought. The boy stepped back a little, letting them shoot. Meanwhile, the blood on the back of his hand had disappeared at some point. The tentacles still wrapped around the two monkey zombie beasts crawled backward. Bullets pierced into the mass, but seemed to cause it no harm whatsoever. The tentacles appeared to be digesting the two corpses, and they finished in only a few moments. Then it transformed, mimicking a many-legged insect, and charging furiously toward the security door. By now, whenever bullets struck it, they brought traces of fluid out with them. Lao Gu suddenly understood where the mysterious liquid inside the elevator in the previous hall had come from. From the head of the mimicked many-legged insect, extremely long, slender tentacles stretched out like ropes shot from a launcher, extending all the way to touch the security door. Under the astonished gaze of Qin Wen and the others, the enormous security door immediately began to behave strangely. The surface started to ripple violently. In a short while it disintegrated and opened to both sides. The parted edges were lined with countless tentacles swaying like aquatic weeds. This was unmistakably a mass of tentacles mimicking the security door. At the sight, a chill crept from the depths of Qin Wen's heart. This was nothing less than an abyssal maw. The mimicked many-legged insect had by now completely merged into the security door, and the tentacles along the opened edges suddenly paused. The tentacle mass masquerading as the security door began in the blink of an eye to turn pale gray. The phrase "reduced activity" instantly flashed through Qin Wen and the others' minds. Somewhat startled, they looked at the boy. So this was the peculiarity and abnormality Lao Gu had spoken of. The pale gray began to spread across the tentacle mass, mimicking the security door, and wherever it turned pale gray, the mass began to slowly melt away. It was like butter melting under a blazing sun. Seeing this, the boy ignored the guns aimed at him and strolled in as calmly as if taking a casual walk after dinner. Pa Si's finger rested on the trigger and twitched a few times, but he still did not pull it. "Follow him." A single sentence from Lao Gu made Pa Si take his finger off the trigger and mutter quietly under his breath, "Sis, sis." As soon as they approached the security door, they could hear a faint voice coming from inside. "I think we can still make it if we leave now." Before Qin Wen could finish, Pa Si gave her a scornful look. "How can we go back after coming all this way? Besides, it was you who insisted on getting to the bottom of this. Getting scared now. When you say that, please make sure your own legs aren't trembling first." "Tisk." Before Pa Si could sound tough, Lien Lui undercut him. "Come to think of it, I seem to remember that my dear little brother fears nothing under heaven, but he's afraid of this kind of ghostly voice, isn't he?" "I'm not afraid," he retorted stubbornly. Still, with Lien Lui's teasing, some of the worry and faint fear in their hearts melted away. The boy ahead seemed to be in another world, paying no heed to any sound around him, and kept walking deeper without pause. After passing the security door for some distance, the space before them suddenly widened and brightened. It was actually an underground cavern home to enormous glowing bacteria colonies that cast light across the cave. The cavern floor had been artificially hardened. The boy continued deeper, without stopping, leaving Qin Wen and the others no choice but to follow. As they walked, a relatively narrow passage appeared ahead. After passing through it, they reached an even larger cavern. Or rather, the underground cavern itself was shaped like a gourd, with the security door at the narrow mouth, and this chamber forming the lower half. "Sis, sis, sis." The voice grew clearer with every step. When they reached the final cavern, Qin Wen and the others froze. There's something like layer upon layer of overlapping spider silk cocooned a girl, leaving only her head exposed. But this girl was clearly not human. After all, no human had a pair of black horns curving upward from her head, even though those horns added no small measure of beauty and charm. Sister, sister. The voice echoed through the cave. Yet the horned girl, whose head was the only part visible, was clearly not moving her mouth to speak. At the very least, Qin Wen did not see her open her mouth. The horned girl floated at least 2 meters above the ground, and in the middle of the spider web, there was a thicker rod-like object of unknown material. It felt as though the girl were bound to a pillar by the spider web. At that moment, all of Qin Wen's group, their gaze and their guns alike, were completely drawn to the eerily unsettling girl. Dazed, they followed the boy ahead as he walked forward. He paused mid-step and looked up at the horned maiden hovering over 2 meters above the ground. Suddenly, the echoing voice in the cave faltered and fell silent. Under the beam of the flashlight, the horned girl slowly opened her eyes, and the spider web wrapped around her body began to shed piece by piece, draping downward like the hem of a long skirt. Her long hair cascaded down her back. Her clothes had burst apart, revealing an upper body through which bones showed faintly. Yet now coiled around her wrists were rings of floating red tentacles. Could those tentacles possibly be mutated blood vessels? Perhaps because she was still drowsy from just waking, those tentacles floated behind her like loose hair. She stared with her ink-red eyes, and due to the angle, she looked Qin Wen's group up and down, making an incoherent hissing sound from her mouth. Sister. Qin Wen felt a chill crawl up his scalp. Although her face was undeniably beautiful, her figure well endowed, and those curved horns handsome in their own exotic way, combining all those elements together made her utterly terrifying. Fortunately, the monstrous girl shifted her gaze downward, looking at the boy standing in front. Sister. In an instant, her tone of confusion turned to delight. Sister. That single cry of sister was piercingly loud and razor-sharp, causing Qin Wen and the others to cover their ears to protect their eardrums. It felt as if someone had amplified the grating sound of a cat scratching a blackboard tenfold through a megaphone and played it directly against one's ear. It was not merely screeching. It raised goosebumps all over their skin. Only Old Gu, relying on his inhuman physique, took a step forward and blocked Qin Wen's group. Though Old Gu did not cover his ears, his face was somewhat contorted. He too must have found it unbearable. Only the boy, who kept his head tilted upward, remained expressionless. Sister. After that piercing cry, the tone shifted again into something mournful. You've finally come. I've been waiting for you, always waiting. Old Gu turned his head and barked sharply. Qin Wen's group snapped back to reality as cold sweat suddenly broke out over their bodies. Moments ago, they had no idea why, but they had been entranced by that voice, their legs moving forward almost against their will, eager to throw themselves into the embrace of the horned girl. Pa wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. What the hell? Why is she calling herself sister? Wait, does that mean she's? Pa pointed his trembling finger at the boy ahead in shock, but Qin Wen was absolutely certain that boy was male. But why did you leave me here alone? Why wouldn't you let me eat you? Why did you leave? Come sister, let us become one again, just like we used to be. His tone shifted from mournful to furious and vicious, then abruptly calmed, as if speaking about something utterly trivial. Yet the reality behind those words was nothing short of horrifying. Ah, sister, my dear sister, I missed the taste of you so much. We should reunite as one. At that moment, the cave trembled. From the surrounding walls, countless tendrils burst forth, forming thick, sturdy tentacles. Before those tentacles could surround them, a grayish-white substance spread across them. They gradually shriveled and dropped to the ground. The horned monster girl paused, her expression contorting into ugliness. Why resist? Why won't you let me eat you? Why do you keep interfering? Sister, if that's how it is, I won't hold back. She slid down from the pillar, and the spider web that formed her skirt climbed back up her body, covering her entirely. But as it wrapped around her, the web's shape changed, adhering to her flesh like plates of armor. Even her head became encased, resembling either a grotesque suit of armor or a new creature of horror. Only those long horns remained unchanged. The blood vessel tentacles coiled around her wrists tore fiercely toward the boy, simultaneously surrounding Qin Wen and the others behind him. Damn it! What do we do? What else? We fight back. The blood vessel tentacles wrapped around the boy's body, drilling deep inside, while tearing outward on both sides. Just then the boy's body began to swell rapidly, like an inflated balloon. Old Gu's eyes snapped open, and he threw himself backward, knocking Qin Wen's defenseless group to the ground. With a massive explosion, the boy burst apart like a bomb. From within the blast emerged a girl identical in appearance to the horned monster, her body entirely covered in bony plates. Old Gu braced himself and flipped over his blade, slicing through the incoming blood vessel tentacles. However, those tentacles were extraordinarily tough. His blade sank only halfway before meeting unyielding resistance. At the same time, gunfire rang out. Qin Wen's group opened fire on the attacking tentacles. Though bullets could pierce through them, even when shredded to pieces, those blood vessel tentacles regenerated within moments. Annoying little bugs. The monster girl sneered and charged straight toward the sister girl who had rushed in. Sister. But before she could get within 10 meters, she was yanked backward. Several tubes connected the monster girl's back to the pillars. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Her face instantly contorted into an even uglier form. It should have been you staying here, you who came. I'm going to eat you. In her rage, the blood vessel tentacles intensified their assault. Yet most of the tentacles focused on intercepting the sister girl, which slightly eased the pressure on Qin Wen's group. The girl called Sister tore through the surging tentacles one by one. The bony plates on her body acted like sharp blades, severing the blood vessel tendrils with every movement. But there were simply too many tentacles. The sister girl was eventually wrapped into a cocoon and lifted into the air, the tendrils continuously compressing inward. Suddenly, a thick bone spike pierced through from inside the cocoon. Then a second, a third. The bone spikes, sharpened on both edges, spun violently, tearing apart the sphere of intertwining tentacles. The sister girl landed. Or rather, she should no longer be called a maiden. She had transformed into a monster as well. Beyond her head, her entire body was covered in bone spikes resembling a sea urchin. At each elbow grew a pair of sickle-shaped, reversed bone blades. The elder sister stretched one hand forward, her 5 fingertips gradually forming cone shapes. The next instant, they shot forward like bullets. Halfway there, they were intercepted by blood vessel tentacles, and at the same time, some of those tentacles thrust upward from beneath her feet. The elder sister was knocked flying at once. The thrusting blood vessel tentacles continued to rise and strangle, while more converged from every direction. But this time no sphere was formed. Instead, mouthparts opened at their tips, densely packed with tiny needle-like teeth clamping onto the bone plates, covering the elder sister's body and gnawing at them with a piercing creak. Cracks spread across the bone plates. The elder sister bent her arms slightly, then flung them wide, and the recurved bone sides at her elbows cut through the blood vessel tentacles behind her. The cracked bone plates stood upright, then shot in every direction like sharp little blades. Qin Wen and the others were still busy dealing with the surging blood vessel tentacles. Even though the monster sisters were locked in a fierce battle over there, and had hardly cast their attention this way, the blood vessel tentacles' freakish regeneration and unreasonable tenacity alone. Qin Wen and the others were still under considerable pressure. Damn it, it's simply endless, Pa complained as soon as he opened his mouth. Just then Old Gu whipped his head around and pulled Qin Wen aside. Even so, a sharp bone blade grazed past Qin Wen's arm. The bulletproof vest on his body was sliced open and a small gash was torn in Qin Wen's arm. Blood soaked his skin at once. The bone blade that had lodged in him, once touched by blood, burrowed along the wound in Qin Wen's arm and took root in his body. In an instant, Qin Wen's vision was flooded with notifications from the little sprite. You have been invaded by... has begun parasitizing you. From now on, you will lose 35 of your health every second. A constitution check will be made once every second. If the check fails, you will die instantly. Constitution check failed. Because the authority of is far higher than that of has been removed from you. Then Qin Wen watched the bone blade stuck in his arm fall off without warning. Qin Wen was utterly baffled. Then all at once he thought of the permanent buff he carried for this world. Immunity to lethal pathogens. Exactly as you thought. Thanking that unknown entity for giving him such a generous starter gift pack, Qin Wen declared that he had fallen in love with this buff. But this in turn also proved from another angle that the bone blade was a pathogen. So then that boy, was the elder sister, also a mutated zombie. Or perhaps she was not a zombie, but a mutant that had taken a different path. Either way, Qin Wen was certain that the elder sister's current state was related to the transition tree. He casually picked up the bone blade, but the little sprite gave him no hint at all. Qin Wen looked at the bone blade in his hand and frowned. But there was no time to think further. In just this brief moment of delay, Pa and Lian Lui were already starting to falter. Qin Wen and Old Gu swiftly joined in, and the guns in their hands spat tongues of flame once more. When the bone blade stuck in Qin Wen's arm failed, the elder sister turned back with a puzzled look. The horned girl seemed to sense that something was wrong too. She split off another portion of blood vessel tentacles and sent them to encircle Qin Wen and the others. Damn it, why are there even more? There was despair in Lian Lui's eyes. The blood vessel tentacles before them seemed endless. Bullets could destroy them, but they soon returned to their original state. What's more, their escape route had already been blocked. The passage between the two karst caves was sealed solidly by the ashen white tentacles. There was no room left at all. Lian Lui had tried firing a shot, but she simply couldn't pierce those tentacles. No one knew how thick a layer they had piled up. When the regenerated blood vessel tentacles lunged forward once again, Qin Wen pulled out a grenade and threw it over. The 4 of them turned away and covered up. The blood vessel tentacles swarmed around the thrown grenade, and the blast instantly tore them apart into segments. In front of them a great space was cleared at once. And so they started using grenades to fend off the blood vessel tentacles, but each of them was carrying only 2. Charge through. The only way now is to help deal with that horn monster. Old Goo said. Taking advantage of the path opened by the grenades, they rushed forward. But doing so put them under even greater pressure. Perhaps because of the proximity, those blood vessel tentacles seemed to be moving a little faster. The 2 monster sisters who had once again clashed together noticed that Qin Wen and the others were getting close, but they paid it no mind. An extraordinarily long-boned saber appeared in the elder sister's hand, while a whip woven from tentacles appeared in the horned girl's hand. The whip lashed straight toward the elder sister's face. She hurriedly swung her saber to block, but once the whip coiled around the blade, one end unfurled and wrapped around her wrist from behind, dragging the elder sister forward. For the first time, the elder sister's eyes showed a shaken, panicked expression. With a swing of her left hand, she cut off her right hand at the wrist. She seemed very afraid of being pulled over. The horned girl giggled dazedly. More blood vessel tentacles emerged from the ground, weaving into a spider web that captured the elder sister. The moment she was caught, a portion of the blood vessel tentacles wrapped around her, sealing her in tightly, while mouth parts opened and gnawed at her without stop. Layer after layer of blood vessel tentacles piled on top, buying time. Wrapped inside, the elder sister used the same trick again. Bone blades shot out desperately in all directions. But this time it was of little use. This time the blood vessel tentacles seemed even tougher. Sister, I'm not what I used to be. I've grown stronger. Your blood can't suppress me much longer. Let me eat you, let me break free from this place. We'll be together forever. The web was dragged toward the horned girl, the distance closing inch by inch. A bullet suddenly drilled into the mass of blood vessel tentacles, and flames erupted from within. It was Qin Wen who had entered his supersensory state, aimed at the weakest point, and fired a special armor-piercing incendiary round. Qin Wen and the others were all wounded by now. Old Goo's figure seemed even more imposing, but it was also Old Goo who bore the most wounds. Bloodstains covered his entire body. The bloodshot veins in Old Goo's eyes had grown thicker, almost filling the whites of his eyes. He panted heavily, and heat rose from his body in wisps. From time to time his gaze would settle on Qin Wen and the others, laden with malice and a desire for destruction. Lao Gu panted heavily, then abruptly turned his head away. He bit his own tongue, the sharp pain sharpening his consciousness, but the metallic tang of blood flooding his mouth nearly compelled him to turn back. With sheer willpower, Lao Gu resisted the urge to look back. Striding forward with determined steps, he forced his entire attention onto the horned girl. The fleshy layer covering the horned girl's body contorted and twisted. Her mouth split into 4 segments, revealing rows of tiny razor-sharp fangs. Damn reptiles. I had no intention of dealing with you, yet you dare provoke me. Die. Flames erupted within the sphere of vascular tentacles after being struck by an armor-piercing incendiary round. The sister girl seized the opportunity to break free from inside, shattering the vascular tentacle sphere into fragments scattered across the ground. However, she was hardly in any better condition herself. The bony armor coating her body had been almost entirely devoured by the vascular tentacles, exposing the skeletal frame beneath. The bone blade was shattered, leaving only the hilt. After emerging, the sister girl cast a glance at Qin Min that seemed to carry gratitude. Meanwhile, the horned girl had not yet taken action against Lao Gu when she was drawn toward the commotion. Damn it, curse you. Why can't any of you just do as I wish? The horned girl roared in fury, and the conduits behind her began to tremble. Numerous similar tentacles erupted from above the cave. Blood clots from the horned girl's body fell away in chunks, piercing into the ground as they landed. From a center point at the horned girl's feet, a dark crimson hue began to spread outward. The pillar behind her underwent a transformation as well. Its upper section began to unfurl, branching into numerous limbs that stretched outward in all directions. Meanwhile, the pillar continued to grow taller. The tentacles emerging from the cave ceiling descended to wrap around the branches, resembling leaves on a great canopy. Eye-like orbs began to manifest from within. Suddenly, a notification appeared before Qin Min's eyes, though the text glowed in blood red. The tree spirit twins' blood offspring has gone berserk and is undergoing morphological transformation. World-class boss has appeared. World difficulty is about to increase dramatically. This world boss far exceeds the player's capability limits. No related plot quest has been obtained, no targeted items or characters available for assistance. Severe warning: players must evacuate this area immediately. The screen was instantly flooded with notifications. Damn it. Qin Min cursed aloud, exasperated by the absurdity of the situation. Run. He'd love to escape, but where could he go? All retreat routes had been blocked. Was he supposed to simply approach the horned girl and say, "I quit. Could you please open the door and let us leave"? That was absurd. She would tear him apart on the spot. A temporary chain quest has been issued. Quest 1: make your choice. Choose within 10 seconds whether to flee or remain. There will be no rewards or penalties for this decision. Note your choice will affect subsequent quest assignments. 10987. Player has chosen to stay in place. Processing subsequent quest updates. Quest 2 Escape. Defeat the world-class boss or flee the area. Reward world evaluation bonus increased by 20%. Failure penalty none. Damn it, what use is this reward? He'd much rather have a life-preserving item right now. He wanted to survive just as much as anyone. But the problem was he couldn't see any way out. A terrifying pressure radiated from the horned girl, so intense it felt almost tangible. The weight of it forced Qin Wen and the others to stoop. Even shifting a single step proved difficult. The sister girl was now completely desperate, throwing herself forward with all her remaining strength. Yet her pace remained sluggish, slower than before. And with each movement, a sickening grind of bone against bone echoed from within the sister girl's body. Lao Gu bore down against the crushing pressure, straining to raise his gun until muscles on his arm tore open. He pulled the trigger, and the bullet shot from the barrel in an instant. The projectile then lodged itself motionless in the air before the horned girl. The atmosphere there had become impossibly viscous, the air pressure beyond comprehension. The bullet simply could not penetrate. At that moment, the sister girl had arrived at this wall of air, raising the bone blade, now reduced to its hilt, and thrusting it forward with all her might. The blade of the bone sword began to regrow from the hilt, inching its way through the viscous air. Just as the tip was about to pierce the horned girl's forehead, the horned girl slowly opened her eyes, and simultaneously every eyeball in the canopy opened at the same moment. You have been observed by the Rift Tree. Due to the Rift Tree's gaze, you have been forcibly subjected to a staggered state, temporarily reducing defense by 30% and maximum health by 20%, while all attributes drop by 20%, willpower drops by 60%, leaving you vulnerable to fear at any moment. Note this status effect can stack. Before Qin Wen and the others, a phantom of a towering tree flickered and vanished, and simultaneously their weapons grew impossibly heavy. Having witnessed the Rift Tree's phantom due to its gaze counts toward main quest completion, Qin Wen's heart lifted at this, only to plummet moments later. Your current main quest completion is insufficient to grant return eligibility. Fuck. Qin Wen cursed viciously in his mind. The moment the horned girl opened her eyes, the bone blade instantly ceased growing, and no matter how hard the sister girl pushed, it would not advance another fraction. The horned girl extended her hand and tapped the air before her. The sister girl was sent flying by the impact, and the bone blade in her grasp, along with her arm holding it, disintegrated into dust. After the horned girl's strike, the oppressive dread weighing upon Qin Wen and the others dissipated, allowing their bodies to move freely once more. The moment Lao Gu's body regained freedom, he sprang forward like a coiled spring, flipping his reinforced shotgun in midair and aiming directly at the horned girl's head before pulling the trigger. Flames erupted from the muzzle, and the high-impact steel shot engulfed the horned girl's head, penetrating deep into her skull and upper torso without any resistance. Yet the pellets immediately emerged from the other side. At the exact moment of impact, the horned girl's flesh instinctively formed passages around each projectile. It was as though the steel shot had passed through a clear corridor without touching anything. The entire process was so swift that it appeared as if the horned girl simply stood firm and absorbed the blast. I almost forgot about you, annoying little bug. You're the same species as that enormous creature outside, both equally tiresome. The blood disciple, also known as the Horned Maiden, extended her hand toward Old Gu, who was still suspended in midair, her expression one of utter disgust. By now, both of the Horned Maiden's hands had transformed into a pair of monstrous, gigantic, three-clawed talons. The vascular tendrils on her wrists thickened to twice their original size. Moreover, long, sharp thorns had sprouted from their tips, as though the material itself had been transformed into some kind of wood. The vascular tendrils shot out, suddenly piercing straight through Old Gu's abdomen and emerging from his back. Old Gu opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of dark, swollen blood streaked with crimson. As expected, you're the same breed as that thing outside. How irritating. The Horned Maiden's monstrous talons grabbed the vascular tendril and whipped it violently to the side, sending Old Gu, who was still impaled upon it, crashing hard into the ground. Dust and debris erupted into the air instantly. Meanwhile, the tip of the vascular tendril protruding from Old Gu's back began to sprout slender branch-like offshoots in all directions. The vascular tendrils anchored themselves into the ground, hoisting Old Gu upward. So it's merely an incomplete specimen. How delightfully fragile. The Horned Maiden chuckled darkly. A bullet was fired from a gun, striking the now transformed vascular tendril, yet leaving not even a single scratch upon it. Qin Wen gripped his gun, his eyes wide with disbelief. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down several times. He finally understood what it meant to face a world-class boss whose power far exceeded human capability. This was utter despair, with no hope visible beyond passively lying down and waiting for death. Yet it was precisely Qin Wen's action that drew the Horned Maiden's gaze toward him. The moment the Horned Maiden's gaze fell upon him, Qin Wen's breathing stopped instantly, his calves growing weak as he nearly collapsed onto the ground. His mind was entirely consumed by panic. It was like stumbling upon a robust, starving apex predator in the wild, a spiritual suppression descending from the very summit of the food chain. Aside from trembling with primal terror, his body remained rigid and unresponsive. Even taking a single step was an impossible luxury. Lian Lui fared even worse, dropping onto the ground with her gun falling from her grasp. I almost forgot about the three of you little pests. I was considering keeping you around for amusement, or perhaps as a snack. But I've lost the mood now. The Horned Maiden turned away listlessly and casually waved her hand, causing several wooden spikes to erupt from the ground. The tension string within Pa snapped. He let out a cathartic scream to vent his terror, his finger frantically pulling the trigger as he sprayed bullets wildly at the rapidly approaching spikes. He became utterly hysterical. Beneath, Lian Lui pooled a suspicious liquid with a foul odor. She merely covered her face and giggled uncontrollably, like an ostrich burying its head in the sand, except that she had also lost her mind. Meanwhile, Qin Wen simply stood frozen in place, utterly unresponsive, his mind completely blank, unaware even of who he was or where he had ended up. Three individuals, three distinct reactions under extreme terror. One had become hysterical, another had descended into madness, and the third was simply paralyzed by fear. Yet the spikes did not pierce through their bodies, instead they penetrated their skin and wrapped around them. You have been infected by the origin essence and subjected to parasitism. Each second a judgment will be made regarding your toxin resistance and constitution attributes. If your toxin resistance falls below 20 points or your constitution drops below 35, you will suffer damage ranging from 10% of your maximum HP to instant death based on the attribute deficit. Additionally, your maximum HP will be reduced by 5% each time. The attribute deficit is excessive. Lethal damage is imminent. Due to the existence of within your body, which holds a higher rank, all lethal pathogens have already been purged from your system. After the spikes pierced their skin, the light of life instantly extinguished from Pa and Lian Lui's eyes. Their bodies took on a wood pulp hue and bark-like patterns emerged across their skin. They had died so simply, so effortlessly. The Horned Maiden glanced over once more, carefully scrutinizing Qin Wen from head to toe. What new breed are you? How could you withstand my corruption? Were you boys specially engineered to counter me? You all deserve to die. The Horned Maiden grew increasingly furious with each word, her voice nearly grinding between clenched teeth by the end. Die, die, die. Only then did the pain bring Qin Wen back to awareness. Even with the effect of the tyrannical necklace on his body minimizing the adverse impacts of his suffering, Qin Wen was still writhing in excruciating agony. It was a torment worse than death itself, surpassing even the greatest torture in the world. And yet, even in this state, Qin Wen gradually lost consciousness from the pain. Before he completely slipped into unconsciousness, he saw the vascular tendril that had pierced Old Gu's abdomen suddenly yank backward, tearing Old Gu's entire abdomen completely apart. The vascular tendril casually flung Old Gu aside and charged toward Qin Wen. Just as the Horned Maiden gnashed her teeth, intending to skewer both Old Gu and Qin Wen in a single sweep, it suddenly turned its monstrous talons, clamping down upon the incoming bone blade. My dear sister, I care far more about you than those little pests. You should have been the one here. Why did you abandon me? Why? But now, sister, let us become one once again. You are my bone sister. The other monstrous three-clawed talons swung inward, appearing from afar, as though the Horned Maiden intended to embrace her sister. I refuse. The sister maiden spoke for the first time, her voice nearly identical to that of the Horned Maiden. Startled by the sister maiden's sudden words, the Horned Maiden hesitated for a moment before erupting in fury. Her monstrous three-clawed talons struck with even greater speed. Seizing the moment of the Horned Maiden's brief hesitation, the sister maiden swiftly retreated. She twisted the hilt of her bone blade, drawing forth a chain of bones. With a powerful yank backward, she dragged the Horned Maiden along, stretching the tube on the Horned Maiden's back taut as a bowstring. Pain contorted the Horned Maiden's face, and her three-clawed talons involuntarily loosened their grip. The sister maiden successfully retrieved her bone blade. But instead of twisting the hilt back, she pulled the bone chain and swung the blade in a wide arc, striking forcefully toward the Horned Maiden's body. The Horned Maiden was instantly consumed by shame and rage. She pressed her three-clawed talons together and slashed at the incoming bone blade. At that moment, the sister maiden suddenly released the hilt and reached her hand toward the spine at the nape of her own neck. Her fingers dug deep into the wound. With a pained expression, she slowly extracted a massive bone bow from within. After drawing out the bone bow, the sister maiden's condition appeared dire. She hastily braced herself against the ground, using the bow, managing to remain standing without collapsing outright. The elder girl held the bone bow steady for less than 2 seconds, then straightened up, took a deep breath, and drew the bowstring to a full moon. A bone arrow materialized on the bow of its own accord. The arrow aimed at the horned girl's head and shot off the string like a meteor. Over there, the horned girl had just pierced through a swung bone blade with her three-fingered claws, before she could savor her triumph, a sharp whoosh cut through the air. Alarmed, she swept her other three-fingered claw inward. But it was a step too late. The bone arrowhead had barely pierced the horned girl's forehead. The fletching of the arrow, however, was caught by the horned girl's three-fingered claw. Her face darkened at once, though the injury was minor. Only a thin layer of skin and flesh had been broken. But the horned girl was still thoroughly displeased. Grabbing the bone arrow, she flung it to the ground and stomped it in two. Yet the arrowhead on that bone arrow had vanished at some point. The horned girl frowned and reached up to touch her forehead. It had already healed as smooth as ever, leaving not a single trace behind. Meanwhile, the elder girl had drawn her bone bow once more and aimed it at the horned girl. Another bone arrow appeared on the string. It was the same motion as before, but this time the horned girl was on guard. She snatched the incoming bone arrow straight out of the air. Squish! The horned girl crushed the bone arrow caught in her three-fingered claw. "Sister, what trick are you pulling now?" Then she sensed that something was off. Looking down, she saw that a portion of the bone arrow in her claw had already disappeared, seemingly fusing into her own body. Alarm bells clanged in the horned girl's heart. She had already been schemed against once by her dear sister, who knew how badly this trap would hurt her now. She hurriedly hurled the bone arrow away, but in that brief moment a good chunk of it had already vanished. Seeing the elder girl draw the bone bow yet again, the horned girl gnashed her teeth in fury, her anger flaring higher and higher. She slid the bone blade off one of her three-fingered claws and swung it to block the incoming third arrow. But the next moment her right claw sank heavily as the blade was driven into the ground. The horned girl looked down and saw her right claw fused with the bone blade, as if welded together. The bone chains on the blade had all retracted into the earth, merging with the ground. "Damn it!" the horned girl roared. The many eyes on her head suddenly turned toward the elder girl, who was just about to knock an arrow and draw. Once those gazes fell upon her, the elder girl's body went rigid. Seizing that opening, the horned girl cut off her own right claw. At the same time, blood vessel tentacles shot from her left claw toward the elder girl as she stamped her foot hard. Several cracks split the ground and root-like tendrils rose from them, reaching for the elder girl. Along those tendrils gaped tiny mouths spewing faint white mist. Meanwhile, the upper half of Old Goo's body was sent flying by a blood vessel tentacle and slammed toward Qin Wen, who had already fallen unconscious and lay motionless on the ground. Behind Qin Wen, Pa and Lian Lui had completely transformed into two sculpture-like forms of woody material emitting a strange fragrance. Old Goo raised his head with difficulty and looked at Qin Wen and the other two. Tears flowed from eyes that had already mutated so grotesquely that one could tell at a glance they no longer belonged to a normal human. But the tears were an eerie ink black. It was as if what streamed from his eyes was not tears but ink. Remorse flooded Old Goo's heart. If only he had not stubbornly chased the elder girl all the way to Lilith Tower, this would never have happened. If he had not insisted on entering after seeing that the mutated zombie stationed outside was Ryan, none of this would have happened either. It was all his fault, every last bit of it. Drowned in grief, Old Goo failed to notice that his body was changing under that strange fragrance. Fleshy tendrils began to squirm from the tear in his abdomen. The ink-like tears gradually stopped and drool began to pour from his mouth instead. Before long, his eyes were utterly devoid of human light. He crawled with difficulty toward Qin Wen, who lay unconscious on the ground. His senses told him she was a delicious meal. Old Goo finally reached Qin Wen and opened his jaws wide. Fleshy tendrils had already grown between his upper and lower lips, binding them together. With that strain, the tendrils snapped. He bit down hard on Qin Wen's shoulder, tearing through her tactical ballistic vest, and began to rip and gnaw, exposing the fresh flesh beneath the clothes. He tore off a large mouthful of flesh and swallowed it without chewing. Tiny flowers had begun to bloom across Old Goo's body and the tendrils at either side of his mouth after rending Qin Wen's flesh, now connected with her wounds. Once the flowers bloomed, Old Goo's transformation accelerated explosively. Within a mere dozen or so seconds, before he could even swallow a second mouthful, tiny flowers had burst open all over his body. Old Goo was thoroughly dead. The wound on Qin Wen's shoulder, meanwhile, began to sprout fleshy tendrils that writhed and grew at breakneck speed, eventually knitting together into tiny blossoms. Unconscious and twitching every now and then, Qin Wen had no idea that the little sprite's messages had long been flooding the screen. "You have been parasitized, triggering instant death effect. Lethal pathogen has been cleared. You have been parasitized, triggering instant death effect. Lethal pathogen has been cleared." At last a different message popped up. "You have formed a quasi-symbiotic relationship with due to your quasi-symbiosis with your strength attribute is temporarily increased by 5 points, your constitution by 10, your agility by 2, and your max HP by 1000. This attribute bonus lasts until the quasi-symbiotic state disappears. Note the longer the quasi-symbiotic state lasts, the higher your synchronization degree will be. When it reaches a certain value, you will lose your player qualification and remain in this world forever. Moreover, irreversible adverse changes will occur to your body. Qin Wen, who had been unconscious, climbed up from the ground. During this process, Old Gu's flour-covered corpse clung to Qin Wen and was absorbed into the wound on her shoulder. After absorbing it, the wound on Qin Wen's shoulder expelled a mass of black viscous matter that drenched her body and formed a suit of flesh armor. The armor kept refining itself upward until even her head was encased. Fleshy tendrils connected her upper and lower jaws, and her eyes were covered. She opened her mouth and let out a roar, charging toward the elder girl. The elder sister's body twisted several times before she finally broke free from the restraint. But by then the root-like tendrils had already thrust before her eyes. She lightly tapped her toes and darted backward, lowering the bone bough in her hands. Behind her, however, more roots had opened into 4 petals like a carnivorous flower and lunged at the elder sister. She sidestepped, twisting her waist, and the bone blades on either side of the bone bough in her left hand slashed backward. A flash of blade light swept past. The roots behind her were severed at once, yet they regrew almost instantly. From between the opened 4 petals, a thick, white mist suddenly burst out. The elder sister hastily covered her nose with the back of her hand and hurriedly retreated to the side. At that moment, a human figure suddenly charged over. The figure slammed into the roots ahead, and the thin white mist seeping from the tiny holes on the roots made a hissing sound as it met the figure. That charging figure was none other than Qin Wen, still unconscious. He was now completely controlled by the quasi-symbiont inside his body. The thick roots cracked under Qin Wen's impact. He stretched out his hands, and both arms abruptly swelled. Both arms grew thicker than Qin Wen's thighs and were densely covered in scales. The scales wrapped around his fingers, forming sharp claws. The claws sank deep into the roots, tearing them open and sending fragments falling. He grabbed a root and yanked it up to his nose. Like a dragon drinking water, he took a deep, mighty breath and sucked dry the thin white mist that had been sprayed out. Opening his mouth wide, he snapped the fleshy threads connecting his upper and lower lips, bit into the root, and ripped off a large chunk. He chewed only a couple of times before swallowing. Having devoured part of the moushu, the assimilation level of the quasi-symbiont inside his body increased. It was now 5%. After swallowing, Qin Wen clutched the root, his nostrils flaring as if he had caught a delicious scent. He forcibly twisted his head nearly 180 degrees to look at the roots that were chasing and attacking the elder sister behind him. His nostrils flared more violently, especially when he smelled the dense white mist. Saliva streamed endlessly from both corners of his mouth. Casually, he tossed away the half-bitten, withered root in his hand. Bending his legs, he leaped over in one bound. His foot stomped a section of root down into the ground. Then he bent low, reached out with a claw, and scooped upward. Clutching the tip of the root, he bit down hard and sucked forcefully. The root soon withered and dried. He chewed the bitten-off piece with a squelching crunch. He turned back, grabbed the open 4-petal part, and dragged it over. Stretching his head toward the middle where the thick white mist was erupting, he bit down and sucked with desperate force. The 4 petals closed together in the middle, squeezing and strangling Qin Wen. But Qin Wen ignored it completely and continued desperately sucking in the thick white mist. His 2 swollen scale-covered claws slashed hard to the sides, reducing the 4 petals to 2. With a quick scoop, Qin Wen stopped sucking and stuffed the 2 captured petals into his mouth, tearing at them like spicy snack slices. Due to having devoured a large amount of the moushu, his assimilation level was now 20%. The elder sister was also freed from danger because of Qin Wen. She gave Qin Wen a careful look, making sure he would not attack her for now, then knocked an arrow and aimed her bone bow at the horned girl. "Hateful insect, you have ruined my plans again and again." Unlike the elder sister, the horned girl was now utterly enraged. She thrust both hands upward, and a thick root as mighty as the main tree root shot up from beneath the ground. It lifted Qin Wen up and pierced straight through the middle of his body. Blood gushed out in torrents, drenching the tip of the thick root crimson, and continued streaming down without pause. But Qin Wen showed no sign of weakness. Only his assimilation level was rapidly dropping. "Fine, you want to eat? Watch me eat you instead," the horned girl said furiously. Around the piercing wound, Qin Wen's body began to show signs of lignification, but it quickly recovered only to start lignifying again. This was because the quasi-symbiont inside Qin Wen had begun to resist. For that very reason, Qin Wen's assimilation level was dropping rapidly. The 2 sides became locked in a tug-of-war, and in the short term, they were in a dynamic balance. But it was foreseeable that if time dragged on, Qin Wen would inevitably face the danger of being completely lignified. After all, no matter how one looked at it, the quasi-symbiont could not outlast the horned girl. Under the quasi-symbiont's control, Qin Wen desperately crammed into his mouth the root, he had grabbed earlier. The quasi-symbiont certainly had no desire to die so miserably. In order to eat more roots and recover its strength, Qin Wen even grabbed the thick main root with his claws and dragged his own body downward along it. Although this made the impalement wound even larger, the quasi-symbiont did not care in the least, especially since it meant he could eat even more roots. And eating more roots meant being able to hold on longer. As for the main root piercing through Qin Wen's body, it was not necessarily inedible, but when Qin Wen tried to bite it, he found it completely impossible to break. Meanwhile, the elder sister seized the opportunity to fire several more arrows. Except for one that struck the horned girl, all the others merely hit the ground. By now the horned girl was growing anxious. She reached for the tube behind her back, trying to forcibly yank it off since she could still detach from it for a short while. But the elder sister refused to give her that chance. While running back and forth, she kept firing arrows. To protect the tube on her back from being hit, the horned girl had no choice but to give up tearing it off and guard it instead. Before she knew it, quite a few bone arrows had been planted in the ground within the horned girl's range of movement. The elder sister suddenly halted and said, "Little sister, do you remember what I once told you?" The horned girl was taken aback. "How am I supposed to know which one you mean? I said that you are always too naive, and that is your greatest flaw." The horned girl was confused, then her expression suddenly changed drastically. All of the bone arrows lodged in the ground had vanished just like before, and her body was gradually stiffening as well. "What is this? Sister, what on earth are you up to?" The horned girl probably did not realize that her voice was trembling, a tremor born of the fear of the unknown. "Do you think I would tell you? This is a life or death battle, my foolish little sister." The elder sister snapped the bone bow in half, forming two bone blades, and charged at the horned girl. Because the horned girl was caught in a state of sluggishness, she could not respond in time. Countless wounds were cut into her body. But one strange thing was that as her wounds multiplied, the two bone blades in the elder sister's hands grew smaller and smaller. In the process, the elder sister was inevitably wounded by the horned girl as well, but she acted contrary to her usual self and ignored her own injuries entirely. Even when the horned girl's blood vessel tentacles seized her and stabbed through her body, the elder sister did not change expression. She kept swinging her bone twin blades, carving wound after wound into the horned girl. "Got you, sister. Looks like I win. We're finally going to become one again." The horned girl looked at the elder sister caught in her blood vessel tentacles and grinned happily. Their almost identical faces drew closer and closer until the tips of their noses were about to touch. The warm breath the horned girl exhaled in excitement brushed against the elder sister's face. The elder sister remained expressionless. She reached out and thrust the bone twin blades, now reduced to mere fragments in her hands, into the horned girl's body. "I remember telling you that you must never jump to conclusions before the very last moment. You already made that mistake once. Why haven't you learned?" At those words, the horned girl immediately flew into a rage. "That was because you were being sly and tricked me before. Then how do you know I won't deceive you this time exactly like last time? You really are too naive. A battle is a matter of life and death. Any kind of cunning and deception is the most basic and normal move." The horned girl was choked speechless, then roared, "Not this time. This time I win." The elder sister quietly gazed at the horned girl. For the first time, sadness and nostalgia appeared in her eyes. She reached out her hands and stepped forward to embrace the horned girl. The horned girl froze in place, dazed by the long-missed embrace. "Sister, our powers are both complementary and mutually antagonistic." Only then did the horned girl realize that she could no longer sense the blood vessel tentacles that had pierced the elder sister's body, nor had they carried out the next step she had planned. "Sister," her voice was filled with disbelief. "I'm sorry. I deceived you again this time." The elder sister loosened her embrace a little and looked into the horned girl's eyes, her gaze holding a meaning not easy to put into words. She reached up and straightened the horned girl's bangs. She hugged the horned girl tightly again and whispered softly by her ear, "Goodbye, my silly, naive little sister." The horned girl's mouth opened and closed a few times. At last her expression softened. She rested her head gently on the elder sister's shoulder and let out a sigh, as if setting down everything at once and becoming light. Goodbye, sister. In the future, even alone, you have to live well. But with you being so smart, I don't need to say it. Oh, and also, if you're going to scheme against others, make absolutely sure you don't soften your heart. Sister. Goodbye." The horned girl tried hard to raise the corners of her mouth, but tears welled up and spilled over. "Goodbye." On the elder sister's side, tears likewise fell like beads from a broken string, and a curtain of watery mist blurred her vision completely. The horned girl's features froze at that moment. Bone-like protrusions rose one after another beneath her skin, and a faint glow emanated from her body. The light grew brighter and brighter. The tube behind her suddenly snapped, and like glass falling to the ground, instantly turned to powder. Yet that pillar abruptly appeared behind the two sisters. Or more precisely, the two sisters were dragged in front of the pillar. The pillar also began to glow as if responding to the horned girl. In an instant, the horned girl's body was covered in countless tendrils. The tendrils grew wildly and rapidly wrapping the pillar as well. The light soon became too dazzling to look at directly. After a moment it faded. A great tree now stood in the place, its crown covered in blood-red leaves that swayed faintly even though there was no wind. On the trunk, one could faintly make out the figure of a girl with her eyes closed. The pair of conspicuous horns was gone from her head, and the figure was smiling peacefully. The elder sister was still frozen in the posture of an embrace, her tears still flowing. "Goodbye, my little sister." On the other side, the thick roots beneath Qin Wen rotted away one after another and turned to powder. Qin Wen crashed heavily to the ground. The suit of flesh armor on his body rapidly receded, revealing clothes underneath that had mostly decayed into strips of cloth. The quasi-symbiont inside Qin Wen also temporarily fell into dormancy. If Qin Wen were awake at this moment, he would see a notification from the little sprite: current assimilation level 3%. Just then a phantom tree shadow flashed across the great tree that the horned girl had become. At the moment, the tree's phantom image appeared in this underground cavern somewhere in this world. A substantial phantom tree manifested between heaven and earth. This tree seemed to connect sky and ground, its enormous crown blotting out a vast stretch of the heavens. The trunk twisted and spiraled upward. Slender pale green vines glowing with a faint light hung down from the crown. More precisely, the entire great tree was emanating a soft pale green glow. Suddenly, an eerie gale arose. The wild wind only stirred the tree's branches and leaves. It did not move even a single grain of sand or pebble. Moreover, the gale began from the location of the great tree and blew outward in all directions, as if the tree itself were breathing. From the tree's crown and hanging vines, countless glowing powder particles were carried by the gale, spreading across the entire planet in almost an instant. At the same time, a pale green light flashed in the eyes of countless zombies. One by one, they all knelt down at once. Every zombie's head turned toward the location of that great tree. The survivors who witnessed this scene looked at one another uneasily. The eerie sight sent a chill through their hearts. At a survivor base under assault by a zombie tide. What the hell is going on? Can anyone tell me what these damn zombies are doing? A survivor who had just been standing on the wall pouring bullets into the zombie tide below shouted, trying to vent the unease in his heart. Who the hell knows what the hell is going on? But who gives a damn? We might as well shoot a few more while we still can. Another survivor shouted back, then raised his gun and fired. But the zombie he had aimed at suddenly reached out and caught the bullet. It rose to its feet, turned its head toward the shooter, and flipped its hand open. A gleaming yellow bullet fell to the ground. The survivor's eyes went wide with shock. God, that's impossible. Their voices died abruptly. The zombies below all rose to their feet and once again launched a tide assault on the survivor base. In less than a dozen minutes, the entire survivor base was overrun. A man crawled backward on the ground, still muttering that it was impossible. The zombies' behavior was too absurd, too world-shattering. Then a zombie stomped his head and crushed it with one step. Such scenes were unfolding in many places across the world. Those survivors who died horribly never understood, even in their final moments, why the zombies had undergone such a drastic transformation all at once. It was as if they had become two entirely different species. What made the few survivors who managed to escape tremble in sheer terror was that their comrades, after being bitten to death and turning into zombies, actually knew how to use tools. They could even crack combination locks. They could even utter a few words. Nevertheless, extremely few survivors managed to get away. After all, these zombies had been swept by a powder that emitted a faint glow, making each of them far more powerful. Moreover, in many places around the world, doors suddenly opened and zombie aberrations came pouring out from within. Many of them looked like beings not to be trifled with. The moment they emerged, they were either already alone or instantly cleared out every other zombie around them. Among them, 3 zombies stood out most conspicuously. One had its eyes covered by black armor, wore a ceremonial dress with twisted writhing vines beneath the hem, and held a long-handled lotus lamp in its hands. The base of the long-handled lotus lamp was made of wood, but the lamp body above was bone white, and upon every lotus petal was a twisted screaming skull. After this priestess stepped out, the underground passage behind her, bathed in sunlight, was revealed to be packed with a mass of corpses, yet all of them lay toppled dead. Blood lay thickly spread across the passage, flowing downward along the slope. The priestess advanced in a straight line, and any zombie by the roadside inevitably lost its head once she had passed. The twisted screaming skulls carved on the lotus lamp in her hand grew even more vivid, and the light within gradually began to glow brighter. The second was a massive zombie with 8 long bone-like spider legs growing from its back. It also used these 8 spider legs to move its abdomen facing the sky. However, this zombie's head was twisted a full 180 degrees, making it impossible to tell which side was actually its abdomen. After emerging, it found a spot on the cliff and lurked there silently. The third zombie was utterly devoid of any human appearance. Its head had swollen like the bell of a jellyfish, and its 6 limbs touched the ground. Overall, it looked like a mushroom with 6 legs underneath. Each leg was shaped differently, and the only thing they shared was being covered in black bristles that were needle-like and extremely hard. At that moment, it was hoisting an ordinary zombie toward the mouth below. A long needle-like proboscis shot out from the mouth, stabbed into the zombie, and in no time the zombie became just a layer of skin with a jelly-like substance inside. The zombie began slurping up the contents noisily. In addition to the 3 most conspicuous zombies, there were many other aberrant breeds. A group of zombies from a military base were now driving armored vehicles, tanks, and even attack helicopters, charging straight for the nearest human survivor base. Kill them all. Ugh. Led by what was clearly a leader, the zombies carrying modern weapons set out. What were once instruments of war had now become deadly tools in the hands of zombies. The world's difficulty had skyrocketed. The truest face of this world was now revealed. For now, none of this concerned the underground cavern. The elder sister wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with her fingers, then reached out to stroke the face of the human-shaped figure on the tree. Goodbye, little sister. I will come to see you someday. The bony growths on the elder sister's body gradually peeled off until she looked no different from an ordinary person. She turned and walked out. As she passed Qin Wen, a hand suddenly shot out and grabbed her ankle. The elder sister lowered her head to look. Qin Wen was looking up at her, speaking unsteadily, "Please take me with you." With those words, Qin Wen fell unconscious once more. The elder sister thought for a moment, then crouched down and pried Qin Wen's hand free. She kicked upward, caught Qin Wen by the arm, and dragged her out. The tentacles blocking the way opened a passage when the elder sister approached. As she walked out of the innermost cavern, the tentacles closed again, and the grayish-white color receded, sealing the cavern within. The elder sister dragged Qin Wen all the way to the outermost hall, casually flung her down, then sat down, closed her eyes, and waited for Qin Wen to wake up. After who knew how long, the elder sister opened her eyes. A muffled cough came from Qin Wen. Cough, cough, cough. When Qin Wen woke up, every part of her body ached, and several areas felt searingly hot. Before she could even sit up to inspect her body properly, she froze in place, her vision flooded by messages popping up from the little sprite. Qin Wen hastily swiped through the messages to read them from the top. The more she read, the colder her heart grew. But thanks to them, she finally had a rough idea of what had happened while she was unconscious. Pressing a hand to her chest, her heart felt icy cold. Her body still had the original pathogen left uncleansed, and now she had also acquired a symbiote-like organism. And if the assimilation level grew too high, she would be as good as dead. "How much longer are you going to lie there?" A stranger's voice came. Qin Wen's pupils contracted, and she turned over and scrambled up, but the pain made her suck in a sharp breath. Damn it, it felt like one of her ribs was broken. She looked toward the source of the voice, and only after a moment did her eyes adjust to the darkness of the hall. When she saw the elder sister sitting there, Qin Wen's pupils shrank to their smallest. Her hand instinctively went to the place where her gun holster used to be, but found nothing, only her bare, smooth thigh. Looking down, she saw that only strips of cloth remained on her body. They did not even come close to covering her. "You." Qin Wen opened her mouth, only to find that she had too many questions and couldn't decide which to ask first. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, "How are we here? Wasn't it you who begged me to take you out?" The elder sister said calmly, picking at her nails. "To be precise, it was the thing inside you that begged me." Qin Wen clutched the cloth over her chest. Her heart churned with turbulent emotions, and she swallowed hard. She had originally thought this symbiote was merely a parasite living inside her body, but now it seemed to be a venom after all. "Where are they?" "Those 2 men and 1 woman. They're already dead." Qin Wen's mouth opened and closed several times, and for a long while she could not speak. Dead. Her eyes were filled with desolation. Though they hadn't spent much time together, old Gu and the others had helped her a great deal, and she had grown used to having them around. Qin Wen stood up and staggered deeper into the cavern, weakened by her condition. "What are you trying to do?" the elder sister asked curiously. "We've crossed paths after all. I should at least collect their bodies and set up a grave marker." "Collecting corpses? Erecting tombstones?" The elder sister girl's voice carried some confusion. "Yes, since we met after all. What I mean is, what are collecting corpses and erecting tombstones?" Qin Wen turned his head and looked at the elder sister girl in surprise, but the confusion faintly visible on her face did not seem to be an act. "You don't know?" The elder sister girl shook her head. "How should I put it? Collecting a corpse simply means gathering the body up and burying it so it will not be left exposed. A pit is usually dug and the body is buried inside. That is the grave. A tombstone is erected on the grave so people will know who lies buried there." After hearing Qin Wen's explanation, the elder sister girl became even more puzzled. Why do that? At first, collecting and burying the dead was to keep the bodies of family members from being destroyed by animals, especially scavengers. The elder sister girl raised an eyebrow at that. Then there's no need to collect corpses or erect tombstones. No animals will go inside. But later collecting corpses and erecting tombstones, in my hometown at least, became a way for the dead to return to their roots to avoid becoming lonely wandering ghosts and to prove that someone still remembers them. The elder sister girl chewed over the phrase someone still remembers them, and her eyes stirred with emotion, then softened. There's a saying where I'm from, the ghosts you fear are the people that someone else longs day and night to see, but can never meet. The elder sister girl stood up abruptly and walked around to stand in front of Qin Wen. Come on. Without me you won't be able to get in. Okay. Just after they passed through the long tunnel, another message from the little sprite popped up before Qin Wen's eyes. World difficulty adjustment has ended. Settlement of this event's rewards and the escape alive quest rewards has begun. Qin Wen paused mid-step. He hadn't expected any extra rewards. Because story characters participated in this event, and the player's contribution was too low, the event rewards and the world boss treasure chest rewards have been reduced by 90%. Damn, that's too unfair. Qin Wen couldn't help but give the little sprite the middle finger in his heart. The little sprite was innocently blamed. But Qin Wen quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, what the little sprite said was true. His own contribution had really been a hem lacking. If it hadn't been for the one-time cheat gifted by the novice gift pack and attached to his body, he would probably be the one whose corpse needed collecting now. No, everyone else had already died. No one would collect his corpse. Count on the elder sister girl ahead of him to collect his corpse. Not a chance. The event rewards are as follows. 200 points obtained. Basic attribute growth passive skill scroll random obtained. Willpower crystal X1 obtained. Random skill draw ticket X1 obtained. Qin Wen stood rooted to the spot, staring at the messages before him. He couldn't close his mouth, whether from shock, from joy, or from both. Why aren't you walking? The elder sister girl saw Qin Wen stop and turned her head curiously. Nothing. Qin Wen answered casually and hurried after her, then muttered in a low voice. Holy crap. The rewards were way too generous. Just the points alone were 20000. Compared to the 100 points given by the tyrant monarch he had defeated before, this was simply striking it rich. Moreover, the 3 rewards that followed all looked quite excellent. Extremely excellent. Even if he didn't know what the willpower crystal was used for, the other 2 rewards were skills, and one of them was a passive skill related to basic attribute growth. Even if you thought with your toes you'd know basic attributes were the most important thing. This really was like getting rich overnight. Leaping in one bound from poverty to the upper class. In one word, awesome. But after the excitement, Qin Wen also felt a slight pang of regret. Such generous rewards had come after a 90% reduction. If he had contributed a little more and lessened the reduction, just what kind of rewards would he have gotten? Never mind the rest. If he could receive a full 100% of the rewards converted at that rate, the points alone would have been at least 200. Fortunately, Qin Wen wasn't a greedy person. He was already satisfied to simply receive rewards, let alone rewards this good. As for the other message that popped up from the little sprite, Qin Wen paid it no attention. The escape alive quest has been settled, increasing the world evaluation settlement reward by 20. Suddenly Qin Wen stopped and scrolled back through the messages. Oh right, there was still the treasure chest. This was a chest dropped by a world boss. Surely its rewards would be equally abundant. At that thought, Qin Wen walked faster. But when he entered the innermost cavern again, he didn't go straight to the tree to pick up the chest. Instead, he gathered up the bodies of Lao Gu and the other 2. Though of course he only found the lower half of Lao Gu's body. He dug a large pit and placed the 3 of them side by side in it. Earth was pushed in little by little, and with that the living and the dead were separated forever. When it came time to set up the tombstone, Qin Wen hesitated, but in the end he carved beloved friends Lao Gu Pazi and Lian Li joint tomb. He believed they wouldn't blame him for carving the words beloved friends. The elder sister girl who had witnessed all this fetched a prepared tombstone and set it beneath the tree. On it was carved innocent younger sister Shuezi. Then, imitating what Qin Wen had just done, she pressed her palms together and bowed 3 times. Qin Wen walked over to the tree, glanced at the maidenly figure on the tombstone, and bent down to pick up the treasure chest. As it turned out, the native inhabitants of this world could not see the treasure chest. The elder sister girl merely looked at Qin Wen with slight puzzlement as he bent down. Qin Wen lowered his head to check the information on the treasure chest in his hands. It was also palm-sized, but Qin Wen felt the world boss's chest was much heavier than the tyrant monarch's. Though of course that was only an impression. In reality, Qin Wen's hand didn't sink even a fraction of an inch. The chest gave off a deep green glow, and deep inside it a hint of blue was even visible. Tree Spirit Twins, Shuezi exclusive treasure chest green. That was what Qin Wen saw at first glance. As expected of a world-class boss. Even the chest it dropped came with a name. However, didn't the green quality seem a little unworthy of a world-level boss's status? But when he remembered that this was the result after a 90% reduction, Qin Wen felt relieved. Open this treasure chest. Note this chest can merge with the Tree Spirit Twins' Goozy exclusive treasure chest to create the World Twin treasure chest. Qin Wen hesitated. This chest could be synthesized upward. Should he open it or not? After thinking it over, Qin Wen put the chest away. There was no need to open it right now. As for the Tree Spirit Twins' Goozy exclusive treasure chest, Qin Wen knew where it was. If nothing went wrong, Goozy was the elder sister girl beside him. He might as well wait a little longer. Maybe he would get another chest. Of course, if he didn't find one, there was no loss anyway. The chest he already had wasn't going to run away. Moreover, Qin Wen was also curious about what grade the new treasure chest produced by fusing the two chests would be. Besides, the exclusive treasure chest of the blood child of the Tree Spirit Twins had already been contaminated by a plot character reducing its rewards, so it was unlikely to yield anything particularly good. Although at present to Qin Wen every skill and item was a good thing. There was one thing, however, that worried him. What if the fused chest turned out to be worse than the unfused ones? Forget it. No point thinking about it. The exclusive treasure chest of the bone child of the Tree Spirit Twins was still nowhere in sight anyway. Who knew whether he could even get it? As he thought this, Qin Wen stealthily glanced at the elder sister girl beside him. The elder sister girl sharply looked back. What's wrong? Bone mass covered her palm, and her gaze turned icy. Your look makes me very uncomfortable. Qin Wen immediately averted his eyes out of cowardice and lowered his gaze. It's nothing. Let's go. The elder sister girl reached out and touched the human-shaped face on the tree once more, then turned to leave. Let's go. Goodbye. I will remember you all. As he passed by, Qin Wen reached out and touched the tombstone, saying in a voice only he could hear, if I can return to this world after I leave Old Goo, I will definitely bring you cigarettes from my side. As for you two, Posy and Lion Li, don't worry, I won't forget you. I can provide as many paper characters as you want. If you're not satisfied, I can make life-size dolls for you. They'll definitely match your aesthetic taste. Goodbye. After the tentacle wall was completely sealed, the elder sister girl suddenly stopped, turned around, and pressed her hand against the tentacle wall. Starting from her palm, bone mass spread outward in all directions, thoroughly sealing it shut. Qin Wen followed the elder sister girl all the way back to the outer hall, and finally couldn't help asking, what are we going to do next? The elder sister girl glanced back at Qin Wen like she was looking at an idiot, yet without the pity one would give an idiot. What else? Of course we're getting out of here. If you want to stay, suit yourself. The elder sister girl tore off the elevator door in the middle of the hall. A tentacle suddenly thrust out from the elevator. The elder sister girl tilted her head, grabbed it with one hand, pulled the massive tentacle body out a section, and then kicked it squarely. A large penetrating hole appeared in the tentacle body, which immediately went limp. The elder sister girl easily pulled it completely out of the elevator. With a flick of her hand, a bone rod shot out from her palm and pierced into the tentacle body. Moments later, the elder sister girl drained the tentacle body dry. Then tentacles emerged from every pore, constructing an outer shell around her body. It was an adult woman with golden curly hair about the same height as Qin Wen. Just before, the elder sister girl had still been a baby-faced, big-chested older sister vibe Loli, whose height was visually under 1.6 meters. Throughout the entire process, Qin Wen watched dumbfounded. This. His finger trembled as he pointed, too shocked to speak. This is my little sister's ability, but I can borrow it for now. The elder sister girl rarely offered an explanation. Qin Wen swallowed. So that boy's body you had earlier was the same. He recalled that when they first met, the elder sister girl had appeared as a young man who matched Posy's aesthetic preferences. No, that wasn't it. That was just a person I found temporarily to lure you in. Qin Wen fell silent. That one sentence carried far too much information. Lure them in. A person found temporarily. But Qin Wen didn't say anything more. What could he say? Should he scream and demand to know why? Ask her why she lured them in? Or ask how she could casually take a person's life as if it were nothing? As for the former, Qin Wen might have had something to say. As for the latter, apart from a touch of sadness, he felt nothing. Call him inhuman if you will, but he had never been particularly moved by matters that didn't involve him directly. Besides, the elder sister girl was never human to begin with. The elder sister girl leaned in and explained, the reason I lured you in was to have you deal with that big thing at the entrance. As for my little sister, it's fine. My ability is basically ineffective against him. Although I could still kill him in the end, it would alert my little sister and make her more guarded. Qin Wen turned his head away, refusing to look at the elder sister girl who was right next to him. Don't misunderstand. He did not turn away out of sulkiness. It was because the golden curly-haired female form outside the elder sister girl was not wearing any clothes at all. She was completely naked. Damn, it's so fair, so dazzling. Her only flaw was that her chest wasn't even an A cup. An A cup would at least have a little curve, but what he saw now was practically a steel plate so smooth that it could be laser cut precisely and used as a clean surface in a physics experiment. But why was there no hair on her body? Prime quality. Ahem ahem. Lust is a knife over one's head, of form is emptiness. See no evil, see no evil, see no evil. Damn, why does she also have a faint, alluring fragrance? This is cheating. What cadre could withstand such a test? Don't pitch a tent, absolutely don't pitch a tent. Qin Wen, still a virgin who had never even held a girl his age's hand since childhood, now had a flushed face and frantically let his mind wander to avoid an embarrassing situation. Why are you telling me all this? Because we can be considered the same kind. Huh? Qin Wen turned his head with a puzzled look. What do you mean by the same kind? Qin Wen felt that this same kind the elder sister girl referred to was himself, not the quasi-symbiont inside him. It had nothing to do with the quasi-symbiont. But the elder sister girl didn't answer. Her body shrank back, and she entered the elevator first. Hurry up and get in. Oh. Qin Wen quickly squeezed in. The space inside the elevator was decent. It could probably hold 7 or 8 people. Qin Wen breathed a sigh of relief that he didn't have to squeeze together with the elder sister girl, otherwise he might have had some shameful, uncontrollable reaction. Like pitching a small tent, for instance. He huddled in a corner and watched the elder sister girl violently jam a bone rod directly into the control panel. Without any visible operation, the elevator began to ascend on its own. Qin Wen's gaze uncontrollably drifted to the elder sister girl. Her front was so flat, so why was her backside so prominent? Wouldn't it be better if some of that curve were redistributed to the front? Clearly learning the aesthetics of the human body was very important. Are we getting out through here? The elder sister girl looked back, and the looking at an idiot expression appeared in her eyes once more, along with a hint of hesitation. She was hesitating whether it was really a good idea to bring along such a seemingly brain-addled fellow. Should she just throw him off? Qin Wen felt a little hurt by that look, and quickly explained, where does this lead? Don't we need to go back the way we came? After all, I think our car is still quite useful. The elder sister finally withdrew the look she had been giving him, as if he were an idiot. That way is a long way around. Why does this elevator feel so technologically outdated? To break the awkward atmosphere, Qin Wen could only resort to forced small talk. Sometimes being outdated is better. The other places have all been destroyed by my younger sister. This is the only one left usable. As she spoke, the elevator came to a steady stop. The elder sister kicked the door open in one motion, sending the metal door flying. It crashed to the ground and left a dent. Qin Wen stepped out and looked around curiously. This too was a hall, but far smaller than the one below. Many corpses lay sprawled on the floor, and Qin Wen instinctively reached for his gun. They're all dead. The elder sister walked past Qin Wen, stepping over exposed white bones. Qin Wen hurriedly followed. What is this place? The elder sister did not answer. A rustling sound came from the distance, and with a casual flick, she hurled a bone dart that pierced a zombie snake in the darkness, skewering its head and pinning it firmly to the wall. As they crossed the cluttered hall, Qin Wen picked up a lab coat thick with dust, its original whiteness no longer recognizable, and covered with large stains of dried blood. He suddenly stepped forward and draped the lab coat over the elder sister's shoulders. She stopped and looked back at him with calm eyes. You're not wearing any clothes. The elder sister nodded, withdrew her gaze, and continued on around a corner. A wall of tentacles blocked the way there as well, but this time the elder sister did not absorb it. She simply tore through it and slipped inside. Beyond it was a door, and the emergency exit sign above it had fallen off. She kicked the door open with such force that even the door frame was bent out of shape. Behind it was a spiral metal ladder leading upward. Qin Wen followed the elder sister up the ladder into a hidden chamber and pushed open its door. They emerged in a room on the second underground level of Liladita Castle. I never imagined there really was a secret research base hidden beneath this castle. Outside Liladita Castle, the starry sky hung high overhead. Qin Wen couldn't help but exclaim, "This isn't a research base. It's only a special laboratory that branched off from the main research base. The real research base was destroyed by my younger sister's rampage when I first escaped. She sealed off every true entrance and exit too. This is the only place left." Qin Wen remained silent. He spread his arms and let the night wind blow past him. Who could have imagined that a single trip down there would end with him being the only one to walk out alive? Just then a thunderous growl rumbled from Qin Wen's stomach. He was hungry. Should we head back to the car first? Qin Wen asked the elder sister, but immediately turned his head away when the night wind lifted the lab coat and exposed the bare figure beneath it. I'll find you some clothes to wear as well. The elder sister did not reply, but walked ahead to the car. She opened the door and climbed in. Qin Wen found a set of Lian Lui's clothes and handed them to her. Then he quickly washed himself and changed out of his clothes, which had been reduced to strips of cloth. He couldn't wait to cook a meal, so he pulled out a few cans and compressed rations and wolfed them down. The elder sister simply watched Qin Wen eat in silence. By the way, what should I call you? I can't keep saying hey every time I want to get your attention, can I? Gu. Just call me Gu. Okay. It was a name he had more or less expected. Do you have any plans for what comes next? The elder sister suddenly asked. Qin Wen swallowed the compressed biscuit in his mouth. Yes. I'm looking for the leap tree. Do you know of the leap tree? Qin Wen had thought that as one of the twin tree spirits, the elder sister could hardly be ignorant of the leap tree. But the result was beyond his expectations. The elder sister showed none of the shock Qin Wen had imagined. Still as calm as a breeze, she said, "I don't know it. I only know the mother tree." Well, the leap tree should be the mother tree you're talking about. By the way, down in the underground cavern, when your younger sister transformed, wasn't there a phantom image of a tree that flashed by? Was that the mother tree you mentioned? The elder sister nodded. Then that's it. The leap tree is the mother tree you mean. What do you want with the mother tree? Qin Wen hesitated when asked. Come to think of it, the main quest had only told him to find the leap tree, but it had never said what to do after finding it. I don't know either. The elder sister was somewhat surprised by his answer. Is that so? I thought you were planning to destroy her. Hearing this, Qin Wen broke out in a cold sweat. He felt as though he had just walked through the gates of hell. After all, she was one of the twin tree spirits. The title twin tree spirits sounded like it meant standing on the side of the leap tree. So were you going to go pay homage? Whether it was an illusion or not, after she said that, the air seemed to grow even heavier. For the first time, Qin Wen truly sensed killing intent. Gulp. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and Qin Wen hurriedly shook his head. Good. Since that's the case, you'll come with me and try to destroy the mother tree. The elder sister said it lightly, as if she were mentioning what she had for dinner. But Qin Wen's eyes were already wide open. What was going on? So the twin tree spirits weren't on the leap tree side after all. What the hell? Is there a problem? The elder sister raised an eyebrow. No. How would Qin Wen dare to say there was a problem? But where is the leap tree? Qin Wen had already made up his mind to return immediately the moment he saw the leap tree. He absolutely did not intend to help the elder sister deal with the leap tree. He had only accidentally meddled in the affairs between the two sisters, and he was already the only one who had survived. If he got tangled up in the struggle between the leap tree and the elder sister, could he possibly remain alive? When asked this question, the elder sister's eyes dimmed instantly. The mother tree. The mother tree is everywhere. SSS. Qin Wen drew in a sharp breath. Everywhere. Are you kidding me? Qin Wen desperately wanted to ask the elder sister how she could possibly destroy the leap tree if it was everywhere. At the same time, Qin Wen felt uneasy and his eyes darted around. It only strengthened his determination not to get involved in the conflict between the elder sister and the leap tree, and to return the instant he saw it. Suddenly Qin Wen thought of something, and his eyes lit up. Earlier, when the horned girl transformed, he had seen a phantom image of the leap tree, which had given him some completion progress, though too little to grant him the qualification to return. If seeing a single phantom image only gave so little progress, wouldn't seeing it a few more times be enough? With hope, he asked, "Can you summon a phantom image of the leap tree like your younger sister did?" "I can't." His heart instantly turned cold. "Is there really no way? Think about it carefully again." The young woman's gaze grew increasingly dangerous. Qin Wen had no choice but to give in. All right, if it can't be done, then it can't be done. Could you stop looking at me like that? I'm scared. Are you finished eating? Not yet. Are you really not going to eat? Then hurry up and finish. We're leaving once you're done. Qin Wen's hand carrying fruit from the can toward his mouth paused. Leaving? Where? I don't know. Qin Wen stared into the young woman's eyes, certain she wasn't joking. She was being serious. Wait, you don't even know? Then where exactly are we going? Name a place, but it must be related to the mother tree. Qin Wen took a deep breath. He was now certain the young woman was absolutely delusional. Never mind, he wouldn't bother arguing with her. After a moment's thought, he mentioned the location where the old valley's final reinforcements had been deployed along with their conjectures. The young woman's eyes brightened slightly. Good, let's go there. Qin Wen hesitated, muttering, but I don't know the way there. I do. You drive. Wait, sister, we're setting off now. Qin Wen complained. I'm not like you. I'm genuinely exhausted right now. Besides, it's pitch black out there, and my driving isn't great. If we get lost, that's the best case scenario. Worst case, we crash, and then it would truly be disastrous. The young woman considered his words and nodded. Then go to sleep quickly. After eating, Qin Wen lay in bed glancing sideways. The young woman had already closed her eyes. He rolled his eyes, turned over, and soon felt his eyelids growing heavy. Asleep, his body began to itch. He reached out and scratched a few times. From the pores of his skin, a lacquered black substance started seeping outward, wrapping around both arms and his chest. The young woman beside him suddenly opened her eyes and turned her head to look. The black substance abruptly halted all movement, then after a long pause slowly continued expanding in both directions. Just as the black substance began to spread, Qin Wen's brow suddenly furrowed deeply in his sleep. His breathing grew coarse and rapid. He was having a nightmare. Thud! A slender bone sword emerged from the young woman's palm and pierced straight into the black substance on Qin Wen's shoulder. Whether real or imagined, a wailing cry seemed to rise from within the black mass after the bone sword struck. The young woman showed no concern. She twisted the bone sword, causing the rising black substance to freeze before her. The sharp tip stopped less than 3 millimeters from her eye. Then she pressed the bone sword downward. It shattered into particles invisible to the naked eye, yet every fragment drove itself into the black substance. Reluctantly, the black substance retreated into Qin Wen's body, dragging the fractured bone sword fragments along with it. And then, Qin Wen jolted upright, breaking free from his nightmare. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back and forehead, a chill washing over him. He gasped for breath in ragged lungfuls. Clutching his head, Qin Wen felt as though his skull might split open. His mind was flooded with images from the nightmare, those desperate cries echoing from the depths of his soul. He dreamed of a shattered, fire-scorched laboratory, stained with blood of twisted researchers of writhing struggles before death. He also dreamed of a great tree, its roots extending into every person's body, drinking deeply. The unbearable pain and the maddening torment in his mind, all of it felt so vividly real. Thud! A bone sword slashed diagonally across Qin Wen's chest, opening a wound. Qin Wen immediately snapped out of his nightmare. His eyes narrowed, and his body moved on instinct, rolling to the side. He landed on all fours, his forearms transforming once again into a pair of massive claws. But this time the pitch-black claws were speckled with tiny white dots. "What are you doing?" Qin Wen barked, already preparing for a desperate fight. From the wound on his chest, a trace of black substance emerged, extending thin filaments along both edges of the wound to seal it. The bleeding stopped. The young woman retracted the bone sword back into her body. "Are you awake now? You just fell into the mother tree's dream murmur. Likely because it noticed you today. If I wanted to kill you, I would have aimed for your neck, not your chest. And your head would already be rolling on the ground several times over. The thing inside your body can at most keep you from dying when injured, but it cannot bring you back from death." Qin Wen looked down at his clawed hands. This was the first time he had witnessed the symbiote within him actually reshaping his body. But there was no joy in his eyes, only a growing gloom. The more he relied on the symbiote, the higher the assimilation rate would climb. And the little spirit had warned him, the higher the assimilation degree, the faster it would grow. Yet he could not control the symbiote's actions. He could only watch it act autonomously. Fortunately, the symbiote only appeared when his body was damaged or when he actively called upon it. But Qin Wen could foresee that he would eventually come to depend on it to survive in this world, whose difficulty only increased. As for placing his survival hopes on the young woman, Qin Wen felt that was worse than relying on the symbiote. She claimed he was her kind, yet he sensed he was hardly essential to her. Moreover, if he showed even the slightest inclination toward the leap tree, the young woman would likely strike him down without hesitation. Currently, the only method Qin Wen knew to lower the assimilation degree was to find a powerful monster like in the underground cave, forcing the symbiote to expend vast amounts of energy. "Oh, by the way, I placed a restriction on that thing inside you. It can no longer pose a fatal threat." Qin Wen paused at her words. The little spirit immediately flashed a notification: symbiote activity has been suppressed. Assimilation upper limit reduced by 50%. Due to the limit reduction, rapid assimilation phase will no longer be accessible. Current assimilation 350. A spark of hope lit up in Qin Wen's eyes, a rare piece of good news. Perhaps unwilling to appear further before the young woman or sensing Qin Wen's inner rejection, the symbiote withdrew. The joy in Qin Wen's eyes instantly shifted to confusion. After a flurry of thoughts, confusion gave way to shock and a touch of indignation. He looked up and asked, "Where are my clothes?" Though he didn't say it outright, his expression clearly suggested he suspected the young woman of having removed them. The elder sister maiden's eyelids sank at once. Though her expression remained as impassive as ever, one could still sense the thick disdain she felt and the enormous eye roll she was silently casting. It was as if she were asking what on earth had given him the illusion that she was the one who had taken off his clothes. "Go ask that thing inside your body." Having said that, as if throwing a small tantrum, she lay back down and turned her back to Qin Wen. Qin Wen scratched his head, a little awkward, though he felt no shame whatsoever. He had just lain down ready to go back to sleep when the elder sister maiden said, "If you don't want to be dragged into the mother tree's dream whispers again, then don't sleep. Of course, if you'd rather experience the nightmares again, that's your prerogative. But let me make this clear, the mother tree's dream whispers will gradually erode our minds. For someone like you, falling into the mother tree's dream whispers repeatedly in such a short time carries a very high chance of turning you into the mother tree's thrall. Even if you don't turn at first, you'll be dragged back into the mother tree's dream whispers again and again. Given enough time, it's all but certain, perhaps at most 4 or 5 dream whispers. If you become the mother tree's thrall, I'll kill you the moment it happens." The elder sister maiden turned her head, her eyes brimming with conviction. Qin Wen's face stiffened, and he hastily scrambled up. "So I can't sleep at all anymore. That's not it. You just can't sleep tonight, and it's best if you don't sleep tomorrow either. If you get sleepy, I can slap you awake. Then forget it." Qin Wen shrank his neck. Though he had never stayed up for a full day and 2 nights straight, it wouldn't hurt to give it a try. Besides, it was already the dead of night, and he had gotten some sleep. Right then Qin Wen let out a massive yawn. None of what had been said did anything to change the fact that he was sleepy. Seeing this, the elder sister maiden flicked her fingers, and a bone needle shot into Qin Wen's body. His body instantly went rigid. Then he collapsed to the ground, convulsing as if every bone in his body were grinding against one another with brutal friction. Aside from the ringing in his ears, all Qin Wen felt was piercing pain. His forehead, not yet dry, was once again claimed by cold sweat. After a while, Qin Wen finally stopped convulsing. Suppressing his voice with anger, he demanded, "What was that for?" He stammered, looking more fierce than he actually was. "Just helping you wake up so you can hold out through the day." "You..." Qin Wen clenched his jaw. If he weren't utterly outmatched, he would have struck long ago. He shot a vicious glare at the elder sister maiden, who had already turned her head away. Huffing with indignation, he sat down cross-legged by himself and began to inspect the rewards he had obtained. Willpower crystal. Type. Quality. Rating. Qin Wen decartified the willpower crystal. In his hand appeared a diamond-shaped crystal about the size of a finger. He turned it over and over, examining it from every angle, but apart from its name, all he saw was a stack of question marks. He could only make conjectures from the name. He asked the little sprite, but the only reply he received was the 4 characters "insufficient authority." Qin Wen even took a bite with his front teeth. It didn't leave a single tooth mark. It only tasted faintly sweet and cool like an ice pop. Left with no choice, he put it away. The true centerpiece came next. Rubbing his hands together in equal parts nervousness and excitement, Qin Wen took out the basic attribute growth passive skill scroll random and the random skill draw ticket. Random skill draw ticket. Type: one-time consumable. Quality: no fixed quality. Description: as you can see, this is used to draw skills. It's time to bet it all on one pull. Mystic rituals cannot change fate, nor can spending money rescue the luckless. For those cursed with misfortune, selling it off for a skill scroll might be the wiser course. Rating: no fixed rating. Trembling with excitement, Qin Wen decartified the random skill draw ticket. What appeared in his palm was a somewhat battered card with crooked chicken scratch handwriting on it: random skill draw ticket. Draw it. Qin Wen silently intoned. He had no idea what skill he would get. But one thing he knew for certain: every time his roommates would cling to his legs and shout "Daddy," begging him to open chests for them. The draw can only be conducted after returning and unlocking the corresponding facilities. The little sprite's notification was like a bucket of cold water poured over Qin Wen's head. Qin Wen felt he had a curse word he didn't know whether to say out loud. "Are you messing with me? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Fuming, he recartified the random skill draw ticket and stuffed it back. His gaze then fell upon the basic attribute growth passive skill scroll random. To avoid being crushed once again, Qin Wen made sure to ask a specific question this time. "This one doesn't need to be opened after returning, right?" "No, it doesn't." Only after receiving that clear answer did Qin Wen feel at ease enough to open it. Basic attribute growth passive skill scroll random has been activated. Randomly drawing. You have obtained basic attribute growth passive skill scroll wind rush agility. View and use now. Did he even need to ask? Yes. Qin Wen decisively chose to learn it. Wind rush LV1. Type: skill scroll passive. Skill effect: for every 10 points of constitution, gain 1 additional point of agility. Prerequisite: none. Note this skill scroll has a second skill effect, which can be unlocked only when agility exceeds 150 points. Price 1. After learning it, Qin Wen checked his skill list, and sure enough, wind rush was there. But the note left him uneasy, so he immediately asked the little sprite, "Is that unlock condition permanently active? Or once I learn the first skill effect, will I no longer be able to unlock the second?" Both skill effects can be applied simultaneously. By the way, what are the question marks after the price? It is a currency type that the player has no authority to know. Ugh, so there really are other currencies besides points. Qin Wen also noticed the LV1 next to wind rush, so he asked, "How do I go about leveling up a skill?" "You must return first and obtain the corresponding permissions and facilities." So it was yet another thing that could only be done after returning. Forget it. Why do I feel no improvement at all? And I've wanted to ask this for a long time. Isn't there a character attribute status page? The lack of obvious improvement is because the player's skill level is too low and their attributes are also too low. Qin Wen. Find he truly was a noob. The character page can only be unlocked after this return once official qualifications are obtained. So he wasn't even an official player yet. Qin Wen took out the Tree Spirit Twins Bloodchild exclusive treasure chest. He looked up, glared at the back of the elder sister maiden lying there, and secretly resolved, "When the time comes, I'll make you 2 sisters share a single chest." After toying with the card for a while, he fought back the temptation to open the chest and put the card away. Early the next morning, just as the sun edged above the horizon, the sister girl opened her eyes and urged Qin Wen to get on the road at once. Qin Wen, who had not slept for the second half of the night, yawned out of habit, only to swallow the half-finished yawn abruptly under the sister girl's sharp look. He certainly did not want another needle. After much persuasion, the sister girl finally let Qin Wen have breakfast to fill his stomach. While eating, he muttered inwardly. Not only did the sister girl skip breakfast, she apparently did not need to attend to any morning physiological needs either. Qin Wen dared not dawdle, afraid that if she grew impatient, she would give him a needle. He wolfed down a few bites in a hurry. He was already starting to miss the congee Lian Lui used to cook in the morning. Even though the beans in it were often still a bit hard, it was far better than gnawing on dry compressed biscuits. Qin Wen sat in the driver's seat, silently reciting the driving steps old Gu had taught him. Fortunately, the controls of this vehicle were not much different from those in the real world. Qin Wen could barely drive, though he had obtained a driver's license in the real world. He had never driven alone. His license had only been in his hands for just over a month. Ignition released the handbrake, shift into gear, and pressed the throttle. Listening to Qin Wen muttering to himself, the sister girl looked over with suspicion. She almost asked directly whether he even knew how to drive. Qin Wen shifted gears with ease, then paused in surprise before realizing that because of the quasi-symbiont inside his body, his strength had received a temporary boost. The eighth gear, which he had struggled to engage before, now slid in effortlessly. With a solemn expression, Qin Wen gripped the steering wheel and stared ahead. Which way should I go? First, drive down to the main road and turn right. Also, are you sure you're okay? Probably, but I think you'd better fasten your seatbelt first. The sister girl clicked her tongue dismissively, paying it no mind. But after a short stretch of downhill road, she obediently fastened her seatbelt. If looks could kill Qin, one would already be dead. The descent just now was less a matter of following the mountain road, and more a case of Qin Wen carving out a brand new route, again and again bursting through guardrails and plunging straight onto the section below. Fortunately, the modified vehicle was built tough, so they got down the mountain without incident. Under the sister girl's murderous gaze, Qin Wen reached up and wiped away the cold sweat brought on by sheer fright. The sister girl's expression suddenly changed drastically, and she reached out to yank the steering wheel. Don't! Before she could finish, the car slammed into a derelict vehicle by the roadside. An accident, just an accident. Believe me, it really was only an accident. After that, Qin Wen's driving did indeed improve a great deal, because the sister girl was pressing a gun to his head. As it turned out, when your driving instructor will blow your head off the moment you make a mistake, you pick up driving very quickly. Along the way, he sent who knows how many zombies flying. Under the sister girl's directions, Qin Wen drove onto a new highway. Gradually, they reached the end of the road. Beside the highway stood a signpost with peeling paint, its loose sheet metal clattering in the wind, and a slogan printed on it. Welcome to Dire City, welcome to paradise in the desert. Dire City was less a city than a massive entertainment and shopping complex set in the vast Gobi Desert. When Qin Wen and the other drove under the scorching midday sun to the outskirts of Dire City, they found it had long since become a playground for zombies. Hundreds of zombies wandered unsteadily across the vast square before the main gate like tattered drunkards. From time to time, a few were drawn by some sound in the wind and staggered after scraps of trash, meaningless growls rolling from their rotting throats. Qin Wen slowly brought the car to a stop a good distance from the outskirts. Why are the zombies here so active? He frowned slightly. Having spent this much time in this world, Qin Wen had learned some of the zombies' habits. If an area had no large numbers of active humans for a long time, the zombies there would reduce their frequency of movement. Many would simply find a quiet place and stay still, and even when wandering, they would not go more than 10 meters from where they were. Zombies gathered at a city gate like this, however, would basically be chasing those who tried to flee. The scattered zombies on the highway came from that very cause. Meanwhile, the zombies inside the city, finding little lingering human scent at the exits, generally did not gather there. So what were all these zombies doing blocking the main gate? Say, did you take us the wrong way? Old Gu's post was a highly classified military base, so why did you bring us here? The sister girl explained with a blank expression that military base is in the rear part of the city, and the only way in or out is through the city itself. As for other entrances or exits, I don't know them. The big idiot at my sister's door came from here. All right. Looks like we'll have to fight our way in. Qin Wen restarted the engine. Fighting their way in, of course, required some skill. Even with the sister girl at his side, the 100-odd zombies estimated at the main gate posed little threat to them. But wouldn't it be even better to just drive straight through? The button old Gu mentioned should be this one, right? Qin Wen muttered as he slid open a cover on the console, revealing a row of buttons inside. He pressed one of the buttons. A tube suddenly shot out from the front of the vehicle, and the serrated blades mounted on it began to spin. Charge! Qin Wen floored the accelerator, and the engine let out a roar. Before the zombies at the main gate could even react, the car was already upon them. The serrated blades mercilessly dragged in the zombies they struck, quickly mincing them into pulp. The vehicle's road wheels rolled over the mess, flattening it. Catching a whiff of human scent, the zombies' sluggish movements suddenly grew agile. Ignoring the deadly spinning blades at the front of the car, they converged on the vehicle from all sides. The zombies' bodies slammed into the car's bodywork with kinetic force, but the armored steel plates fitted onto the vehicle rendered all of it irrelevant. Quite a few zombies grabbed onto the vehicle's edges and climbed up, hammering wildly at the body in an attempt to tear open a hole and crawl inside. Hey, do something about that one on your side. It's grabbed the side mirror. Don't let it rip it off, or I'll have an even harder time driving. Hearing that, the sister girl's expression shifted. Her face frosty, she targeted the zombie gripping the window bars. And sure enough, the creature had one hand clamped on the side mirror, its face pressed flat against the bars over the window. It splattered the window with sticky zombie fluids. The sister girl rolled down the window, thrust her hand out, and a thick bone spike burst the zombie's head apart, also severing the hand that gripped the mirror. The instant the zombie's head burst, Qin Wen retched. The stench was overwhelming. Why did this zombie smell so foul? Roll the window back up, sis. The sister girl suddenly turned and shot Qin Wen a fierce glare, as if greatly displeased at being called sis. But seeing that Qin Wen was so nauseated, he could barely even watch the road ahead. The sister girl quickly rolled the window back up. She did not want this vehicle they were riding to crash headlong into a building. The car made it safely into the city, though a few zombies were still clinging onto it. But it was not a big problem. As Qin Wen and the others drove into the city in a large shopping mall not far from the city entrance, a group of people also noticed the modified vehicle pulling in. Holy crap, a car's coming. Shut up, we can see that. You're so loud, do you want to lure the zombies in here? A handsome young man snapped in a low voice. His name was Yerman Jitawa, a student council president at some university before the catastrophe. Now most of the people in this group were his fellow classmates. After the rebuke, the crowd indeed quieted down, since no one wanted to attract zombies. They must be military, right? Someone muttered, staring at the heavy machine gun on the car roof. Many in the crowd lit up with hope at his words. Impossible. Why would the military use a car like that? Even if they're not military, they can't be weak, right? Why not just ask them for help? Yeah, exactly. Enough. Seeing the voices rise again, Yerman hastily snapped. Have you all forgotten how we were driven to this place? And now you still dare to cry for help so casually. If you had all listened to me from the start, we wouldn't be in this situation. Over this period, Yerman had seized the right to speak for the group. At least no one dared meet his eyes. His words reminded them all of their recent ordeal, and one by one they wilted like frosted eggplants. Earlier they had picked up a radio broadcast saying that although zombies remained in this place, there was food and safe shelter to be found. Although Yerman had disagreed at first, he could not hold out against the fact that they were on the verge of breaking down. Moreover, he knew full well that stubbornly opposing them would only topple his own authority and dominance, so he tacitly consented. After a grueling journey to reach this place, they discovered that zombies were indeed present, and so were food and shelter, but the latter two were not meant for them. The survivors who had entrenched themselves here took them prisoner, treating them as playthings and food. Quite a few female classmates were cruelly violated. Later, after Yerman racked his brains for a way out, they escaped, luring zombies to overrun the survivors' base here, and he hid away with a portion of those still alive. After all the twists and turns, they ended up trapped inside this large shopping mall. But we're stuck here. Sooner or later, we're just going to die anyway. Someone muttered those words, and immediately a stir rippled through the crowd. Yerman swept a sharp gaze across them, anger on his face, trying to pick out the speaker. Oomph. Having found no one, Yerman gave a cold snort. As for asking for help, that car can't possibly hold all of us at once. And besides, they might not even come to rescue us. The hope that had just kindled in the crowd was doused with cold water. Then what do you suggest we do, Yerman? A well-built female classmate leaned in and wrapped her arms around Yerman's, her two plump mounds rubbing gently against him. Yerman glanced down sideways, and what came into view was a fair deep cleavage. Ahem. He withdrew his gaze. But being stuck here isn't a solution either. So we should first draw them over. Even if they won't rescue us, they can still help clear out the zombies. That way we can also escape from here. As for the risk, I think at this point we have to take some. Don't worry, I got you out once, so I can get you out again when trouble comes. The crowd had inclined toward asking for help all along. It was only their deference to Yerman that had kept them quiet. Now that Yerman agreed and had given his word, there was nothing more to worry about. They all subconsciously ignored, however, that the reason they had managed to escape here was that they had abandoned some of the companions who came with them. The female classmate clinging to Yerman's arm rose on her tiptoes and whispered in his ear, "Darling, you won't abandon me, will you?" Yerman stealthily squeezed a handful of her plump round rear, eliciting an itch-inducing moan. "Of course, I won't abandon any of you." In reality, however, what Yerman was thinking was to seize Qin Wen's vehicle and take off at once with those loyal to him. As for the rest, that would depend on whether the heavens would take their lives. Of course, the delicious woman beside him could come along, for the tongue in that little mouth was extremely nimble. Blissful beyond compare. Once tried, one would crave a second time. Qin Wen was driving when a light suddenly flashed toward them. The two looked over and saw that high up in a department store building someone had painted a distress signal on the glass with pigment. Someone was also using a mirror to flash light this way in some pattern. Wow, there are actually still living people in this city. Leave them alone. Isn't that a bit harsh? Qin Wen hesitated. Although he was an outsider and he didn't usually pay much attention or emotional investment to matters that didn't involve him. That is, he was not overly saintly. But that didn't mean he was an extreme egoist. He still had moral principles. Like most ordinary people, he was just a regular person. And the key point was these people were right nearby. Not to help, or even so much as take a look would be hard to justify. Besides, why don't we go over and take a look? Maybe we can find out from them if there's anything strange going on in this city. The sister girl felt Qin Wen had a point, so she nodded. Then let's go have a look. With her consent, Qin Wen turned the wheel, swung into another road, and headed toward the department store. They're coming. They're coming. Seeing this, the people in the building became excited. Stay calm. Everyone move according to what I said earlier. Quick, quick, quick. After Yerman spoke, some of them retreated upstairs while Yerman and the others hid their weapons, but in places where they could be pulled out at a moment's notice. They also blocked the passages leading to this floor. At the same time, they smashed the glass windows invisible from Qin Wen's angle and threw things down, drawing the surrounding zombies toward the building. Yerman suddenly gripped the edge of the windowsill, pressing his face against the glass as he stared fixedly at the vehicles below, because he saw Qin Wen and the others driving onto another road. After a moment, Yerman finally relaxed his fingers. He had thought that the modified car below had changed its mind at the last moment and was no longer coming to find them. Fortunately, that modified car had simply changed its route. But why are they taking a detour? Yerman was a little puzzled. Just now, that road from his direction was partially blocked from view. Could they have discovered something? Yerman's heart tightened once again. At that moment, Qin Wen was complaining that road had such a big pothole in the middle just now. Must have been shoddy work and kickbacks. Damn, why are there so many cars piled up here? And where did all these zombies come from? The road ahead of Qin Wen and the others leading to the department store was clearly a massive chain reaction pileup accident scene. Wrecked and scrapped cars sealed the road completely. Many limbs had been thrown from the cars, now dry and shriveled. Scorch marks and large patches of blood were scattered here and there on the ground. And now many zombies, for some unknown reason, were swarming toward the department store. Qin Wen and the others were blocked less than 200 meters from the department store. What now? Do we still go? Qin Wen asked. Although he had been the one to first suggest coming to see if they could rescue those people, now that he saw so many zombies surrounding them, he wanted to leave. It wasn't that he was cold-blooded, he just didn't want to risk his life for those unrelated strangers. Meanwhile, the sister girl had already opened the car door. Standing on the ground, she looked at Qin Wen, who was still sitting in the driver's seat. Why are you still in a daze? Get out of the car. Qin Wen pointed at the zombies ahead and said, looking dumbfounded, you mean the two of us are going to charge through all those zombies? The sister girl nodded. Didn't you say those people might know some things about this city? What was that word? The sister girl put her finger against her lips, tilting her head back slightly as she thought. Why did that seem kind of cute? Right, it's called a guide. Qin Wen took a deep breath, wanting to explain to the sister girl the real meaning of his guess. But under the threat of the bone sword she had suddenly flashed out, Qin Wen could only get out of the car too. He locked the car door as well. Treading cautiously behind the sister girl, he said, Hey Bone's sister, remember to protect me later. Qin Wen was like a frightened quail. Fully armed, but very much a coward at heart. Who would have thought that the sister girl would rush out before even hearing him finish? Aw damn. Hey, wait for me. Don't you still have that thing in your body? The sister girl's remark reminded Qin Wen, and he hurriedly called upon the quasi-symbiont in his body. The quasi-symbiont instantly seeped out from his pores, completely wrapping Qin Wen inside it. Now he was not afraid of zombie bites. Although Qin Wen had never needed to worry about being infected by zombies, a bite would still hurt a lot, you know. In just that moment, the sister girl had already dashed dozens of meters away. Wherever she passed, there were only mutilated corpses. Every zombie had died from a piercing wound to the head, and all of them had severed limbs. So brutal. Qin Wen said that, but he himself drew his gun and blew away a zombie that had been lucky enough to escape death. One shot to the head. Taking his time, he followed behind, clearing away the zombies that the sister girl had missed or had deliberately left for him, so he could feel a sense of participation. However, these zombies seemed to be slightly smarter than ordinary ones. Soon they realized that the flat, human scent-lacking woman ahead was not to be messed with, and many began to avoid the sister girl's route. They lunged straight at Qin Wen behind her. As for these zombies, the sister girl let them go. Damn, do you think I'm easy to push around? Qin Wen was furious at the zombies' behavior. After blowing away the one that had been at the rear with a single shot, he slung the gun onto his back. He wanted to test just how far he could go in his quasi-symbiont state. Soon a large group of zombies charged at him. One of them wore a tube-top miniskirt uniform with a fast food restaurant logo, probably a saleswoman at that restaurant in life. An old trick. Qin Wen sneered disdainfully. His body flexibly shifted aside, dodging the zombie's outstretched claws by a hair's breadth. Then he grabbed its somewhat dull golden hair from behind, and using its forward momentum, slammed it heavily to the ground with all his strength. Thud, thud, smack. With a clear crack of bone, the golden-haired zombie's whole face was smashed into its skull. The once curvaceous and sexy body went soft, twitched a few times, and then stopped moving entirely with appalling dark red blood splattered all around. Qin Wen squeezed his giant claws. So that was how powerful a 5-point strength attribute bonus was. Well, the feeling was pretty good. Qin Wen felt he was already invincible, but when he looked at the sister girl ahead, he came back to his senses. Anyway, in his current state, power was surging. He really wanted to find someone to fight. Fortunately, there were so many zombies right in front of him to vent on. Although his eyes were covered, for some reason his vision was not blocked in the slightest. Seeing the zombies charging, Qin Wen squeezed his claws, gave a sinister smile, and charged forward himself. Qin Wen casually threw a punch. The head of a nearby zombie snapped backward at a 90-degree angle, and its body fell limply to the ground, never to move again. The terrifying force directly snapped the zombie's neck. The sound of the corpse hitting the ground actually stimulated a few nearby zombies, making them charge at him with increased frenzy. The ground beneath Qin Wen's feet burst apart, and his body shot into the horde like a black whirlwind. His two giant hands each seized the zombie's head, and with both arms exerting force, he slammed them together hard. Smack! The two zombie heads burst open on the spot like watermelons struck by a heavy object, red and white brains splattering everywhere. Qin Wen pushed off the ground with both feet. In the dark red blood, he briefly disappeared from the air, then reappeared at the other end. But his body still carried blood and shreds of flesh. Yet it wasn't from the two zombies that had been slammed together. It was from the zombies that had been in front of him when he burst forward, their bodies shattered by the impact. Almost at the same time, as if stimulated by Qin Wen's actions, the sister girl also became competitive. She thrust her bone sword down, and a row of bone spikes violently stabbed up from the ground ahead. The bone spikes, nearly 2 meters tall, impaled all the zombies, blocking the way. Blood soaked the spikes, and the zombies slid down toward the base. The advancing zombies faltered. Then at almost the same moment, more than half of the zombies turned their bodies around, and bearing claws and fangs pounced toward Qin Wen. Before long, a terrifying tide of over 100 zombies had gathered around Qin Wen. Qin Wen showed no worry or fear. Gripping a no parking sign with both arms, he pulled it from the roadside greenery, and wielding it as a weapon, swung it in a full arc toward the surging horde in front of him. The round edge of the sign sliced across the necks of 4 or 5 zombies in succession, sending several rotten heads tumbling to the ground. But this did not dampen the zombies' enthusiasm at all. For a time, Qin Wen was like one who had entered an undefended land. The sign in his hand became like a scalding butter knife, shaving layer after layer off the surrounding zombies. After the circular sign was bent out of shape, he simply used it as a club. The wrist-thick iron pipe swung in wide arcs was not much less efficient at killing zombies, and the visual effect was even better. Each swing sent a string of shredded flesh flying. Blood splashed everywhere. The extra 10 points of temporary constitution also gave Qin Wen unimaginable stamina. Otherwise, with his skill-less brute force reckless swinging technique, relying purely on miracles created by raw power, he would have long been exhausted and overwhelmed by zombies. How could he have persisted till now? Under Qin Wen's tireless assault, the horde that had just formed was wiped out within a few minutes, and rotting corpses littered the ground all around. A road forward was now piled high with the broken corpses of zombies. The air was filled with a pungent, stinking odor so strong that it was almost impossible to open one's eyes. This battle, which was tantamount to a massacre, had killed nearly 2/3 of the zombies in this direction that had been surrounding the department store. No large hordes could be seen within view, only sporadic zombies could still be seen wandering this way at the fringes. However, Qin Wen was not unharmed. The full-body armor formed by the quasi-symbiont was currently repairing itself. But because of the close-fitting full-body armor, very few attacks had truly wounded Qin Wen. Qin Wen pulled his feet out of the corpse pile, treading on a thick layer of slippery flesh paste with blood streaming down his body. But most of the blood was intercepted and digested by the quasi-symbiont before it could fall to the ground. "Hey, I'm saying you're just standing there watching. Can't you help?" Qin Wen complained to the sister girl, who was sitting on the roof of a red sports car, swinging her feet. "They don't come for me, they just avoid me. Besides, I think you were enjoying yourself quite a bit." He let out a deep breath. Although the expression under the mask could not be seen, one could still feel the heavily resentful gaze. "Let's go." The sister girl completely ignored Qin Wen's speechlessness and frustration. She jumped out of the car and walked toward the department store. Inside the department store, Yarman's heart turned cold, feeling as if his blood were freezing. He held onto the windowsill, looking as if he wanted to see, but didn't dare. But at least he could still stand. Some people, however, sat down on the ground, kicking their legs and crawling backward, their voices trembling with extreme fear. "I'm a monster. They pointed outside. Monster. That's a monster. Hoarse sounds came from their mouths, and their breathing became shaky. Those who still didn't know what had happened, driven by curiosity, stepped up to the glass and looked outside. In an instant their hands and feet turned ice cold. Outside, a flat-chested beauty with golden curly hair thrust her bones soared into the ground and actually summoned a row of bone spikes. But what was most frightening, and also the main source of fear, was the all-black giant clawed monster behind the beauty. Yarman swallowed unconsciously. Now he felt extremely regretful. Why hadn't he been more resolute and rejected the proposal? He had watched the two get out of the car, and at the time he had even been a little pleased that there were only two people thinking his side could easily deal with those two and seize the car. He had even despised their intelligence for daring to go after these zombies like that. But when he watched the beauty fling out a bone sword from her palm, the nature of the matter changed. Especially when the man behind her transformed, he was utterly dumbfounded. At that moment, he actually wished that the ones who had come down were survivors who robbed and plundered others. At least they were human. But now those two, no, those two, they were monsters. Don't be fooled by the fact that the two monsters were currently fighting zombies. Who could guarantee that they wouldn't attack them? Perhaps they had come because they saw food. The reason they were fighting the zombies was that they had a conflict with the zombies over food sources. It wasn't impossible, but Yarman had seen zombies fight among themselves before. Zombies were like that with each other, let alone those two who were not zombies, or at least not ordinary zombies. Thinking of this, Yarman wished he could slap himself to death for having attracted them over. As more and more people were panic-stricken, Yarman suddenly became clear-headed. They absolutely could not stay here any longer. Whether or not those two monsters ate people, they should think of them as eating people. They had to escape, or they would fall into the hands of those two monsters. Yarman looked down and saw many zombies gathered below the department store. They had even forced open a gap in the sealed doors and were squeezing in. At this sight, Yarman wanted even more to slap himself to death for bringing up this idea. Wasn't he just increasing the difficulty of escaping for himself? If it weren't for these zombies, he could have simply run away. Now he could only bring the people hiding on the upper floor along as well. After all, every extra person was one more cannon fodder to attract the zombies' attention. With that thought, Yarman acted at once. Turning to face the crowd who were mired in fear, he took a deep breath and incited them, "Pull yourselves together. Don't you want to live?" Hearing "live," the crowd's eyes lit up and they all raised their heads to look at Yarman with hope in their eyes. "Listen, we don't know what those two monsters outside are after. It's possible they might treat us well, but I've never heard of a devil with a kind heart. I believe they devour us without spitting out a single bone. So we must escape from here right now. If we wait until they come over, we're finished." That's right, Yarman is right. We can't sit here and wait for death. Standing around doing nothing is just waiting to die. We have to get out of here. Those who had still harbored a faint hope and expectation toward the people downstairs were shaken by Yarman's words and the echoing agreement, and they cast that fragile hope aside. "But we're surrounded by zombies. How are we supposed to run?" A choked, sobbing voice rang out. "Don't cry." Yarman was too irritated now to bother preserving his usual composure. "First, call everyone upstairs down." In truth, there was no need to call them. Some of those who had hidden upstairs had already witnessed the utterly inhuman behavior of Qin Wen and the other one down below. They all came running down. "Yarman, what are we going to do? We shouldn't have asked them for help in the first place." "Shut up. Weren't you the one who shouted the loudest when the rescue was being proposed?" "I don't want to die. God save me." Watching the crowd break into a noisy mess, some on the verge of physical conflict, Yarman's irritation turned into rage in an instant. Bang! Yarman fired his gun at the ceiling, no longer caring that the gunshot might further provoke the zombies below. The deafening gunshot forced a measure of clarity upon people whose emotions were spiraling out of control. They turned to look at Yarman, his face dark and grim. A sudden silence fell. "What are you all shouting about?" Yarman's rare fury instantly cowed the crowd. "We don't have much time. If we keep arguing, we really will be stuck here, waiting to die. Then what do we do?" Yarman took a deep breath and recovered his former elegance. "I've observed the situation. Those two monsters have drawn away most of the zombies that were closing in around us. All we have to face are the zombies that have already entered the building, and there aren't many of them. So we'll go downstairs together and kill the zombies charging up. This is no time to save bullets. Once we get back to the ground floor, someone will have to lure the zombies outside away temporarily so the main group can escape." At his words, everyone exchanged glances. To be fair, it was a good plan, but the next problem was who would lure the zombies away. Seeing that no one volunteered, Yarman sighed with feigned helplessness and set aside from the elderly and children. "Everyone else will decide by drawing lots." With that, Yarman tore a notebook into slips and wrote the word lure on 4 of them as marks. Then in front of everyone, he crumpled them into balls, tossed them into a wooden box, and shook it. He gestured for everyone to draw. No one noticed that Yarman had hidden a blank paper ball in his sleeve. The result came quickly. 2 men and 2 women drew the marked slips. Among them, a somewhat disheveled girl suffered a complete breakdown on the spot, collapsing to the floor in loud hysterical sobs. The man Yarman hadn't been able to find earlier was also among them. The moment he saw the word on his slip, his face changed drastically. He hurled it to the ground and cursed, "Damn it. Why the hell should I be the cannon fodder to lure the zombies away so you lot can escape without lifting a finger? I won't accept this. And you, who gave you the right to make this decision? You never asked for our consent." Yarman acted as if he hadn't heard the suit-clad man's curses. He looked instead at the people wearing relieved expressions and asked softly, "Does anyone object to the result of the drawing? Do you want to draw again?" Everyone shook their heads in unison. No kidding. Having barely escaped being made cannon fodder, who the hell would want to go through that again? What if they were the ones chosen next time? Yarman laughed coldly in his heart. He recognized the man who was yelling before him. He wasn't part of Yarman's original group, but one of the survivors they had rescued together from the survivor base in this city. The man had never gotten along with Yarman and was always secretly trying to win people over behind his back. If a suitable opportunity had ever presented itself, Yarman would have found a way to kill this man long ago. He hadn't expected the opportunity to actually land in his lap this time. If he didn't kill this man, then his name wasn't Yarman Keto. You saw for yourself. This isn't me refusing to give you a chance, it's the collective's decision. Maybe you can find someone to trade places with you. Hearing this, the people nearby drew back as if they had seen a tiger, casting wary glances, leaving the man standing alone. Some even raised their guns, slightly staring at him with hostile intent. Yarman walked over with a gentle smile and brushed the dust off the man's shoulder. Then, with no warning, he kicked him viciously, sending him sprawling to the ground. He stepped forward, grabbed the man's hair, and lifted his head, his face twisted with ferocity. "No consent from you. Then why did you draw lots just now if you didn't agree? Weren't you hoping we'd make the sacrifice while you tagged along and escaped?" As these words left Yarman Keto's mouth, the onlookers' gazes took on an unmistakable murderous edge, and several gun muzzles leveled at the man's head. They could blow his head off at any moment. Tell me, shouldn't someone who tries to use us be punished? Of course. The few who hadn't spoken were buried under an even louder wave of agreement. No one dared to step forward and oppose. They were afraid the flames would be turned on them next. Yarman was rather enjoying the moment. He pressed his hand downward, and the voices stopped abruptly. The smile at the corner of his mouth grew more pronounced. "Since you didn't want the chance to be a hero, you can't follow us. We won't kill you. Stay here and fend for yourself. Whether you live or die is up to God. You two tie up this piece of trash." Yarman's sudden change of expression left the man in the suit completely stunned. By the time he snapped out of it and wanted to beg for mercy, it was too late. Two strong young men pounced on him like wolves and pinned him to the ground. They bound his hands and feet behind his back with a climbing rope and wrapped several layers of transparent tape around his mouth. It had to be said, Yarman played this hand beautifully. He had first turned the majority into beneficiaries through the drawing of lots, then, with perfect justification, used the so-called rules to punish a handful of people who refused to be controlled. Thus the majority had to stand alongside him to protect their gains, and he could also make an example of one to warn the rest, once again cementing his authority over the entire group. At least now many people had already begun to support Yarman Keto of their own accord. The remaining man who had drawn the lot had turned ashen with despair. As for that female classmate with a silver tongue and a scheming mind, she stared fixedly at the slip before her. The word lure on it stabbed at her nerves. No, impossible. Yarman. The female classmate was as frantic as a drowning person clutching at the last straw. "Yarman, it shouldn't be me. Didn't you promise not to abandon me?" Yarman's eyes flickered with a shadow of gloom. This foolish woman, and in front of everyone no less. "Yes, my dear, I said I wouldn't abandon you. I've told all of you I will not abandon you. Think carefully. The reason you can all stand here is precisely because I haven't abandoned you. How many chances did I have to just walk away? Never mind all that. In this very city, wasn't it I, who had already escaped, who risked death to come back and save you? You should know that being caught by them would have been far worse than death. And when I was luring the zombies, one careless moment would have been enough for me to be torn apart and devoured alive." The crowd thought it over and realized it was indeed true, and at last the suspicion in their hearts was dispelled. "As for you," Yarman Keto looked at the female classmate. "My dear, this is a matter of luck. You can try to find someone willing to swap with you." "Then Yarman, you shut up, bitch. Without Yarman, how would we ever get out of here?" "Exactly. Yarman has already done so much. I for one won't allow the swap. I won't allow it either." Yarman Keto was inwardly overjoyed. He took careful note of those who had spoken, intending to protect them as much as he could later. But Yarman Keto's face shifted to a sorrowful expression. "My dear, I'm sorry. You heard them. No. Yarman, you can't abandon me like this. You clearly enough." To stop the female classmate from continuing, Yarman had no choice but to cut her off with a roar. "This is the rule we chose together. The one who broke it is still right here. Do you want to end up like him?" Yarman's gaze swept over the female classmate's curvaceous figure. A flicker of reluctance passed through his eyes, but it was quickly suppressed. He knew very well which was heavier, a plaything or his own life. The female classmate looked at the man-bound hand, and foot despair visible in his eyes. She suddenly shivered, let out a cold laugh, then slowly raised her head and swept her gaze across the crowd. For some reason the moment Yarman met her eyes a chill rose in his heart. Fine then, I'll stay behind. Even if I'm eaten by those monsters, it's still better than dying for you. Besides, those two monsters might not even eat people. Who knows? Maybe I'll be the one who survives while all of you are devoured by zombies. Aha! At that moment a girl with a light smattering of freckles rushed out from the crowd and drove a punch into the chin of the female classmate, who was still cackling wildly. The female classmate's laughter stopped abruptly, and she was knocked to the ground. Luchin, you bitch. You still think you can stay behind? Huh, don't even think about it. Since you drew that lot, stop thinking you can get out of it. That's right, that's right. The freckled girl's words drew a chorus of agreement from the crowd. They too knew perfectly well that the more people stayed behind, the more zombies would be lured away and the greater their own hope of escaping alive. What about you two? Yarman looked at the remaining young man and woman. The man nodded bitterly while the rather disheveled girl was still weeping. Then it's settled. We've already wasted too much time. Hurry and head down. A fat male zombie knocked over a small round table and like an old friend not seen in years spread its arms wide toward Luogia. On its chinless face, all that could be seen was half a bloody tongue dangling there. Heaven knows how a face like that could ever bite anyone. Get the hell away from me. With the only iron pipe left in her hand, Qin Wen explosively twisted her waist, swung both arms in a full circle, and slammed the pipe hard into the zombie's left shoulder. The impact sent the fat zombie staggering, and it tripped over a table corner, falling flat on its face. The fat zombie struggled to get up. Qin Wen planted a foot on its back, turned the iron pipe around, and drove it forcefully into the back of the zombie's head. Two more zombies lunged. Qin Wen had no time to pull out the iron pipe, so she let go. Two black blades slid out from behind her elbows, and with a left-right sweep, both blades unerringly severed the necks of the two zombies. Hey, my dear big sister, can you do me a favor and stop watching the show? Seizing the brief respite she had gained, Qin Wen shouted at the older girl. Now it was the older girl who followed Qin Wen, occasionally delivering finishing blows, stabbing dead the zombies whose limbs had been smashed, but which were still alive. They don't attack me anyway, so what can I do? As she spoke, the older girl approached the entrance of a cafe and became intrigued by a mannequin displayed inside. It was a life-size female knight mannequin. It wore no traditional knight armor, but rather a skimpy battle suit and short battle skirt that exposed virtually everything that could be exposed: abdomen, calves, and arms. In one hand it held a long-handled hammer, whose head bristled with spikes. Damn it, big sister, help me. Why are you staring at that? Qin Wen turned her head, while fending off the zombies, and nearly exploded with fury. Damn it, why are there so many zombies? I can't hold out any longer. Qin Wen kicked the two nearest zombies flying, seized a wrecked sedan, and hurled it at the zombie horde. Then she turned and ran back, grabbing the older girl's hand as she passed, and dragging her into the cafe. The situation inside the cafe was no better than outside. Several zombies were crouched in the litter-strewn hall, gnawing on bones that no longer had a single shred of meat on them. A zombie dressed as a waiter, provoked by the zombies outside, kept howling crazily, yet it could never find a way out. All it could do was stubbornly ram the counter before it again and again. Seeing this, Qin Wen yanked the war hammer from the scantily clad female knight mannequin's hand. The instant the hammer was in her grasp, she couldn't help but freeze and stare down at it. Because the little sprite had just issued a prompt knight's hard-headed hammer type, one-handed warhammer. Quality green. Attack power 21 to 28. Skill 1, head-on blow passive. When attacking a target's head, has a certain chance to inflict stun and armor break. Description: it's just a crappy hammer that doesn't shoot lightning. What technique does it need? Just smash the head with all your might. Score 29, 10 to 30. Holy crap, it's actually a weapon. And a green tier 1 at that with such a high score. Qin Wen felt her luck was almost too good to be true. She swung it a couple of times and found it quite comfortable in her hands. Then she brought it down on the heads of the zombies that had already charged inside the cafe, one after another. Every zombie ended up like a watermelon wrapped in two mini rubber bands, bursting apart. Qin Wen even felt she could go on a take on the whole crowd of zombies outside. But upon seeing the massive horde of zombies surging toward them, Qin Wen ultimately chose caution and grabbed his sister's hand, pulling her toward the back of the cafe. To their surprise, the cafe had no rear entrance. The zombies ahead were closing in, with their roars growing louder. They were trapped. Why did you drag me here? With her sister's pure gaze fixed on him, Qin Wen's face flushed red. Fortunately, the symbiont covered him up so nobody could see. I thought there was a back door. No, didn't you see the store layout near the entrance? I didn't see it. Why didn't you tell me? I had no idea why you pulled me to the back. It doesn't matter if there's no rear exit. After all, you just wanted to slip away from behind, right? Yeah. Qin Wen nodded. The sister gave him a scornful look, pressed her palm against the wall, and with a slight push brought the entire wall crashing down. Qin Wen gasped. He could have blasted a hole in the wall himself. If his body couldn't handle it, he still had the recoil handheld rocket launcher, though he hadn't brought it. But this wall was intact, as if cut cleanly from all four sides. What are you staring at? Let's go. All right. Qin Wen snapped out of his shock, having already given up hope on the exclusive treasure chest from the twin spirits of the tree. After breaking through the wall, Qin Wen and his companion hadn't run far when they encountered another massive wave of zombies densely packed along the street. Flyers scattered across the ground. Qin Wen glanced at one. It was advertising a major event with a 10% discount for holders. No wonder there are even more zombies here than on the previous street. The outbreak must have struck during a lively event when everyone was celebrating. At that moment, the sluggish zombies suddenly froze, their heads snapping backward in unison as their faint green eyes locked onto them. Qin Wen tensed up. The horde ahead charged with ferocious roars while the sounds of pursuing zombies behind grew increasingly closer. Damn it, big sis, save me. There's too many for me to handle. Qin Wen pressed desperately against his sister, nearly stumbling into her arms. His sister sidestepped with visible disgust and irritation, her cold stare leaving Qin Wen utterly at a loss for where to place his hands. He could only offer an awkward smile. With a stern expression, she dismissed him and leapt lightly onto the second-floor windowsill. Qin Wen was left completely dumbfounded. I'll come save you when you're about to die. Good luck to yourself. With that, she even took the warhammer from Qin Wen's hands. Before Qin Wen could protest, the zombies lunged forward. Sensing his panic, his massive claws began transforming into a pair of sharp twin-bladed swords. The lead zombie snarled and reached for him, but Qin Wen exploded into motion, his blades spinning in a crescent arc that carried the piercing, whistling sound of death. With no regard for defense, the razor-sharp blades sliced through rotting flesh and bone, sending two grotesque heads, half-shoulders, and severed arms flying through the air. Regaining his balance, Qin Wen spun around, without hesitation cleaving a zombie in half horizontally, with devastating force, its mutilated torso and internal organs sliding across several meters. The blade's keenness minimized his energy expenditure, yet the toll from his earlier exertions had not yet fully recovered. Meanwhile, the zombies behind were closing in, their claws nearly reaching Qin Wen's back. He twisted his body and raised his leg. The kick sent the pursuing zombies stumbling forward, and Qin Wen's blade fell without hesitation. His raised foot kicked backward with force, toppling the zombie behind him. Seizing the opening, Qin Wen charged forward into the horde, his blades carving through the zombies to clear a path. Though the horde ahead was denser, this approach blocked the zombies behind, reducing the threat to his rear. As expected, the two waves collided due to their speed, creating chaos that allowed Qin Wen to press forward successfully. He moved toward cars and street stalls for cover, narrowing the angles of attack to manageable fronts. From her perch on the second-floor windowsill, not a single zombie was drawn to her location. Watching the horde close in, Qin Wen was eventually swallowed by the sea of undead. She raised the warhammer but remained perched above, refusing to descend. Bastards, get away from me. Qin Wen's voice erupted from within the swarm, his hands transformed into massive scythes. With a violent upward sweep, the zombies that had leaped onto him were torn apart, their entrails and putrid blood cascading down and drenching his head. Through the torn gaps, the symbiont on Qin Wen's face had been ripped away in sections, but it was already regenerating rapidly. Qin Wen's own body bore numerous wounds where the symbiont had been torn free in large patches. The symbiont was actively healing his wounds. Seizing the moment while the zombies lay scattered, Qin Wen retreated quickly, his twin sides swinging wide and sending undead falling like wheat before a reaper. Each strike came with full force, exacting a heavy toll, leaving him no time to reach fresh cover. Qin Wen began panting heavily. The symbiont's widespread damage forced it to focus on healing rather than providing additional support. Previously, the symbiont functioned like an exoskeleton with independent power amplifying his strength. Now he fought encumbered by his own burden, devoid of that assistance. Qin Wen now ruthlessly drained the symbiont's power, deliberately ignoring the assimilation rate that was spiraling out of control. For the first time, the symbiont feasted without restraint. Each zombie struck by Qin Wen had half its life force drained before it even hit the ground. The assimilation rate soon reached 50%. Agony drove Qin Wen to his knees as the zombies pounced without hesitation. Yet in the next instant, every zombie that had launched itself at him was cleaved cleanly in two. Qin Wen knelt upon the ground as the zombie lunged forward. At that moment, the girl known as Sister bounded down from the second-floor windowsill. But just then, an unexpected transformation occurred. All the zombies clinging to Qin Wen were sliced cleanly in half, then rapidly drained dry. From Qin Wen's back, a pair of bone wings erupted outward. The bone wings resembled a jagged zigzag line with bone spines dangling downward from it, each spine connected to its neighbor by a thin membrane. Meanwhile, the tip of the zigzag line ended in an exquisitely sharp cone, and the entire line was densely lined with small, yet sturdy barbs much like saw teeth. Two zombies hung suspended from the cones at either end of the zigzag line. They were soon drained into desiccated husks, and upon hitting the ground crumbled into dust. Qin Wen's faceplate also underwent a transformation, with a crimson-patterned eye forming at its center. Upon closer inspection, that eye appeared to be rotating. The overall appearance of the faceplate grew more ferocious, exuding an even greater sense of visual terror. As Qin Wen's assimilation rate reached 50%, the movements of the surrounding zombies suddenly slowed, as if they had lost all interest in her entirely. It was as though Qin Wen had become one of their own. Before anyone could perceive any movement from her, Qin Wen darted forward and drove a punch straight through a zombie's body. Countless fine filaments shot forth from her forearm, wrapping around the impaled zombie. Within mere seconds, the creature vanished without a trace. Qin Wen turned her head to survey the zombies around her, a low guttural roar emanating from beneath the faceplate. The roar echoed through the entire street. The remaining zombies paused in unison, then bared their mouths wide and roared at Qin Wen as if provoked. Then with renewed madness they charged at her once more. The bone wings on Qin Wen's back unfurled and gave a slight flap, carrying her as she skimmed across the ground at tremendous speed. The great sides at the front of her arms did not even need to be swung. Simply held at her sides, they mercilessly reaped the zombies as she glided forward. After leaving a field of corpses behind, Qin Wen skidded to the far end. She turned around and roared at the remaining zombies, with dozens of short tendrils protruding from the lower edge of her faceplate trembling. The symbiote-like organism rapidly repaired the damage on her body. Sister furrowed her brow, raising her hammer to smash each zombie, blocking her path one by one, forcefully carving out a passage. Walking as casually as if on a leisurely stroll, she approached from behind Qin Wen, who had resumed her slaughter, and reached out to grasp the bone wings on Qin Wen's back. Qin Wen spun around fiercely, the great scythe sweeping toward her. Yet Sister's seemingly frail hand easily halted it, stopping it dead in its tracks. With a sudden exertion of force from Sister, cracks instantly spread across the great scythe. She extended her leg and delivered a powerful kick, sending Qin Wen flying, and tore off one of the bone wings. Sister casually tossed the bone wing to the ground and walked toward Qin Wen, who was growling at her. Behind her, a zombie that had lunged onto the wing about to devour it suddenly had its skull impaled by a bone spur erupting from the ground. An overwhelming, terrifying pressure radiated from Sister, like an abyss standing at her side. The zombies that had been moving nearby immediately prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling violently. Meanwhile, on the other side, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, the three chosen individuals clenched their teeth and dashed from their cover, scattering toward their assigned areas according to the previously formulated plan. The zombies wandering on the first floor were attracted by the scent of flesh and blood on these, for letting out synchronized hoarse growls as they dragged their heavy, stumbling steps toward them. Run, run faster, lure them outside. Fair to say, Almond's plan itself was not inherently flawed, but he ultimately overlooked one critical issue. That was the psychological resilience of the three chosen ones, and human nature itself. Facing the zombies closing in from all directions, the three had been utterly terrified, completely forgetting Almond's prior instructions, only caring about fleeing for their lives, without even checking how many zombies were pursuing them. The somewhat disheveled girl, in her panic, was cornered in a dead end and immediately overwhelmed by the surging horde. Only a faint, heart-rending scream could be heard. These pigs. Almond's expression darkened sharply. He knew that cursing would solve nothing at this moment. He had to act decisively. We can't wait any longer. Everyone follow me and charge in. While claiming follow me, Almond secretly lagged behind the front line under the pretense of supporting an elderly person. Even the dullest among them could see that the original plan had gone awry. They stampeded out of the department store, following the chaotic crowd in a frantic sprint. Such a large-scale movement of people could not fail to attract the zombies' attention. Besides those already lured away, the remaining zombies on the street immediately turned and charged toward them. Help me. Get away, get away. Several young men at the forefront were accidentally grabbed by zombies beside them, then overwhelmed by the successive waves of the horde, their faces drenched in blood as they screamed in terror. Move quickly. Take advantage of this. Almond swiftly brushed past, loudly urging the others on, completely ignoring the desperate pleas for help that were nearly within earshot. With a group of nearly 100 people advancing at full speed was far from easy. While the young men charged ahead with all their might, the women, children, and elderly behind were already in complete disarray. A middle-aged woman, annoyed that an elderly lady was blocking her path, habitually tugged at her clothes. This small action triggered a chain reaction. The fallen grandmother grabbed and pulled those nearby, toppling several people, and those behind couldn't stop, with another dozen or so tumbling like bowling pins. Although these zombies had long lost their intelligence, instinct drove them to prioritize chasing the strongest concentration of living breath. Combined with the wails and cries of women and children everywhere, this small chaos point immediately attracted almost all surrounding zombies. Dozens of gruesome zombies plunged into the crowd, ignoring the futile punches and kicks landing on them. Dirty, rotting arms clawed wildly, and pale bared teeth tore away piece after piece of flesh and blood. As for the young men running ahead, who would care about what happened behind? They had long seized the opportunity when the zombies were distracted to sprint away desperately. They only wished their parents had given them more legs. Alman had already accelerated to the front during the chaos. "Follow me, there are fewer zombies over there. Don't worry, I'll lead you out." At this moment, Alman didn't neglect to reinforce his leadership position. As expected, the young men behind followed Alman without a second thought. Yet what Armin never anticipated was that the moment they rounded a street corner, a thunderous roar erupted from the sky above. Looking up, they saw a fully loaded gunship helicopter descending into the city. But at that moment, no hope or delusion stirred within Armin's heart, for the gunship's roaring engines had drawn even more zombies to the area. Zombies came charging frantically from every street, driven into an even greater frenzy at the sight of living people like Armin and his companions. Within moments, Armin and the others were swallowed by the surging tide of corpses like pebbles beneath a wave, uttering only their final cries of despair. Two high-explosive incendiary bombs dropped from the gunship into the swarm, igniting the entire mass as flames billowed outward in all directions. Before long, the entire district was reduced to a sea of fire, which naturally engulfed Qin Wen and the elder sister girl as well. As soon as the gunship had appeared, the elder sister girl ceased hesitating. She struck out, pinning the bone scythe that Qin Wen swept toward her between two fingers. No matter how much strength Qin Wen exerted, the blade could not advance a single inch. Then, with a slight press of her fingers, the elder sister girl cracked the massive bone scythe, and in the same instant the crack appeared, the weapon shattered into pieces. At the same time, she moved like a phantom before Qin Wen, appearing directly in front of him, so close that their faces almost touched, their noses nearly colliding. The elder sister girl extended a finger and flicked Qin Wen's body. The armor he wore shattered outright, and the quasi-symbiont inside him withered, retracting its black substance. Qin Wen regained control of his body, but he was utterly drained. The elder sister girl hoisted him over her shoulder and bolted into the distance. The gunship in the sky turned and gave chase, yet it deployed none of its onboard weaponry. Instead, the cabin door was opened and several human-shaped iron cans wrapped tightly from head to toe were dropped out. They could just as well be called jumpers. The instant they were thrown out, it was as if a program had been triggered within them, and a red light flared in their eyes. The jet devices on their bodies ignited, and they rocketed toward the elder sister girl. Though being carried over her shoulder was humiliating, Qin Wen knew he had no choice. He barely had the strength left to run. "Something's chasing us from behind. What in the hell are those things?" "Those are hunter-armored soldiers controlled indirectly by the Mother Tree. They've probably been sent to hunt us both down." My younger sister's slumber already roused the Mother Tree. "It can't control us, but it can monitor us and know what we intend to do." As soon as she finished explaining, the elder sister girl grew bone spikes from her fingertips and pierced them into Qin Wen's body. "I need to activate the tree seed inside you. This will bring you closer to the Mother Tree, but it's still better than dying here." Before she even finished speaking, Qin Wen's mind erupted with a violent burst of noise, then fell into an eerie emptiness. Perhaps it was an illusion. Qin Wen saw a colossal tree growing from the heart of a planet loom before him, and a single slender branch hanging from it slithered into his body. The elder sister girl suddenly hurled Qin Wen away, sending him crashing into one of the human-shaped iron cans that had just landed. At the same time, she halted mid-stride, and with a backhanded blow, smashed another iron can behind her. Qin Wen only caught the movement of her lips as she murmured, "Sorry, but I have to save my little sister." His pupils dilated to their absolute limit. Pale green tendrils of branch-like phantoms burst out from his body, and every human-shaped iron can instantly froze in place as translucent lines connected them all to Qin Wen. They formed a closed irregular ring. The ring blazed with ever-increasing radiance, and after a single brilliant flash, the phantom of a tender sapling gently rustled its branches in the middle of the street. The elder sister girl was nowhere to be seen. In some hidden corner of the void, a forbidden ground to all living beings, a man bearing a 9/10 resemblance to Qin Wen sat on the ground, staring at the pattern he had traced before, his lips curled into a sneer. This run didn't go so well. Couldn't even get past the first world. I was hoping someone would play this far and even take my place. I replaced the original body just like that, so there's no save after that to replace me. So boring. He flopped backward onto the ground, turned his head to look at a wall, though he knew the wall could be seen through from the other side. Hey, I know you're in there. Can you give me a game console? Or how about you play a game with me? If you don't answer, I'll take that as a yes." Then the game begins. A delighted smile spread across the man's face. Outside the one-way observation wall stood an indescribable apparition watching what was happening inside. At the same time, it wrote something in its hand. Code name redacted. Danger level solely supreme. Observation log. This creature appears to possess an undetectable ability engaging in games we cannot perceive, and yet its games seem capable of affecting reality. The attacks we have suffered all appear to be connected to its games. The rest of the contents were covered in heavy strokes of obliteration as if they must never be seen. Written on the cover of this notebook were the words, Upper Observer's Observation Log.